begin shortly.
Good morning. Good morning and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I now know which ones of you had a quiet night last night and are going to make it out to the side events tonight. So welcome. Thank you very much for being here. Give yourselves a round of applause for being early and on time. And to all the folks watching on live stream, welcome. All right, I'm incredibly excited to be your host for the next 2 hours or so. We have some amazing sessions lined up on the stage, so hopefully you'll be as warm of an audience to our guests who will be speaking. The first guest I will be introducing on stage is somebody who's led the, who has a lot of accolades to his name, but primarily has led the charge on getting the United States to adopt a more progressive crypto regulatory framework. And in his day job, he also runs one of the premier research publications in crypto. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome the individual I'm about to bring on stage. If I can just request you folks to sit down and settle down before I bring him on, that'd be wonderful. Please give him a round of applause. Can we start with a 5? 5 out of 10? Okay, can we turn it up to a 7? Can we turn it up to a 10? Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan Selkis, the CEO and founder of Messari.
There's the X right here. Cool. Almost missed it. Thank you all for showing up. Text, tweet your friends, say they're going to miss the greatest presentation of the week. So I appreciate everyone showing up. I actually shouldn't really talk because I was woken up from a nightmare that I got canceled from retweeting the wrong account. And I woke up about 35 minutes ago because I'm all jet lagged and out of sorts. So I shouldn't give people too much of a hard time for winding their way in this morning. But I'm excited to have this kickoff chat. I actually changed the title of the presentation because there's kind of 3 things that I wanted to talk about. One that I'm sure is on everybody's mind if you follow me on Twitter, which is why am I so unhinged sometimes? And I'll give an answer to that in this presentation. 2, I think it's really important to address the fact that we are really in an all-out information war in different kind of pockets of society and culture, and it's especially true in crypto. The truth is our friend, data is our friend, and information is our friend, I think, when we're going through some of these battles. And then third, this is a DeFi day, So I wanted to be able to discuss what I think is the metagame, because the most at-risk segments of the crypto markets in Europe, even though there is MiCA, I think in Europe and in the US in particular, is DeFi, decentralized finance and self-custody, and some of the things that I think are really important to the folks in this room. So I'm going to talk about why I believe market intelligence is actually crypto's defense tech. And I don't use the term information war lightly because there are different pockets of information wars that are much higher stakes than what we're talking about at crypto. But I would argue that what we're trying to do in terms of preserving individual financial freedom is at least in the second tier of really important battles that we have ahead of ourselves. And Messari is based in New York. I actually moved closer to DC just by happenstance during the pandemic, a little bit closer to family, but it has allowed me to spend a lot more time than I ever thought I would, and frankly that I ever wanted to, in DC engaging in some of these issues. And that kind of puts me in rarefied company because there's not a lot of founders and execs that are in that neighborhood. People kind of make their pilgrimage sometimes and they meet with congressmen or they meet with policy groups or they just farm it out completely. I've had the opportunity to get to know how the swamp works a little bit. It's a little bit different in Europe, but I want to. This is going to be a U.S.-based presentation in some cases, but I think you can extrapolate some of the lessons internationally as well. And I wanted to try to distill down some things that may be basic, but if they're good, helpful mental models for folks, it can show you the importance and kind of the battle tactics that I think are ahead of us. So when we think about the information war here, there's a few truisms in DC and I think in policy in general. One is a famous quip, politics is downstream of culture. Essentially, politicians are social animals. They respond to incentives, both positive and negative. So really when the culture changes, that's when you start to see politics change. This has happened in myriad issues over the years, and I think crypto will be no different. We see this age gap with older regulators, older politicians, and the younger in terms of favorability. It's pretty stark, the split, based on their technical know-how. Politics is really about winning elections and then picking the personnel that actually enact most of these public policies. And then personnel is policy. And policy, I think the most important thing to know is sentiment is temporary. So as bad as last year was, it could have been a lot worse if some of these really horribly structured bills had gotten passed right in the wake of the FTX collapse in the US. So sentiment is temporary, law is permanent, and this is slow by design because it's 100 times more difficult to unwind a bad law or a bad policy than it is to prevent it and fix it up front. So this uncertainty is actually our friend in some cases, particularly in DeFi. How does this apply to crypto? You can see this kind of mirror image from culture, politics, personnel, and policy in the previous slide by just looking at some recent examples. So last week even, in the last couple of weeks, we've seen, I'm not sure, how many people saw the Wall Street Journal article about crypto funding Hamas? Everyone see that? Yeah. If you didn't see it, you probably heard about it. Very damaging. The response the last couple of weeks has been like a micro information war on that one subject where you've got crypto Twitter basically fact-checking and industry fact-checking what was an erroneously sourced article, but that had a lasting, damaging impact on our situation with regulators and policymakers because Elizabeth Warren, I think, planted that article. That's a different story. And then immediately took it and got 100 of her colleagues to co-sign a letter saying we need to look into this, we need to understand how much of crypto is funding terrorism, and by the way, I have a bill that addresses all these problems and would essentially ban the industry. So she's trying to recruit an anti-crypto army. She raises money off of this ad of building an anti-crypto army. And the reason that one of 100 senators is so important and powerful, a lot of people don't really know this because maybe if you look at Wikipedia, you look up Senator Warren, and you'd be like, oh, she passed one bill in 11 years. She's not that powerful. She's not that influential. But if you're down in D.C., you know that she is the progressive flank of one of the parties. She's on the Senate Banking Committee, which is the committee that matters. And she ran for president. And By dropping out of the presidential race a few years ago, she endorsed Joe Biden. She helped him win. And the bargain that she struck was, I want to have a strong influence on policy. So her staffers are all spread across the administrative state in the U.S., most notably Gary Gensler. So if you look at the SEC, it's not a monolith. You have people like Commissioner Hester Peirce that wants to work with industry, think about safe harbors, think about all of these ways to kind of promote the industry. Or at least create safeguards without pushing it offshore. And then on the other hand, you have someone that is very happy to hamstring this for political reasons. And then finally, the very last kind of battlefront here is, can we get legislation passed, or can we get favorable court precedents when there are challenges and there are differences with some of these regulators like the SEC? All right. So that's kind of the framing: culture, politics, personnel, policy. You can see the information, true kind of decentralized information versus mainstream media, the politicians themselves, the regulators, the laws and the court precedents. And this actually maps to two other columns here, which I would say is War 101 and Crypto InfoWars 101. And then, of course, my mean tweets as a service the last couple of years, which has been the source of quite a bit of agita for me. But the good news is we've had a playbook, and whether you're talking about physical war or information war, I think the same is true. So Sun Tzu in The Art of War says the highest form of warfare is to attack the enemy's strategy itself, right? Culture, information. The next is to attack alliances, politics, Elizabeth Warren. The next is to attack armies, the people that actually implement this policy. And then the lowest form of war is to attack cities. Siege warfare is a last resort. And we've kind of seen this as like a good analogy to the trench warfare of like, how do we get good policy enacted, and then ultimately, when should we pick battles that are going to be multi-year, that are going to be extremely expensive in court just to defend crypto and decentralized finance. And I would say that the answer, is much of what I'm going to talk about in the remaining slides broken into four categories. So at the information layer, you've got citizen journalism. On the political layer, I think there's quite a bit of education that is, we still have an uphill battle on. Coinbase has done a great job spinning up an organization called Stand With Crypto that's an information resource that helps people understand how to get involved, where to get involved, who's good on crypto, who's bad. On the personnel side and the Army side, we can help ourselves quite a bit by doing a little bit more self-regulation and doing some of the job that the regulators want to see ourselves without waiting for this to come top-down through law, especially if that law might be a couple of years away. And then we've got, on the policy side, the opportunity to fuel kind of class actions, amicus briefs, and things that are going to actually empower the folks that are going into battle with this whole hive mind and kind of swarm that we have from the community is very highly activated and passionate within crypto. So first things first, I'll give you three examples, and I picked these three for a reason because Nick and Matt, I'm not sure how many people know Nick Carter and Matt Walsh, but there's three examples of citizen journalism from two people at one firm that I think are exceptional highlights here, and kind of shows the power if we could actually extend this and more people kind of took it on themselves to spend a little bit of time with the data-driven FUD fighting that we see on a day-to-day basis. So the first one, going back to the Wall Street Journal example, Wall Street Journal article a couple weeks ago said that crypto might have been responsible for $130 million of Hamas funding. The only problem with that is it was wrong, and by a significant amount. The Wall Street Journal claim was about 6x overstated when it comes to the PIJ, and then when it comes to Hamas, it was about 160 times overstated. So minor details, but this is now in the public consciousness, and it's in the consciousness in D.C., so it could impact policy regardless of the weak retraction that ultimately we were able to get from the Wall Street Journal. And part of that was because they didn't have the technical know-how or the heuristics to filter out events like self-transfers or understand the difference between a wallet that is actually self-custodied or owned by one of these groups and something that is going through, for example, an exchange or a high-risk off-ramp in the region. So this skewed all the volumes and transaction counts, and ultimately was really damaging. But what was really fascinating about what Nick did is he crowdsourced 21 bounties from the community to use any and all tools at our disposal as an industry in terms of blockchain forensics, and actually put the graphics together, put the information together, and try to cobble together the counter-narrative and the truth about where this funding is. Now, Is it good that $250,000 seems to have gone to Hamas? Absolutely not. But the news that we really should be promoting here is all this is traceable, and we've seen more often than not the ability for crypto exchanges, on and off ramps to be able to work proactively with law enforcement to actually seize some of these, or whether you're talking about in the U.S. Or internationally, seize some of these funds for illicit activity. So. In the grand scheme of things, this is a blip versus the legacy banking system, cash, gold, whatever you want to think about. The second example, earlier this spring, there was a very curious briefing and hearing in Capitol Hill where the founder of this little-known broker-dealer that had gotten the first exemption in the U.S. for digital asset securities just happened to be called in front of Congress. And they had raised about a little under $50 million, but for whatever reason, no one had ever heard of them. They don't trade any volume. They don't really have much of a business, and they're staffed by a few lawyers as the executives. They have strong cap table ties to an entity out of China and affiliated with the CCP. And you're like, why the hell was Prometheum? Had anyone heard of Prometheum even today? Yeah, okay. Did anyone hear of Prometheum before June? I didn't think so. And Matt Walsh from Castle Island, again, took it on himself to say, this doesn't make any sense. So he looked at the Reg D filings. He's like, okay, they've raised $48 million. Then he just went online and he kind of did a little homework. He's like, this is really weird. And then you actually heard the hearing and you realized he was essentially parroting every single talking point that the Warren allies on the Senate Banking Committee would have fed him, and then anything that you might have heard historically from Chair Gensler. So ball don't lie, as they say in basketball. And the truth is that there's 80 other brokers, exchanges, custodians, folks that really would be incentivized to get this special purpose broker dealer if there was an actual path that didn't involve a phone call to a political ally, which is really not the way it's supposed to work in general, but certainly not in the West with the rule of law. And by the way, I'll do a quick plug here, but these fundraising screeners we just released last month. So if you want to scan this QR code, you can actually go and see the screener that I alluded to in this slide, in addition to many others. Okay, third one is the investigation in stablecoin flows. I bring this up because this is the type of data that when we pull it together and we have some of these conversations, speaks volumes more than please don't hurt us when you're talking to policymakers. And you can see the counterproductive nature of the conversation in DC and the counterproductive nature that some of the crackdown of banking alliances has had on, I would argue, our national security and our interest in, as Americans in overseeing the crypto dollars that are circulating. And this is pretty obviously evident just when you look at what happened after the SVB collapse. So post FTX collapse, you saw a little bit of a divergence between Tether and USDC, Tether being the red line, USDC being the blue line. But then during the crackdown on the crypto-related banks, and then especially after the SVB collapse in March, you just saw this wild divergence. And so now the net result is Tether, an offshore Eurodollar, is getting stronger, and USDC, the onshore, much more tightly regulated and regulatable asset that's powering a lot of crypto finance now is a distant second again after it almost closed the gap completely year over year. So this is the type of chart and the type of information that moves mountains in terms of resetting the narrative in DC. I mentioned the Stand With Crypto Alliance, and we talk about the political fight ahead. I think this is more just a call to action. It's a little bit less of an information-related resource, but you want to pay attention to who's actually coming out of pocket, who's funding the fight here, how much is it going to cost to fund the fight, and I think the Coinbase guys have done a good job of creating leaderboards with Stand With Crypto in addition to some automated tools that make it easier for people to chip in and call their congressmen, congresswomen when they have an issue, or actually contribute to the right organizations, whether it's Coin Center, Blockchain Association, or the equivalents in Europe. Hopefully they'll be able to expand their focus with the European instantiation of Stand With Crypto in the next couple of quarters. And then the other thing is follow the money, right? There are public repositories for disclosures when it comes to political contributions, and also when it comes to PAC contributions and holdings from various Congress people. So the biggest spenders are the ones you want to look out for. They tend to be the ones with the most regulatory capture. The irony, by the way, with the FEC is you're not allowed to scrape their database. So go figure. Rules for thee, but not for me. And then this is a call to action, I'd say. It is going to be very difficult to win hearts and minds in DC if our leaders cannot or will not own digital assets. Many oftentimes they're interested in the space. They like crypto. They don't want to take the political hit from having to disclose that they own it or for whatever reason seem like they are conflicted when they talk about this when they talk about this issue. But the reality is when 5 out of 535 members of Congress own crypto, we've got a real problem because it's tough. You know, seeing is believing, using is believing, and it's going to be tough to move the needle if we're just totally reliant on these folks and their staffs, many of whom are also restricted from buying it by, thanks to their bosses. So this is actually one cycle old, so call to action for anyone here that wants to update this. It's a slog to go through 535 senator and congressman financial filings, but Jameson Lopp has this resource and a GitHub called bitcoinpoliticians.org. If anyone wants to spend the time and refresh it, let us know. Me or Lopp, I'm sure we'll be happy to subsidize you and get this updated for this current cycle. I want to talk about policy. So the regulatory atmosphere and maybe three kind of core things that I think we do really well in terms of the availability of public data. One is first principles disclosures. So there's a number of great tools on the market, whether you're talking about Nansen or Token Terminal or Dune or Masari, that have protocol financials and real-time financials available for community members at that. We actually, when we launched the company, we said we want to build a first principles Edgar from day one. Edgar being the financial filing system that has been useful in financial services for decades now. And we said we want to do that because it's not just about on-chain data or protocol metrics. You need to know like what the insiders are doing, what the governance activity is, what the risk factors are. We actually aggregate all of that through different products and are going to be starting to offer a white label solution to actually manage like community relations, soup to nuts in the new year. So hopefully we'll be able to work with some folks in the audience. We already do this in-depth quarterly reporting that gets distributed to all the major financial players. This is essentially what Hester Peirce and the SEC reps want to see in a safe harbor, but we've already built it. And I think that's also true with things that might be relevant to the banking regulators. So some of you have heard of proof of reserves. It doesn't solve 100% of the problem. You can still have issues with liabilities that are unknown, as we've seen with different with the lending crisis last year within crypto. But while you can hide liabilities, it's very difficult to fake assets and digital signatures. So you can solve half the battle, and I would argue it would have solved quite a bit of the pain and headache with FTX if we had known the FTT balance earlier at Alameda. Probably wouldn't have gotten as big and out of control as it had. It's also 100 times faster than anything you see in the public markets in terms of financial filing. So for instance, GBTC insider transactions, the Grayscale Trust, that's done on about a 6 to 16-week lag, depending on what the disclosure is. And then finally, traceability. We have I think a narrative problem when it comes to crypto crime. Because it's so transparent, we end up getting beaten up over it because it's in your face, and we have organizations like Elliptic and Chainalysis and others that are trying to solve this problem and doing a good job of it. But because they're able to say the nominal dollars that are used for different purposes, that's always the headline number, regardless of whether this number has gone down on a percentage basis, not just for the last 5 years, but for the last decade. The other thing that's really important to look at when we're breaking down illicit activity within crypto, and I think we need to be able to communicate better about, is the illegal activities of the past generally get stomped out because of the traceability of public blockchains. So if criminals are one step ahead, or they're using blockchains for different purposes and different illicit activities, the illicit activities of 10 years ago are de minimis today. And you actually see this in the second chart here, where the illicit usage more recently has come from theft, usually bridge and Oracle attacks within DeFi. just like we've seen with other areas of crypto crime. As security improves, as our infrastructure improves, that will decline rapidly in both dollar terms and especially percentage terms in the years ahead, because people will realize this is not very interesting or a good use of time if we want to stay out of jail. Last thing, as we get into class action lawsuits, amicus briefs, and this strength in numbers argument, we have a number of things that are on our side that we need to be able to hype up in different corners of the market. One example is the impact that the SEC's obstinance on a Bitcoin ETF has had on 800,000 shareholders of the Bitcoin Investment Trust. So you can see at the depths of the market, investors were underwater to the tune of 50% on their own Bitcoin, simply because of the SEC's incoherent refusal to allow for a spot ETF conversion, even though they had offered a derivatives-based ETF the year prior. This is the damage that it had done to retail investors, and not only retail investors, but GBTC as a bit of toxic collateral was, I would argue, top two, maybe arguably the reason that we had the lending crisis last year, because this bad collateral and the illiquidity of these shares in terms of redeemability in these trusts ultimately led to Three Arrows Capital going under. It created a lot of stress on FTX. It ultimately unwound DCG, the owner of Grayscale itself, and Gemini and their lending desk as well. All of that, the SEC doesn't care about. But there's 800,000 investors that own these shares. And so if you can show that they're being impaired to the tune of $6-8 billion, it matters. And we actually saw, as there was momentum and people believed that the ETF might get approved, you saw this gap close from 45% at the beginning of the summer all the way down to 10% a couple weeks ago. It's widened a little bit, but that should be zero if and when an ETF is approved. And then last but not least, everything that I just mentioned, you're probably like, oh, I'm not going to spend time in DC. I want to build, I want to do, I want to be focused on the tech, I want to, just like defer, there's other good people that are doing it. Selkis will take care of it. He'll send another mean tweet. And I think the most exciting thing that I've seen, and really the no excuse kind of tooling that I've seen more recently, is this combination of a legal library and AI. Particularly the first one just came out a couple weeks ago from the LexPunk Army. Not sure if any of you submitted a letter. You have a little bit more time if you're American and you would like to see DeFi not get crippled in the US. You can literally go to this LexPunk app that allows you to choose the reasons that you believe the proposed ruling from the IRS and Treasury on how to report financial transactions within crypto would cripple a good chunk of the industry. You can choose basically what you want to comment on: poorly defined terms, impact abroad, just general lack of feasibility, and this will auto-generate a comment letter that is in legalese that looks very professional. And the best part is they even have a toggle for tone, if you see at the bottom here. So you can ramp it up to 100 if you want to be like, do your fucking job. I don't recommend it, but I think you can basically toggle it so that it's within your personality and it doesn't cost you a ton of money from a lawyer or a ton of time and effort if you're doing it yourself. So these are all the things that I think, little kind of micro anecdotes, but at the end of the day, if I could leave you with one thing, I would say it should be in the top of everyone's mind to figure out like where you're uniquely situated to participate in this information war, because in a war, people die, and we don't want to be the ones that are ultimately squashed in the process here, because what we're building is important. So with that, the important builders are going to take it away the rest of the day, but appreciate you all inviting me to speak. Thank you.
All right, great to be here again. Feels like I've been here for some time already. So let's talk about security. What is your favorite thing about security in Solana right now?
Oh man. Delete all the code and then you won't have any bugs. I think the Rust type system is probably like what I think the strongest aspect of security on Solana. You can write really good Rust if you actually put your mind to it. There's very high level tools like traits, and the rich type system can avoid a lot of bugs, but developers do get lazy and under time constraints ship really bad code sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, we were like just like at the MEV camp, and they had like this amazing T-shirt. I'm a fight the Rust borrow checker. Damn, Rust got hands. And I think this is like this really amazing meme to just like represent like the feelings towards Rust. Like I personally also like Rust is my favorite language, and I think it's really great that Solana is developing in that.
For sure. What I would like to see more though is like folks try to use like tools like Connie or Prousty and try to at least partially verify their smart contracts. I don't think you'll be able to do all of the logic, but I think you should be able to abstract a bunch of the business logic out and have that be verifiable, and then kind of treat the plumbing between the runtime and that part as a separate thing that would be a lot easier to audit.
Yeah, like I think doing like verification on like whole smart contracts at once is going to be really, really complicated, just because like Solana program model is so complicated. But just like going with individual parts makes a lot of sense. And that really forces you as well to like think about the constraints you have, like the individual functions, and just like structure it in a way that is easy to verify. Like what we've been seeing a lot is just like stuff with checks all over the place, where it's like clear they don't have like a coherent concept of where to put the checks. And I think that would really help. That's the great thing about Anchor. It just forces you to put all the checks in the beginning. There's like, I think that's actually the biggest win of Anchor. Just like someone forces you to think about every single account and put all the checks at top.
Yeah, most of the security work in a Solana smart contract is just input validation. And if you kind of like have that mindset that I have to validate every bit of input across all the accounts, you're actually like pretty far along in writing pretty good code.
Yeah. Like I've been looking at like runtime v2 a lot recently, and like I think there are like some really excellent changes in there. But then again, I'm also like a tiny bit scared that the type implementation of like inside Solana core is just going to be like somewhat off, or like have some minor bugs. Like what do you think about that?
So the runtime v2 is basically using a typed bytecode, which then forces a well-defined type for all the accounts and the program as well. And the really cool thing about it is that when you have a transaction and you create the virtual machine for that entire transaction, you can link all the programs together without any runtime checks.
Yeah.
So you can actually pass all the values because you can validate during that linking time that all the right accounts and everything else are actually being passed by the program code. That's the part that needs to be very secure. And because everyone knows it needs to be very secure, every engineer, every auditor can go look at that code. It can be fuzzed. You can have best branch coverage and stuff like that. So I think while you're kind of setting yourself up for a single point of failure, if there's a bug there, it's catastrophic. It is a very small constrained part of the code that everyone can really hyper-focus and audit.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I think even if you get an alternative implementation of FireDancer, also doing the type verification,
right?
Chances of critical bugs there are way lower.
Yep. Do you think it's possible to write smart contracts with 2 implementations? This is something that I've been kind of thinking about, since for layer 1, it's obvious, right? We have a protocol. Team 1 writes, Solana Labs. Team 2 is FireDancer. Now you have redundancy. You don't have a single point of failure. Can we do that for smart contracts?
I guess we can. Not right now. I think you need a wholly different smart contract language, or at least framework, for that to make sense. I don't think it makes sense to write 2 competing contracts in Anchor. Because maybe there's some bug in Anchor code generation, which will then be in both accounts, and Anchor forces the same kind of structure in both. But I think that's a really interesting idea, to have two programs which you both verify and see the results are the same. That should be possible, and it will force developers to really nail down how the data is structured. And that also might be like really helpful for other people also looking at the program, because you no longer have to like read the code, but there will have to be some specifications how the contract works. I like that.
I mean, this is something that the runtime could potentially support. You have like in your loader, you define program 1 and program 2, and it literally executes them both, and then make sure that the writable accounts are exactly the same.
I mean, you wouldn't even have to do that in the runtime. You could do that right now. You could have like via CPI, just call both programs and hash the accounts pre and post.
But there's like, you have to like deal with ownership, right, of the accounts and stuff like that. It'd be kind of a...
You'd have to like duplicate state in like both contracts.
Yeah.
That's such a cool idea.
Well, if somebody's a security nerd, that would be a fun experiment to add to the runtime is second implementation.
Yeah. So I think like, going on to like a different topic, Token 2022. I think that's also just like one of the big topics that's going to change in Solana in like the next like probably like half a year or a year.
Bugs
I don't know when it's going to
hooks.
Bugs and transfer hooks. And not even like bugs. I mean just like the whole concept of having a transfer hook and like having fees associated to transfers. And like you're now like a pool. How do you deal with that? Like, do you just like not allow that in the pool, these tokens, or like do you allow that? Do you have like special casing there? I think that's going to be like really interesting for like some smart contract developers, and I think we have a lot of work ahead to like create documentation how to use that safely.
Yep. Yeah, I agreed. I would be very cautious if you're building, if you're allowing token 22 in your like economic activity pools, like markets or whatever. To add, the constraint checks to make sure that like you're not mixing like different assets with real value against like a user-specified token 22 with all the crazy extensions enabled. Because I think the surface area there is not well reasoned yet. And be cautious. Some of those attacks you saw in Ethereum, because the ERC20 allows you to kind of re-implement whatever, and then if you have a pool and you're doing like a swap between asset A and asset B, if there's basically an on-transfer hook that can take attacks in each one of those swaps, you can probably extract value out of the LPs that way.
Yeah. The thing we've also seen is like many contracts that split their implementation up into multiple contracts. They tend to have more bugs because they now need to cross-relate ownerships of like other contracts and other accounts if they're reading that. And like transfer hook basically forces you to have a second contract because you can't recursively call.
Yep.
So that's also like going to be something I think there might be some issues.
Yep.
But overall I think it's going to be an interesting time.
Yeah.
But it's going to be secure.
Yep.
For sure. Okay, so what do you think of Tiny Dancer and all of their like ways to improve like this RPC security side of things? I mean, there are gonna have to be like, I think, quite some deep changes in Solana core as well to support all of the features you want there. How do you like approach that from like an implementation perspective?
So you can actually do a lot of this stuff today. If you submit a transaction that has like an output account that asserts the state, you can basically check that output account was finalized through like the normal bank hash. And that transaction, you imagine, is like the thing that asserts like, hey, is my balance X, Y, or Z, or like, is my smart contract at this state? So then you can you can construct a link of bank hashes to a bunch of votes that show that it was finalized by the quorum. That gets you like to a simple payment verification, but that solves a lot of the attack vectors where you have a corrupt RPC or something like that. What it doesn't solve is if you have a corrupt majority, like the actual quorum is corrupt and they're double signing headers and they're withholding the data that generate the invalid header. This is where you need data availability sampling and these other tools that have been pioneered by folks like Celestia. And that is a much longer and later problem. The thing is, though, like why these attacks are possible, but they never happen. There's basically like been 5 years of proof of stake networks with thousands of different networks launched of like various amounts of decentralization, literally from 20 nodes to thousands like Solana, and I can't think of a single quorum attack. And this is because any single honest node can detect a quorum attack. They don't have to be staked. And as soon as that happens, PagerDuty goes off, people's nodes shut down. Like it's a very short-lived attack that has basically very limited opportunity to extract value and most likely will just cause the network to halt. So there is inherent security in the system that is already preventing that. And when you kind of think of the stack, your security surface when you're signing something, you're like installed the Phantom wallet extension. So you're trusting the Google Store, you're trusting Phantom really to implement and store the seed phrase. And you're trusting Phantom to display the transaction correctly before you sign it. At that point, the additional trust of Phantom pointing to their RPC node is like very marginal. That's like it's true. Like even if Phantom used a light client that talked to the entire network and did all this awesome work, they could just simply display you junk in their trusted display, and you sign something, but it actually drains your whole wallet. So like fixing that RPC trust issue doesn't really fix like a security vulnerability that's often exploited today. And that's kind of like a nice to have. I think these things are going to be required when you'll see crypto really start taking over like main financial services and like be at a much larger scale than it is today, when you are dealing with a very wide variety of services that are global and you kind of don't know who to trust. But we're just really not there yet, because everyone kind of operates on some level of trust. You're trusting your wallet, you're trusting Infura or whatever, and these things are fairly stable.
Yeah, totally agree on that. Going back to these wallets, something I've been wondering for like quite some time. These wallets, most of them simulate your transaction and basically like show you the expected outcome.
Yep.
Why doesn't any wallet really implement that actually with a guard instruction at the end? Like, a wallet could, for example, like if you transfer some money,
yep,
it could just add a guard transaction at the end of the transaction that just checks maybe like 10% deviation for like some slippage fees, check are all the token balances changed as we expected. Like that won't catch all bugs, that's not compatible with all the protocols, but I think this is something like that wallets could do to really nail down a lot of these attack vectors where you just like sign a transaction that says something during simulation and then does something entirely else.
Yeah, this is something that I've talked about before, and that would be a really good improvement. But generally, like, this is only a problem if you're talking to an untrusted contract.
Yes, of
right?
course, yeah.
And normally users, most contracts are run by some kind of business that's trying to stay open and like have revenue, right? Or a protocol that's trying to like get users, and those things are persistent. So if you use Magic Eden, today, and Magic Eden's still open tomorrow, they're very, very unlikely to go and update their smart contracts to go fish all of these things in that window between simulation and execution. So this is really, I think, like a bigger problem during the bull run when a lot of stuff is launching and people are much more greedy than they're fearful, and they like just click next and everything. I think in that environment, even if you had these guard instructions, I don't even know if people would check that the wallet like showed him something, I don't even know if they would register that it showed him that everything's going to drain.
I mean,
the human
we
mind,
kind of like trained
right?
users to like make it happen. You have to be fast.
Even if the wallet flashed, don't sign this. This is going to drain your whole thing. Confirm again. In that environment, that is, like people get greedy and they kind of like their brain switches off, I guess. I think like everyone should have the mental model of always using cold and hot storage, which basically separate your cold wallet, keep it in the ledger, only use it to do transfers, like simple transfers between the cold wallet and the hot wallet. And then your hot wallet is what you typically would use per project, a different wallet you should be using to sign things that are, less trusted on the internet. But in general, like this is like, I think, a human behavior problem more so than a technology problem. You kind of see, like, I think the Phantom folks have done a pretty good job adding security features like simulation and then guarding domains and things like that, and like using normal Web 2 kind of security to give users that feedback.
Yeah, guarding domains is probably like the more important aspect of that, to like just
But
make sure they don't even sign stuff for like fake contracts.
yeah, like nice thing about Solana, it literally does force the transaction to specify what state it's going to read and write. So wallets could simulate transaction and then downgrade all the write locks to read locks if they're actually not being modified, and then display only those changes to the users. You can really increase that, like, shrink that attack surface, but I'm very, I'm like, I don't really believe that that's going to fix those bugs, because I'm afraid the users just are not thinking. Their brains are switched off at that point already.
I can totally follow there. Like, I've done that myself a number of times. It's just like, man, I just want to open this Word document. Like, stop with these pop-ups, go away. And like cookie banners, just like training everyone to always just click like, go away, please, don't bother me. I just want to work. Yeah, that's interesting. One thing I've been also wondering about recently is basically the anonymity of the developers of smart contracts. Like, I think I'm an auditor, and I look at code a lot. And I audit the code, but I don't necessarily look at all dependencies. Because like in Rust, you have like this huge dependency tree, and it's really hard to look at it. And like, I feel like if someone were to want to create a contract that I do not find a bug in, he would probably be able to do that. Like if somebody was like really maliciously targeting me and like kind of like see how do I like make it this, that just even the upgrader don't find it. And then you also have like contracts aren't reproducible, or like they are reproducible if you go for it, but like a lot of contracts currently don't go for it with like these Docker builds. So I feel like there's a lot of trust required in like the developers of the protocol itself. And like what I've been seeing is like there are some protocols which are really just like they are there, and there's a lot of money in there, and people trust the protocol because there's money in there. So,
yeah,
I mean, there's already a million.
Reflexive and bad. These are like the easy red flags that people should be using to like filter out which teams are good and which are not. Are they open source? Do they have a reproducible build? Do they have like, verification would be like the next level. So like that's very hard and it requires a lot of investment, but at least unit testing and fuzzing and all this stuff every developer should be doing. And that's like, you should go through that checklist and be like, okay, this is a good team, this is what I should be using, and these are not. But like, how do you enforce that besides like...
You talk to people and like educate them, like before you put money in there, don't look at like the TVL, do some basic like sanity checks. I don't know, it's a hard problem to solve. I think users just don't want to be doing that kind of work. I mean, you want to make money. There's money to be had. You don't like really necessarily care about these kind of things directly. But I think this is something like we should kind of like talk to users about, and like build tools that make it like kind of like easy for them to see that, like some verified flags in like an Explorer or like stuff like that. But even those are still like imperfect, so it's hard.
How possible do you think it is to do analysis on the bytecode itself and do fuzzing and simulation to where you can like give some machine automated like assertions whether this code is safe or not?
We've seen some people do that, and we've attempted that ourselves as well, just like with symbolic execution of like smart contract code, looking at all the inputs. I think that's very possible for like these single instructions, where you have like this one instruction is a withdraw instruction, for example. And then you can verify that it's not possible to get like more money out of that than you have currently in your balance or something. Like these single actions, I think you can verify that. It gets really complicated as soon as you start to have like these multi-step interactions, where you like first have to create an account which has like maybe some settings. And then you have like another instructions with deposits, and then you have a third instructions which maybe withdraws, and all of this state interacts with each other. And I think during like symbolic execution at least, you have like this huge state explosion, which I'm not sure you can reasonably handle. And you could probably fuzz that, but even that you'd need to do a lot of custom work for each contract and see like how does the initialization work, and like maybe which fields I want to treat as symbolic. So in general, I think that's a too difficult problem to solve all at once, and we should focus on like more smaller problems first, if it's even possible at all.
Okay. Maybe
let's answer some interesting topic, like what was your favorite bug?
Oh man.
That be it smart contract or like I don't know in core or anywhere really.
Oh man, favorite bug. This was during testnet days. I think it was the Chorus One guys that discovered it. We booted up. We were been doing all this testing on Google Cloud, and they have pretty decent network stack. And we were using 64 kilobyte frames for the shreds, and that was awesome. Performance was great. It was just we could saturate like basically the entire Google network, their internal network, with shreds and TPS. We had this chart that was like showing 250,000 TPS on like 100 nodes running inside Google Cloud. And when we booted it on like the open network to get Tour de Sol going, none of the 64 kilobyte frames arrived anywhere. Like basically, the internet just dropped them. The problem was that the way that we structured, we really optimized that loop to do verification, signature verification of the frame, and then signature verification of all the transactions inside that frame. So when we went through the step of converting that to MTU size shreds, somewhere along that like refactoring, the signature verification for the transactions was dropped. And luckily, this developer at Chorus One noticed it and created an attack vector that stole all the funds on testnet before launch. So like stuff like that, we were just blessed to have like really good folks on testnet actually finding these bugs. And yeah, he got a very well-deserved bug bounty for that.
That's a great bug.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anatoly. Thank you, Thomas. That was a panel full of insight, huh? I wanted to remind you that you can share your best moments or some insights that you personally got on the Twitter or X platform. Don't forget to tag our conference account, which is Solana Conf, and then the hashtag is Breakpoint 2023. Our next speaker is going to share some of the new Solana security research techniques, such as fuzzing or formal verification. And I'm very delighted to introduce to this stage founder of OtterSec, Robert Chan.
Sweet. So today I'm going to be talking about a couple techniques that we think are really interesting for Solana security research, in particular fuzzing and formal verification. Kind of as a prelude to this, there's actually a cool loss of funds bug that I wanted to talk about, but unfortunately we're still, anyways. So kind of the reason for this talk is I think, in 2022, there was a lot of money lost. I think, most recently, Mango lost quite a lot. I think a lot of protocol teams are thinking about how can we make Solana security safer. And I want to take this presentation to just talk about some of these cool techniques that we've used. When I tweeted about this, actually, a lot of teams reached out and asked, how can we implement fuzzing on Solana? And I think there's, a decent amount of misconceptions when it comes to how you actually fuzz protocols and what it actually does. When most people write fuzzers, they think this is what happens. So you write a harness, you write your fuzzer, you find the instructions that you want to test, you write your framework, you run it for potentially billions of times, and then you find a bunch of bugs. And I think that's one story. But more accurately, when you're actually writing these fuzzers, I think it's a constant feedback loop. And really, the underlying reason for this is that fuzzers aren't as powerful as people might think. You write a harness, you run it, you have to debug the crashes. But then I think the most important step is the last step over here, checking coverage, and seeing how far did your harness actually get. The way fuzzers actually work is this mutation process. I think this is the core of the fuzzing pipeline. Generally, you select a test case, you apply some sort of mutation, and you come with a new test case. A brief mental model for how this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back here to bring on the next speaker. Are you ready to give them a warm round of applause? I'm really excited to introduce Mike Cahill, who is the CEO of Duro Labs, leading protocol development at Pyth. For those of you who haven't heard of Pyth, they're live on 35+ blockchains. They have 90+ data providers and publishers on their chain providing financial data in real time. And I'm incredibly excited to introduce Mike Cahill. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a huge round of applause.
All right. Hi, everyone. Mike Cahill from Duro Labs, a contributor to the Pyth network. Great to be here. It's a very special day for me because today I get to make a big announcement in the evolution of the Pyth network. Before we get to that, let's talk a little bit about the journey so far. So Pyth is an oracle, and as many of you probably know, blockchain applications don't have access to data from the outside world. They only have access to the state of the blockchain. And data, like the price of Bitcoin, price of Tesla shares, weather, sports score, etc., all needs to be brought onto that state somehow. And this is where oracles come in. They update the blockchain state with exogenous data. And that data needs to be trustworthy. The first oracle networks solved for trust at the expense of speed. They were Rube Goldberg constructions that scraped data from the internet, averaged it together, and then published to the blockchains sometime later. This was okay for first-generation DeFi, like lending protocols on slow blockchains, but would never work for high throughput, like on-chain perps on fast blockchains. The Pith thesis is that DeFi needs trustworthy data with low latency. The idea behind Pith was to create a data economy where publishers are incentivized to publish directly onto blockchains and cut out middlemen. This removes any doubt on whether they have the appropriate ability to publish and licensed, and also cuts out all that excess latency. Along the way, there have been 3 proof points to determine whether or not this thesis is correct. So the first proof point is, will enough publishers join to overcome the cold start? Number 2, if so, can Pith stand out in a competitive oracle market? Will people choose Pith over other oracles? And finally, will apps integrate Pith if it's using a differentiated type of integration? All right, so let's jump into this. First one, can we amass enough publishers into the network to overcome the cold start? Well, one of the nuances about financial market data is that it's a very mature industry. It's quite a profitable one as well. In 2022, $6.5 billion in revenue was spent at the top 6 exchanges. 20% of the revenue is the top 6 exchanges for financial market data. So you can't just go up to an industry that's worth $6.5 billion and say, hey, I've got an idea. You should turn all this valuable data over to this new technology called Pith to get it on the blockchain. It wouldn't happen. So you have to find different sources to give you the same comprehensive coverage. So where did those different sources come from for Pith? There are 2 big groups that have data that don't currently monetize most of it. Obviously, large exchanges monetize a lot of it, but large exchanges without trading firms or without traders have no data. It's very intuitive. Market data is simply the bids and offers with which traders want to trade and the prices where they just executed. So trading firms have troves of data. They've never monetized it before. So this was cohort number 1 of the types of people that could provide data to a Pith network. And number 2 is small exchanges. Generally, large exchanges are the ones that monetize. So this ended up forming the foundation of the first set of publishers to the Pith network. And the idea has taken off. Every month, 3 new publishers join the Pith network. It's large institutions, including pretty much every large trading firm, almost without exception, as well as exchanges, small ones, and now even large ones, including SIBO, one of the largest global equity exchanges. All right, so we've amassed enough data to have comprehensive market coverage over any asset class. So let's go on to number 2. Can Pith stand out in a competitive oracle market? Pith first launched on Solana mainnet in September of 2021. There were other oracles live at the time, and there were even more oracles coming, including Chainlink. Within 7 months, Pith had a 90% market share from the total value secured on Solana. There was 50 applications using Pith as an oracle on Solana. Several months later, Chainlink launched and never got above 5%. So it was true that developers would choose Pith in a competitive environment because of the attributes of it being low latency and high quality. All right, number 3. Will apps integrate Pith's cross-chain using a novel poll mechanism? The intention for Pith was always to provide oracle data to users, to application developers, irrespective of the ecosystem they're building on. And the goal was to provide the same high-quality, low-latency data that was available to developers on Solana. With this goal in mind, in 2022, the Pith network underwent a major upgrade. PithNet, the first independent SVM, was launched to bring Pith prices cross-chain. In so doing, application developers on other chains had to change the way that they integrated in Oracle. Historically, they would just natively read from the state. This required them to pull prices onto the chain that they were native on and use it once pulled. It allowed for much more streamlined use and to only pay for the data that they use. There's no waste of pushing unnecessary data onto these different blockchains. So let's look at how the adoption has been since Pith has gone cross-chain. This year alone, 3 new applications have integrated Pith each week. I'll restate that for emphasis. 3 new applications integrated Pith every single week in 2023. Pith is now available on 35 different blockchains. 3 new blockchains every month have been added. And on about a third of those blockchains, Pith has a market share of over 90%. On about half of them, Pith's market share is at 50%. All right, cool. So we've gone through some of the proof points. And let's get on to some fun stuff. Everything so far has been prologue to the Pith story. What happens next is all around decentralization and the story itself. So Pith is already pretty decentralized, given that it's got this expanse network of publishers. But in order to reach the next level of scale, it needs greater community involvement. So today, we're announcing the Pith retrospective airdrop. The Pith retrospective airdrop will reward users of applications powered by Pith on 35 different blockchains. It's a retrospective airdrop, so the observation period has ended. But today, you can go to the website, airdrop.pith.network, put in your wallet address on any of the different blockchains where applications are powered by Pith, and determine whether or not you're eligible. There are 75,000 unique wallets that will be eligible on 35 blockchains. This is the largest cross-chain usage airdrop we know of. Eligible users will receive Pith tokens, which are SPL tokens and will live on Solana mainnet. If during the part of the process you don't have a Solana wallet, you'll be able to add one, and you'll be able to claim your Pith tokens gaslessly. Okay, so what's next? So the next part of the process is to have the community run governance. Community is going to have to establish the governance. The first thing it will decide is whether or not it will be a governance based on councils and elected representatives. Perhaps it'll be based on single token votes. This is very important to get right because the application will be controlled by governance, a truly decentralized Oracle. Governance will have total control, and here are some of the features that are important to be used. Determining the size of the update fees. So in that model I described to you, where prices are published to other chains, each one of those deliveries contains a fee today. That fee is set at a nominal value of 1 Wei, very small. There's about 2 million transactions per day, fee-paying transactions per day, that go to other chains. Number 2, determining the reward distribution for publishers. There's a reason why the 100 publishers, nearly 100 publishers, have chosen Pith. It's important to make sure that only novelty is rewarded within the Pith network. Free riders don't have a chance to exploit, and we can continue to see a growth from hundreds to thousands of publishers join the network. Approving software updates. 2 months ago, Duro Labs introduced the Perseus upgrade, which increased the frequency with which Pith prices are delivered on-chain by a factor of 2 and decreased the gas cost by up to 90%. determining what products to be added. There's 350 symbols on Pyth today. 25% of them are real-world assets. The remainder are crypto. There is really no limit to the types of assets or the assets themselves that can be added, given the diversity of the publishers. Determining how publishers will be permissioned and for which symbols they'll be permissioned. The higher the number of publishers they have for each symbol, the more robust those feeds are. And yes, if governance decides it, there can be a grants program to expand the community even further. The Pyth network started out as an idea on how to reimagine Oracle data on blockchains. It has attracted the largest group of traders and exchanges ever to provide the fastest, most robust set of data ever imagined. It's expanded to become an ecosystem of 100 publishers, over 200 applications, 35 different blockchains. And today, we've announced the largest cross-chain usage airdrop. I'd like to invite you to join the community that's building the infrastructure for the future of DeFi. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. I would to introduce our next speaker, who is the managing partner of Multicoin Capital. Here's why I think you should listen to this talk and be excited by it. Multicoin is sort of led, it has been unafraid to take sort of these positions that have been right over time. In 2019, they published a blog post about high-performance chains and bet on Solana. They also happened to, in the same year, publish a blog post around helium and created kind of this new category around decentralized physical infrastructure networks that has sort of become a whole category on Solana. And more recently, in August of 2023, they published a blog post around modular versus integrated systems and the hidden costs that modular systems have in them. And with that introduction, it's my pleasure to invite Kyle Samani, the managing partner of Multicoin Capital.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Breakpoint 2023. Pleasure to be here with all of you this morning. I'll be talking about modular versus integrated blockchain systems, and we'll talk about them in theory and in practice. And so with that, I'll start off with a very simple question. What do blockchains do? What do blockchains do? Pretty simple question, but one that I think is kind of important to just think about as a base understanding of kind of objectives and functions in these systems. Blockchains are asset ledgers. They keep track of who owns what. So you can have a Bitcoin, ETH, Sol, whatever. You can have an NFT. You can have a debt obligation. You can have an LP position, a derivative, But at the end of the day, a blockchain keeps track of who owns what. Well, what might you want to do with a list of who owns what? Really two things, trading and payments. Trading, of course, kind of maps to finance and Wall Street, and payments kind of maps to the economy or GDP generally. If you think about it, like that's all you can really do with a list of assets, whether those assets are cash or whether those are financial assets of some form. Well, the next natural question from that is, what are the ideal properties of trading and payment systems? And honestly, this is not very complicated. If you think about it, you want trading and payment systems to be fast and cheap. Pretty straightforward. When we talk about fast, if you want to be a little more scientific, you'd say you want low latency. And when you talk about cheap, if you want to be a little more scientific, you'd say you want consistently low gas fees. In terms of, we're not going to talk too much about latency today, but we're going to focus on costs. And if you think about what goes into gas costs, there are really three primary inputs: compute, bandwidth, and demand load. And so I'm going to spend the next 10 slides or so kind of unpacking each of these concepts. Demand is not static. and therefore gas costs are not static either. A lot of times when you hear people talk about gas costs in blockchains, you hear them say things like a trade on Arbitrum costs 10 cents or something like that. But that's a very incomplete way to think about this, because gas costs are moving around, the dynamic is lumpy and spiky. What you see in practice is that gas prices move around quite a bit. There are two important things. One, gas, generally speaking, demand for block space has been growing. And two, you get these big lumps. I would contrast this with, let's say, a commodity market like electricity, where over the course of the day, you can generally expect that like your costs are fairly fixed. Most people get billed at 10 kilowatts an hour, 8 kilowatt cents an hour, whatever it is. But with crypto, whenever the market gets very volatile, demand for trading activity increases. You see this on the NASDAQ and the CME. You see this on Uniswap and Phoenix. Doesn't really matter, but whenever volatility picks up, total transaction volume picks up, and that means gas prices spike. When that happens, it's pretty expensive for users, and our core belief is that normal users cannot be subject to negative externalities when demand spikes. So let's kind of explore what exactly that looks like. This chart here shows gas prices on the Ethereum blockchain from 2016 through 2020. The left-hand side of the chart represents 0% demand utilization, and on the x-axis, and the right-hand side represents 100%. The y-axis here is a log scale. And so what this chart shows you pretty clearly is that as you get roughly to 85% or so of block space utilization, the gas prices just go vertical, and the line turns basically straight up at the end. Software has really traditionally been defined by zero marginal costs. That's what Bill Gates understood back in the 70s and 80s, and that ultimately came to define the software industry as we know it. And really, for the first time in the history of software, we're now seeing something that is not zero marginal cost in software. We think this is a new economic phenomenon, and one that hasn't existed before, and it ultimately produces something that we call anti-network effects. Anti-network effects are a huge problem. When gas prices spike, the system becomes unusable. In traditional systems that are subject to network effects, if let's say you have Alice and Bob with a phone, that's kind of the classic network effect business. The more people who have a phone, the more people you can call, and there's kind of a natural network effect there. In crypto, there are obviously many network effects at play, and the most obvious of which typically is liquidity. But there's also now this new concept called anti-network effects, and it is our belief that anti-network effects create a very firm ceiling on overall system growth and utilization. It doesn't matter how strong your network effects are if you have anti-network effects, because at the end of the day, the anti-network effects just create a firm cap on overall system usage. So what's causing these anti-network effects to kick in? Well, in a word, it's demand. If all of the transactions are competing with one another to be included in a block, then you got to do everything one at a time or sequentially, as shown here, and this is how the EVM runs. The solution is kind of obvious, which is to do a lot of things at the same time, and that's to do things in parallel, as shown here with the SVM. CPUs have been multi-core for roughly 15 years now, and any modern graphics card has thousands of cores in it, and so parallelism is a pretty common thing in computer science today. The really key thing, though, that gets unlocked in this model is when you can move away from global fee markets into local fee markets. When you have a single-threaded processor, every transaction competes for one priority slot. But when you move to parallelism, you can have fee markets be localized. And specifically, those fee markets can be localized per unit of state that each transaction touches. So what does it mean to have a fee market for each unit of state? Well, let's consider three different scenarios to kind of understand this. On the left-hand side, we've got two different transactions that are non-contentious, and on the right-hand side, we'll get into a contentious example. So on the left here, you can see we've got Mary trading with Nancy, and we've got Bob paying Alice. And pretty intuitively, those two transactions have nothing to do with one another. There's no reason that those two transactions shouldn't be able to be processed in parallel. We call these transactions non-contentious, and therefore each of these transactions can be subject to a separate fee market. Conversely, on the right-hand side, we've got Charlie and Jenny, who are bidding in an auction for an NFT. and in this case, those two transactions from Charlie and Jenny are contentious. They are competing over a very common piece of state, which would be the NFT. This naturally means those two transactions should be subject to the same fee market. The only way you're going to scale computation is to leverage parallelism so that you can execute all of the non-contentious transactions in parallel. And if you think about the inherent nature of trading and finance, if I'm paying you and you're shopping wherever, like those two things don't have anything to do with one another. And so you can scale out the vast majority of economic and trading activity with non-contentious transactions. All right, so we've just covered compute. Next, we're going to get into bandwidth and then in demand load. So parallelism is great, but it doesn't really matter unless you can actually get those transactions to the network nodes to actually run those computations. And so in order to do that, you're going to need to maximize how you make use of bandwidth in these systems. A lot of the proponents of the modular thesis like to highlight that, oh, you can change out execution layers, or you can have 10 EVM chains, or you can have an SVM on top of Ethereum, or whatever. And you can do all of those things, but at the end of the day, you still have a common networking layer in the case of any of these L1 systems. And therefore, you're bounded by the throughput of those L1, of the networking of the L1. Ethereum has a major upgrade coming. I think it's scheduled for January now. It's called proto-dank sharding, or otherwise called 4844. And after that upgrade goes into effect, the whole system will run at about 1 megabyte per second. Solana is running at roughly 125 megabytes per second today. I'm not going to get into the differences between these networking protocols, Gossip and Ethereum, and Turbine and Solana. That's Anatoly or someone else can handle that talk. But just looking at kind of the very high-level network architectures here, you can see why one is more efficient than the other. Our belief is that the only way you're going to maximize overall system performance is by tightly coupling the networking layer and the execution layer so that you can take advantage of, maximize the bandwidth and the compute available. Integrated systems generally outperform modular ones. The most high-profile example of this in technology is Apple. Apple is very famous for integrating hardware, software, and cloud services to deliver amazing product experiences. But actually, the more pertinent example for us today is actually NVIDIA in the context of AI systems and training. Note the similarities here generally. We've got large numbers of discrete chips and pieces of hardware, and they need to communicate for high-performance workloads. In the case of NVIDIA, we have hundreds or thousands of cards hooked up, A100s, H100s, to do these large-scale training and inference jobs. And obviously, in the case of Solana, you've got networks of nodes all over the world running consensus and validation. In order to achieve their respective objectives, both approaches take a surprisingly similar approach. They build custom networking, and they build custom execution environments, and so that they can tightly integrate the system and maximize performance. Solana has the SVM, and that is then connected with Turbine, which makes all the machines talk, and NVIDIA's got CUDA and what they call NVLink. NVLink is actually particularly notable. NVIDIA bought a company called Mellanox in 2020 for $7 billion, and Mellanox's technology became the foundation of what is now called NVLink. And if you look today at all of the large-scale AI systems, and if you listen to NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang talk, he talks repeatedly and extensively about the importance of integration and the fact that they bought Mellanox and built NVLink in from the ground up. Solana obviously didn't have billions of dollars to go buy some third-party networking thing when they were launching, but they understood the fundamental importance of the system from the get-go, and that's why Turbine was designed as a customized system and built in right from the beginning. The net result of this integration is, as you can see in this slide, this is showing gas costs over the course of about 12 months across Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Solana. It's kind of hard to see the Solana, but it's that flat orange line going along the bottom. And obviously, the most important thing is it doesn't move. It is not only low, it is consistently low. Even when demand loads spike on other systems, the gas prices always stay constant on Solana, and that's because there's parallelism and this bandwidth. Our last thing we're going to talk about in the theory section of this presentation is standardization, or rather the lack thereof. Modular systems, or I should say, integrated systems have this one very nice feature, which is they inherently enforce a common set of standards for everyone to agree to. And that's true for both developers and for users. Modular systems by definition, because they allow people to change parts and pieces and move them around, by definition, do not adhere to a common set of standards. They are intrinsically heterogeneous. We can see this today in the impacts of this on financial markets just by looking at TradFi. These are a bunch of exchanges all around the world. They all have different trading policies. They have different settlement times. They have different FX currencies. They have different, all kinds of different margin requirements and this, that, and the other. And if you ask any hedge fund or bank or anyone else who's involved in capital markets, the complexity of managing all of these things is extremely difficult, especially when, things work 99.99% of the time. But if you make 5 million trades per day, then it turns out you're going to have hundreds or thousands of problems per day across all of these different heterogeneous and bespoke systems. The beauty of integrated systems is that they just enforce a common set of standards here. If you look, the way this is playing out in crypto is it's not the London Stock Exchange or the New York Stock Exchange. The exchanges here, so to speak, are Optimism, Arbitrum, Starkware, Scroll, Mantle, etc. But all of these systems are inherently political. They have different trust assumptions and different collateral and bridging requirements. And that complex system is going to meaningfully make these systems more brittle. They're going to increase costs for users and increase security risks because of bridges. All right. So I started this presentation about 15 minutes ago on the theory section. We're going to get into the practice section in just a couple minutes here. But to recap the theory section, we talked about first, trading and payments are the key use cases for blockchains. Second, the primary attributes you want in trading systems, or you want them to be fast and cheap. Third, anti-network effects create a firm growth on overall system usage. Fourth, integrated systems outperform modular ones. And lastly, that heterogeneous standards end up producing a net worse financial system. So next, we're going to get into the practice section of this presentation. And I'm going to talk one example about trading and one about payments. So let's get into it. We'll start with trading. There are naturally in any trade two participants, a maker and a taker. So let's consider the objectives of each. Takers want the best possible price. On the other hand, makers want to be profitable. I should say need to be profitable. These two things are inherently in conflict with one another. The one getting a price improvement comes directly at the expense of the other. It's therefore a very delicate balance for an exchange to make these systems function in an equilibrium where you can balance the inherently different objectives of each. Over the next few slides, I'm going to demonstrate two things. One, that on-chain order books are only feasible on a high-performance integrated blockchain. And two, that on-chain order books provide both better prices for takers and for makers. All right, let's jump it around. So this is a visualization of an order book. This kind of a chart is called an order book depth chart. This is for the ETH BTC pair from actually Bittrex from quite some time ago. The pair doesn't actually really matter. What does matter is that you can see that this is a single pair on one exchange. And actually the time here that's running by at the bottom is much slower than real time, as you can see the clock ticking. So this is, and what you can see is there's just a lot of orders hitting the order book. There's limit orders, there's cancel orders, there's market orders, but there's just a large rate of activity happening. And this is for one market. Most modern exchanges have hundreds or thousands of markets, and so to make an exchange work, you just need to have a huge amount of processing and bandwidth. The only way you're going to make this work is with an integrated blockchain that has parallelism, because that's the only way you're going to be able to run these markets in parallel. If you were to run all of these sequentially, times 1,000, it's just never going to work. So you're going to need a high-performance integrated chain. All right, now let's talk about takers, and then we'll talk about makers next. Takers want the best possible prices when they trade, and that means they want the tightest possible spreads. That means on this chart, lower is better. For this analysis, we're looking at the ETH USDC pair on Uniswap and on Phoenix. Phoenix is a new market limit order protocol on Solana that launched a few months ago. And so what we can see on this chart is that flat red line is the Uniswap chart. This chart shows the price of trading on Uniswap for takers, shown here as 10 bips. Uniswap is most well known for its pools that offer a 5 bip spread from the mid-market price to the best bid or best ask. And so the total spread is 10. It's 5 times 2. Note that this 10 basis point number here is a theoretical lower bound. In practice, slippage will always be higher than this because of how AMM curves work. The squiggly blue line is the pricing for Phoenix. This is about a 3-month period shown on the slide here. And for this analysis, we measured the spreads on Phoenix 59,000 times over the course of 3 months. And in roughly 55,000 of those instances, the spreads on Phoenix were tighter than those on Uniswap, which means roughly 93% of the time you're going to get a better price here. So the data here is pretty clear. You're going to get tighter spreads on Phoenix versus Uniswap. And actually, I expect the spreads on Phoenix to decrease over time even further from this for a bunch of reasons. Next, let's consider market makers. They're the other side of an exchange. On this slide, we're looking at market maker profitability. On the left-hand side, we're looking at Uniswap on the ETH-USDC pair over a course of about 12 months. And you can see that market makers are losing money pretty clearly. The only thing that really matters is that those are going down over time. On the right-hand side, we can see market maker profitability on Phoenix. Phoenix has not been around for 12 months, so this is not capture of 12 months of data. This shows roughly 1 month of Phoenix data. But again, you can see directionally you're going up as opposed to down, which is the key thing here. AMMs, at least in their current form, are just not going to sustain for major pairs. What you see on the left, by definition, cannot work forever because at some point those market makers will run out of money. We can see this very clearly in the data. It's been borne out. The Uniswap team doesn't contest any of this, and all of the AMM proponents will acknowledge this if you push them on it. And so the only way we're going to have sustainable on-chain price discovery is with high-performance integrated chains. And it's only launched Solana with a vision of having NASDAQ on-chain, and we now can see that working in practice, and we can see that on-chain price discovery is something worth striving for and delivers actual value to users and to market makers. All right, last part of this presentation, I'm going to talk about the payment stuff. We should talk about trading. Y'all have all probably seen the headlines, but I'll kind of unpack what Visa is doing here. It's pretty cool. Visa started doing some settlements using USDC about a year ago, using USDC on Ethereum. They announced a few weeks ago that they were expanding that to include Solana, and that's live today. It's kind of a little tricky to follow the modern payment stack, so let me describe what's happening here. When you swipe your card at a merchant terminal, there are 3 major players involved: the issuer, Visa, and the merchant acquirer. The issuer is your bank, so if JP Morgan, Chase, whatever, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, etc. Those are issuers. They issue you your card, debit or credit. You have Visa, which of course is the network that coordinates all the payments, and then you have the merchant acquirer, which is like literally the terminal where you swipe your card. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of merchant acquirers all over the world. The actual largest in the world is WorldPay, and they're actually live using this today. Another one is called Nuvei. And so what happens when you swipe your card is Visa basically tallies up which banks owe which merchant acquirers how much money, and then every so often they net count all those up and net them and settle them. Those settlements take anywhere between, if you're lucky, 2 or 3 days. If you're unlucky, kind of up to 28 days. These settlements get delayed a lot whenever FX is involved, because now those banks have to move money through correspondent banks and et cetera to get money to different merchants in other countries. And you can have very slow and long settlement times. What's happening in this new program Visa's running is that they're still netting and counting up the transactions whenever merchants swipe their cards, but Visa is then taking USDC. Issuers are paying Visa and USDC, and then Visa is turning around and sending that USDC to the merchant acquirers, and they're doing that roughly every 24 hours as part of this pilot. Conceptually, there's no reason why it can't be shorter than 24 hours. They could go to 12 or 2 or 1. My personal hope one day is that we move to real-time settlement. There is no fundamental reason why we could not have it where when you swipe your card, money immediately goes from the issuer to Visa, to the merchant acquirer, and to the merchants. Technically, I think we have the infrastructure today, and the kind of goal of all of these programs is to move in that direction. For anyone who has worked in payments, the number one request from merchants all over the world is, I want to get paid faster, and crypto finally provides the rails for that to happen. And we can see the seeds of that vision finally here in what's live with what Visa is doing with USDC and Solana. What's awesome is that they've been in the press release Visa put out a few weeks ago, they were crystal clear that they're adding Solana because it's gas fees and latency. And if they're going to scale this to 1 hour or to real-time settlements, they're going to need to have those gas costs be low and the latency be low. Multicoin just turned 6 years old a few weeks ago, and so we've spent a lot of time over these last 6 years reflecting on, how do we think about these systems? And we've ultimately found a lot of clarity in reflecting and saying, hey, let's focus on what we know really matters, trading and payments. In reasoning from first principles, as I kind of did in the theory section of this presentation, and then in looking at what the data tells us in practice, it's now very clear to us that high-performance integrated chains are the correct way to handle trading and payments. It took us a little bit longer, I'd say, as an ecosystem and as an industry and as an investment firm to appreciate all of those things, but we can now finally see it and understand it. And so thank you very much for your time this morning, and enjoy the rest of your Breakpoint.
All right, folks, doing a little home and home here with Anatoly speaking at the New York State Conference a couple of days ago, and me speaking at Breakpoint here. So I'm going to actually talk about the New York State itself and how it actually might work. We've started new currencies. Could we start new countries? And I wrote a book on this. It's at thenetworkstate.com. It's version 1.0. We're going to release V2 and the hardcover and the movie and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, I know the movie's going to be pretty cool. But you can check it out. It's free online there. And I'm going to give kind of the 10-minute version of what the book is about at the very simple, snappy version. So the fundamental concept is that starting new countries is now possible, preferable, and profitable. Okay, so let's start with that first part because that's where people get hung up. Is it even possible? And this question: are new countries even possible? Well, we know that we've started new communities or new companies like Google, and we started new communities like Facebook, billions of people worldwide, and we started new currencies like Bitcoin. And these things started from very modest beginnings. Google started in a garage, Facebook started in a dorm room, Bitcoin started from a white paper. Okay. Could we also start new countries? Or is the end of the line coins and tokens? Are we just going to be slinging coins back and forth? I mean, that's cool. I like that. You guys like that. Everybody likes that. But is there more? Okay, and I think there is. And this just is what the network state looks like, right? A network state is, just like Bitcoin is a decentralized currency, a network state is a decentralized country. So it is something, it's a social network, that's a physical social network, where you've got nodes all around the world with thousands or tens of thousands of people co-living together that they own buildings and cul-de-sacs and towns and so on and so forth, ranches, etc. And the cumulative population, income, and real estate footprint of this physical social network is comparable to that of a legacy nation state. This is the concept of the network state. And in this example, you have a population of 1,729,314 people, annual income of $157 billion, and a square meter footprint collectively around the world that is greater than that of a legacy state. At 1,729,000, you'd be, as I'll show you, between Latvia and Bahrain, so it'd be a real thing. Now, but how do you get to 1 million, though, right? Here you start with, let's say, a Satoshi Nakamoto in Tokyo, okay? One guy out of a dorm room or what have you. They recruit, and they've got 17 people now, in this case in India, and they've got 172, 1,729, and notice the buildings are getting more sophisticated and complex. As you get 100 people together, you can crowdfund a building, okay? Once you get thousands of people together, you can crowdfund entire sections of town, real estate developments. You can do more and more sophisticated things with real estate. So we're taking the cloud and using it to crowdfund the land, right? So I call it cloud first, land last, but not land never. Okay, the network state is a very physical thing. It's a physical, decentralized social network. And as you go up one and then one more order of magnitude, you actually can see an emergence path, just like you can see an emergence path to building a billion-person communications network from a single person. You can build a 1 million-person decentralized country from one founder. And this parallelizes. You could have lots of network state founders at the same time. There's no upper limit to the scale of a network. Okay, we know that with billions of people on these networks. So what hasn't happened is we haven't thought of a network as owning land. There's many precedents for this, like the Google offices are spread around the world and your corporate badge gets you in. You've got Hilton rewards, right? You've got multinational corporations that have their logo everywhere and a consistent experience everywhere. But those tend to be commercial real estate. What if you had residential real estate combined with commercial and industrial? That's the concept of the network state, okay? So it combines two large known categories, tech and real estate, in a sense, and it puts them together in a new way. So why does 1 million put us within country range? I mentioned that million number. It's kind of a magic number because most countries are actually small countries. The majority of the UN, if you define a country as a UN member, which is a social definition of what a country is, and that'll become important later, most countries actually have less than 10 million people. Okay? At 1 million, you're about the scale of 38 UN member countries. You're like a real country scale thing. Most countries are small countries. UN membership has grown over time. It's been mostly flat for the last 30 years, but then so is the creation of new currencies. Okay? And cryptocurrencies rank with fiat currencies. Cryptocurrencies are now at a scale that ranks, with fiat. We know that already. Okay? So put that together, and the question is, could could we get something just like how Bitcoin ranks with the Turkish lira and the Chilean peso? Could crypto countries rank with fiat countries? Okay, and this is like coin market cap, but for countries. Okay, call it nation real estate pop, right? And if you put a theoretical network state here, which had 1,729,314 people, as I said, it'd be between Latvia and Bahrain. But notice, its location is global and decentralized. So, if you go on YouTube and you look for things about how to start a new country or something like that, there'll be YouTube things that start with, first you get the land, and that's actually wrong. First you get the cloud. Okay, first you get a piece of cloud. And the land, it's global and decentralized. Like, where is Solana? Where is Bitcoin? Where is Ethereum? It's everywhere and nowhere, right? That's a fundamental, hack that we're using to get the new piece of land is we start with a cloud. And you may notice also that I've put in this chart that the network state is growing at 15% a year in population. This is how we solve the birth dearth. All these type A personalities want to rank on the leaderboard. You can grow by immigration. You can also grow by reproduction. Haha, okay. So could crypto countries rank with fiat countries? I think they could if cryptocurrencies can rank with fiat currencies. I mean, in a sense, what blockchains are, they're digital governments, right? They give you a system of property rights and contracts and identity and dispute resolution in the cloud. And now we're taking the next step and we're projecting that down onto the land. What would it look like to be governed by a chain on land? Well, you're using like Solana Pay or whatever at the conference. Now you could actually have a community where everything was actually built on that, right? The infrastructure is built on it, all contracts, all payments. If you had a town that you crowdfunded, you could get there pretty quickly. So this is kind of, how to think about this dashboard in the context of the dashboard of all the countries of the world, just like CoinMarketCap gives you a dashboard. Now, a key concept is once you get big enough, sufficient traction gains you diplomatic recognition. Not right away. Okay, the first time you'll be laughed at, the second time you'll be laughed at, the third time. There's this great concept called effective frequency. You can look at it on Wikipedia or other places. And it just talks about how any ad is first ignored, and then it's not paid attention to, and then on the 20th time that somebody sees the ad, they actually buy the thing. It's like retargeting or what have you, okay? It's like enterprise sales. You're going to be rejected many, many times when you try for diplomatic recognition, but you have 10,000 people and you knock on the door, you get rejected. The point is they know your name. 20,000, knock on the door, you get rejected. Once you get to 100,000, you knock on the door 3 or 4 or 5 years in a row. They're like, okay, why is this guy not going away? Maybe I'll pay attention to them, okay? And the reason I think sufficient traction gains you diplomatic recognition is it's already happening. Okay, why? We have the cloud already doing deals with the land. So for example, Tuvalu has the .tv domains. They have gone and done deals with GoDaddy, okay, to have the .tv domains online, right? So these are the selling those. Colombia has done deals with GoDaddy for .co domains, okay? States like Nevada have done deals with Tesla for the Gigafactory. Countries like El Salvador have essentially adopted Bitcoin as their national currency. And states like Wyoming and Tennessee and others have done DAO laws, okay? And so you put all that together and you're seeing that the land is already open for business. It's doing deals with companies, with cryptocurrencies in a sense. Why not with cloud communities? I think it totally could, right? So that's what I mean sufficient traction equals diplomatic recognition of some kind. You're not immediately recognized necessarily as a country, but maybe you can get a special economic zone and that might be all you need, okay? We can have legal AI, how about that, right? Okay. So next point, starting new countries is also preferable. Why? Why is it preferable? We've just kind of given a sketch of why it's possible. I've given hundreds of, like tons of facts, tons of immediate objections. I answer a bunch of them in the book. I'll answer more in the V2. But why would we want it if it is possible? Okay, why is such a thing even valuable? So the reason it's preferable is it's both a push and a pull, okay? Essentially, much of the world is actually melting down right now due to inflation and other kinds of things. Wealthy countries have exported their inflation, and so that's Sri Lanka, that's Venezuela, that's Panama. Some of them are mismanaged domestically, some of them are buffeted by shocks abroad. It's some combination of the two. But essentially, there's a lot of states that are failing in different sense of the term fail, right? They've got serious inflation like Argentina, they've got civil unrest, okay? And on the other side, for a long time, ambitious people have wanted to seek the frontier. Since humanity expanded out of Africa, coming to the U.S., even landing on the moon, ambitious people now have an alternative in the form of frontier societies. And this is actually the crypto coalition. It's the U-shaped coalition of those that just want a bank account and those who want to change the definition of what a bank account even is, right? It's the powerless and the power user. That's a crypto coalition. It's not really the middle. It is the flanking on both sides, okay? And so that's why new countries are preferable. It's preferable for those groups of users, okay? The powerless and the power user. Now, why is it profitable? Now, last but not least, this is also a form of feasibility. I talked about technical feasibility first. Could it even be possible technically? Now, is it economically feasible? Why are new countries profitable? So this is a fun graph where I've taken nation states, social networks, and network states and put them on the same axes, okay? X-axis is the number of people, and the Y-axis is annual revenue per user per capita, okay? Meaning, ad revenue or subscription revenue for the social networks and tax revenue for the countries, okay? So the thing is that if we first look at the social networks, they're at hundreds of millions of people or billions of people, and maybe $10-something, $20 per person per year, okay? And so something like that's, it's Meta, there's WeChat, TikTok, LinkedIn, Snapchat, Twitter, that's Sina Weibo, which is Chinese Twitter, Yelp, okay? There's a few examples. And, something like Meta has like 3-4 billion people, $20 per person, that's $80 billion a year. It's actually quite profitable. But you can actually think of a different model, which is up over here. These are the small nation states, okay, small UN member countries. That's Estonia, Singapore, Switzerland, et cetera. So these countries have a much smaller number of people, of users, okay, 1 to 5 million people, but they make much more money per person per year, in the tens of thousands of dollars per person per year, okay? And then, in the upper right corner, for example, you have the US and China, and they have the maximum scale and revenue, and that's why they're fighting. It's the Pareto-optimal, the frontier of kind of power, okay? So it's kind of interesting visual of the world, and it kind of is satisfying that they're kind of at an extreme point over there, right? And then here is the theoretical construct of where the network states would start. And I say network states plural because the network state is a concept like a blockchain, and you could have multiple. And so the network state is on the order of, let's say, $100 to $1,000 per person per year. Maybe it'll eventually get to tens of thousands. Why? Because people are paying a subscription. It's the new SaaS, society as a service. Ha ha ha, okay? And society as a service is actually something where you go and you log on, and your digital wallet gives you your passport and your entry to the community, and your entry to doors, and your login, and all that kind of stuff, right? So all the stuff that we've built for digital currency and digital identity and so on can now be used to actually be the spinal column and backbone of a community. It's really a government. It's got a ledger. It's got all this kind of stuff. You just need to project that into physical space and have people feel that they want to be governed by that opt-in community, okay? And so the network states can start over here as basically digital subscription services like paid Discords, paid Substacks, things of that nature. And then they take physical space by doing crowdfunding of real estate. And eventually the sky's the limit because really there's no upper bound to how much land you can buy and how big you can get in terms of horizontal scale, okay? So this is why I think it's economically feasible. This could actually be the way you get half of the next Hong Kong or seed invest in the next Singapore. You can put capital and talent behind something like this, just like you can behind a company or a currency, but it's for a community, okay? You can be a community founder, not just a company or currency founder. So that's why starting new countries, I think, is possible, preferable, and profitable. You can read more at thenetworkstate.com. And thank you very much.
guess we all know that the safest journey on the landscape of crypto stays on two pillars. Of course, that the service provider, the product that they are using, is responsible for providing you the best and the safest experience. But the other part of it is, of course, your personal responsibility and awareness of where you are participating and who you delegate the usage of your funds. You might have heard about the greed experiment, a social experiment that has happened earlier this year in May. You might have even participated in that experiment. And we have a unique opportunity to hear today from the organizer of that experiment and hear why he did that, how did it go, some interesting numbers from the inside, as well as, of course, the lessons that we all learned from that. Please welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of Blast Control, Ivo Ribosevich.
Hello, subjects. By the show of hands, how many of you gave me their Twitter permissions earlier this year? Oh, this is great. There's going to be a lot of people that hear it for the first time. Did the rest of you hear about Grid before? Amazing. So in this talk, I'm going to be explaining how the whole thing went on, how it started, why did we do it, and show you some funny details from that period. So let's find out how we got to this. It's mostly because of people who got their hands up. Thank you for making me a speaker this year. And let's learn how we made Slope, who after losing a lot of people's funds and not tweeting anything for 9 months, tweeted our Grid manifesto. It all started during what they call a shitcoin season, which if some of you didn't participate in them, how those few weeks usually look is you have 10, 15 new mints every day. There's going to be a Twitter account, minutes old, named by an animal or a fruit. They're going to say we're launching tonight. And then some groups are just going to go, oh, this one looks good. You have no idea why it looks good, but if 3 groups say it looks good, everybody just wants to throw money at it. And it's frustrating, and I feel very strongly about this kind of behavior and dynamic not really moving crypto forward and making people outside think we're just a bunch of degens in a casino. And it triggers me. And one of these evenings, somebody came to me and asked me, like, do you know this guy? I'm like, yeah, why? He's launching a token. I'm like, of course he is. And just before going to sleep, I decided to kind of make a joke on Twitter. I'm thinking, like, how do I tell to people, please stop being this way? How do I make it a bit funny? And I decide to tweet, are you guys ready for Grid? Thinking everybody's going to understand it's satire, it's intended to be like a social commentary. I, of course, said the 2 most generic engagement farming sentences afterward as everybody else launching a token. I go to sleep. I'm thinking tomorrow I'm going to wake up. People are going to be like, haha, yeah, you're right, we're probably... That's not really how it went. I woke up with tens of thousands of views on that tweet, and everybody was like, when's the token? How do I do this? All the DMs, everything is going crazy. And I'm thinking like, 50-50 was the worst I was hoping for. This was like one person sent me a message like, nice joke. Everybody else was all over my token. So now, if I go now and say, haha, I'm joking, 99% me, like, I'm the one looking like a fool. So I'm like, how do I fix this now? Let me double down. Let's ask all these people to quote, retweet, and say, I'm doing it because of greed. This has to make it clear, right? This is how they're going to understand. No. 500,000 views later, all of the messages, all of the retweets, the crazy engagement, these people now think I'm launching a token. I wake up the next day, by the way, with like 500 new followers, which was quite huge. I had only 2,500 followers before. This happens by the end of that day. And now I'm thinking, how do I play this out? Now saying, haha, I was joking is even worse than this morning. I'm digging my own hole pretty much. This is not going great. This is not going the way I planned. How do we teach people something from this? And some ideas start going through my mind, and I find like a solution, I think, at that point, how we can make this good. Of course, I'm a bit afraid it's going to end up even worse, but let's try it out. I found 2 developers that managed to deliver a smart contract for this in 2 days, so on. Few days pass, this is going crazier. I'm somehow getting 30,000 more followers in the next 4 days. But I want to make sure that I make people who are going to participate in this really go through some more hoops. So even the day before, I say, now you need to quote retweet and say, my greed is endless. I think this one ended with like 700,000 views. The engagement, like 30,000 people retweeted this. It was... Anyway, that day we tell them, okay, now it's time to go claim your greed. We make a website. The guys show me the website that they prepared. I'm like, can we make this look more shady? I want this to be clearly shady. I'm going to buy the domain we bought the domain greedconsumes.me. I'm like, this font is too nice, space this out a bit, like, there we go. Sign in with Twitter, connect your wallet, claim your tokens. That's it, right? But when they go to connect their Twitters, they get asked for full right permissions on their Twitter account. So if they allow us these permissions, we can do whatever we want with their Twitter. The second they click it, we can delete all of their Twitter history, do whatever we want. After they accept, and only if they accept, they can connect their wallets, claim their greed. When they do claim their greed, the wallet simulation fails. So if we wanted to drain every wallet that signed these transactions, we could have. They had no idea what they were signing. And now you're thinking how many people decided to go through all of this. Before that, step 4, we tell them to share this on Twitter. When they click that, we prepare a nice message. I'm so happy to be a part of the greed experiment. Good luck, Voshi. 35,000 people that day posted this tweet. Now, before I go into the numbers, I want to make sure to show you that during the whole thing lasted 5 to 6 days, right? 5 days since the first tweet until we say this is now open. I was making sure to post only the things that are showing to people that they should really, really not do this. So soft money tweets like, be aware of greed, just because your friends are jumping into something you shouldn't, I retweet that. The only utility of shitcoins is making the founder rich. I retweet that. I even write the cheat sheet for the shitcoin season, and I say, if you're not a founder, if you're not a bot, don't. Now, when we posted that website, when people started signing it, people started coming angry on Twitter. Why are we asking for all of these permissions? Like, are you for real? Do you understand security concerns? I'm like, I do. Does everybody else? Are you serious? This is shady as hell. What's your response? My response is, are you greedy enough to do it? Like, these perms are a little excessive, don't you think? I do. Like, sounds great. By the end of the claim period, which lasted 24 hours, 55,311 Solana tokens had greed in them. We are the 35th, top 35 coin by distribution on Solana, great success. All of those tokens are frozen, of course, in their accounts. There is an exact number of tokens, pretty specific, that we're going to go into a bit later, that each of these 55,000 holders has. After the claim period ends, I tweet, the claim period is now over, and it would be great if the subjects let us know how they feel about it, and we press play. We press play on posting the manifesto from 1,600 Twitter accounts. That's the number that Elon allows us to do with the API. We couldn't do more than that without paying $40,000. That's another story. And we press play. And the Twitter goes crazy. 1.6K accounts tweets the same thing. Some of the big names in the ecosystem do. The funniest, of course, being Slope. You could just imagine somebody from Slope, like after 8 months going, I'm going to make it all back in one trade. And just go. We changed the website to step 5, wear your badge of honor, explained that we could only push to some accounts. So please, the rest of subjects, do it yourself. I think there's always 20,000 people who even clicked this and tweeted it without reading it. It's crazy. So some numbers from that day. Over 300,000 page views in only 2 days. This is actually the chart of active addresses on Solana compared to Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Polygon during that day. You can see the spike. And then the same data analytics site decided to scrap interactions with the Greed smart contract the next day because it was a clear outlier. Those are the most used smart contracts on Solana down there, and that's Greed. So some numbers on Twitter. This was my very proud next morning after the first tweet screenshot. Look, I have 3,000 followers now. Amazing. Ended at 33,000 4 days later. The engagement numbers were just simply crazy on some of the tweets. I had 5 million impressions during those 6 days. Greed was trending on Twitter, and I had like a lot of messages saying that. It was the top at one point with over 1 million tweets mentioning it in 24 hours. And I became the second on NFT Inspect on global reach. Thank you. After the whole thing happened, media outlets started reaching out, and everybody covered that. We have CoinDesk, CoinMarketCap, Binance, like everybody wrote about it. Even some local newspapers that I never heard of from Croatia started sending me DMs like, can we interview? I'm like, this feels weird, please, no. So remember that exact number of tokens that we put in everybody's wallets? And it's frozen in there forever. Well, whoever Googles that number, they can find that's actually the hotline for the SEC. That's the number that you can call if you need investment advice. These people can never burn these tokens from their wallets. They can never remove them. This is one of the only Solana tokens with real utility. Like they have... Some of the funny things that happened during the period before we opened the claims. I can say that I onboarded a lot of people on Solana. Friends start sending me messages like, I have ETH friends. They never touched Solana. They're asking me about this Greed thing. I showed them how to set up a wallet. We even had some ADA users or the ADA user, I'm not sure. I had altogether in that week over 400 messages asking me about pre-sale. And this is like the first, I think, important lesson for everybody. I think almost nobody asked, what does the token do? What's the supply? People were just like, how much can I put in? And I think that's a big lesson about how just listening to the hype around you makes us all kind of sometimes feel we are sure about something. We definitely need to learn how to do some more research and approach things a bit more seriously. Some funny messages after that. People don't read, and it's crazy. Examples like this were like all over the place. Somebody tweets it, and then gets surprised about how this happened because he didn't even read the tweet that was tweeted through his account, and he's still surprised. No one read this shit. 3 clown emojis, clearly. I'm the clown. Who reads all this? Is he actually launching or no? Like, if there was only a way to find out, I don't know. Is it safe to revoke is another story. So people were kind of smart and then tweeting like, just go, collect, read, then revoke. And we're like, that's stupid advice because if we were malicious, we could hurt you the second you connect. But then we topped it up the day before and said like, whoever revoked, if they don't give back the permissions, they're never going to get their tokens unfrozen. So people rushed back and gave them permissions. And this guy tweets this thing and then still goes, is it now safe to revoke? Then there was a lot of angry people that apparently expected to get something way more out of this. Some people with telling me I'm just stroking my own ego. Some long messages explaining to me how I'm clearly a rich American dude and why couldn't I make the poor dudes rich. Or just simple DMs with a simple FU. Now, going into the conclusions, I think privacy and security is quite clear. People were giving out their whole Twitter accounts for this. We need to be aware where we are giving out our privacy. Security, signing transactions that could have been anything, and like connecting to unknown sites. But I think the biggest lesson here was how the hype can go crazy. I had people who are my friends coming to tell me I didn't know this was you. I just heard about Grid from the few groups. I clicked the link in some of the group, connecting there. Like they had no idea. And it showed me that we really need to do better with understanding what we're investing, what we are throwing our money into. I was sure that a lot of people are going to forget this in 2 days. A few months later, I was so happy Friendtech came out. They were asking for write permissions, and I got tagged dozens of times per day saying, like, did Voshi teach us nothing? I was so happy because it seems like some people really remembered it. And I did get over 150 DMs afterwards telling me that they changed the way they approach things. There is an educational initiative that we thought of about how we can make these kind of people want to learn more. We are in contact currently with some people from the foundation. We're trying to make it happen, and I think it could be cool, so follow for more on that. And as I promised, the airdrop, yay, another NFT. I'm not going to drain your wallets just because we couldn't find a way to fix a simulation, but it's actually just the screenshot of the Slope tweet that you can all collect. So please scan this now, or I'll go back to that after my outro because my time is out. Thank you so much for listening. Please follow me. I did, like 7,000 angry people did unfollow me after the whole thing. So please, let's make it all back in one trade. And please follow Blast Control, which is my agency. And if you have any questions, if we can help your project, reach out. Also, tokenomics is something we do, so if your project does actually want to launch a token, let's at least try to do it right. And there are my guys in red shirt if you have any questions there. And I have no time for Q&A, but I'm going to stick around. So if anybody has any more questions, please find me. I'm happy to answer them. The NFT is back. It's really not a rug. Thank you so much, guys. From our break, everybody grabbing the coffee downstairs, please come back up to our innovator stage where we're gonna continue our security themed day. Right next up, we have a panel about security considerations from RPC providers, and I'm delighted to introduce to this stage Conrad GB, who's gonna be moderating the stage, and two guests, Brian Long and Nicholas Penny. Please welcome.
How you doing?
All right. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate this. It's going to be an interesting topic, I think, that sometimes doesn't get as much attention or doesn't get discussed as much, but has a lot of important implications, I feel, for the entire ecosystem. So thanks, Brian, and thanks, Nicholas, for being here. First question, perhaps, is why does this even matter? Like, what are the potential things that could go wrong when security gets compromised either from some external party? What if there's like a malicious actor? Maybe we could just talk about the various different attack vectors that could occur. Brian, if you want to go first, perhaps.
Yeah, the why it matters too, we could even break down into who it matters for, because there's actually two sides here to security. There's the application side, so the application that has infrastructure that they're using to host their app. There's risks there for them due to abuse or hackers. And then, of course, on the user side, to where we need to be thinking about the quality of the data that's being returned. But you might have some opinions on what's more important or some different points of view there.
Yeah, I mean, the kind of classic scenario is if you, like an RPC provider, can't serve data reliably to the consumers, and that'll break their applications, right? But the really dangerous one actually is some sort of attack that would lead to malicious data getting served, right? People are making decisions in their applications on people's balances, or maybe they're running games or something where basically the things that users are able to do depends on the data, and as soon as that's malicious, it can completely break business applications, and that's probably the most concerning thing.
Okay, and how crazy could that go? Like, are there any mitigations in place that limit what could go wrong? Like like malicious RPC, no, just give back any data, and like how could that be checked?
Well, I think, so first off, like the risk, we'll start with of that. So we can't really control what people do, but for like, the way to think about it, right, is that like Solana and the accounts and all the data basically in Solana essentially is a giant public permissionless database. So it's kind of like if you're running your own system in Web 2 and someone compromised your database and broke everything. Like, how would that behave? That's very dependent on the actual application. But I mean, if you were to, for example, actually settle funds or do something depending on the data, then obviously you could have someone lose thousands or even more. If someone were to implement poor application design, then poor RPC, like an RPC exploit, can then lead to a much greater loss radius.
Yeah, and thinking about an example maybe from DeFi, sure. And assuming I'm wearing a black hat and I'm a malicious RPC operator, which I'm not, by the way. But if I was, I could potentially steal money from you by showing you fake market data to try and induce an order to come in. And when I see the order come in through the RPC node, the transaction, I could front run you, right? I could hold that back a little bit, set my own orders up, and then send yours after mine. And the mitigation there is, one of the mitigations is always know who you're dealing with. Know who, there is a reputational aspect to RPC providers. If you don't even know which RPC endpoints you're using, that might be one way to check and just do a smell check there. So. Okay, yeah.
And is there sort of some kind of like process in place that you would suggest for people to do their due diligence? Is it just about like Brian Long is on stage right here, he's happy to show his face and he's been in business some time, or can people also actually look at, okay, what are you guys doing behind the scenes? Is there some kind of due diligence you could do from a technical perspective to verify that you've been honest in the past, or like do people just have to trust, okay, like it looks like he's been honest for some time, can we trust him to be honest in the future?
Reputation is a part of it. Of course, we want to work in a trustless environment where we can. You always want to be able to verify. And maybe the better way to look at this is trust and verify. That, reputationally, I know that Helios is a good company. Nick is not going to steal my money. At least I think he's not going to steal my money. I'll hold on to my wallet. But then at the same time, that if there are some of the data availability sampling tools that are out there with like Tiny Dancer, things like that, that you could start to verify that trust and get more comfortable. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. I was thinking about this before the panel too, and in the current model, that's the way to do it, right? You cross-reference across other providers, and that's kind of the benefit of where you have decentralization, is that you can have any number of RPC providers and you can cross-reference. And I was thinking about, is there a way that people could actually, within the data returned by a provider, actually check to see if it's correct? And I think we could maybe get there, but there's still I just want to, as I was brainstorming, I think there's still always going to be some risk for people, especially doing high, like things that really require low latency, because as soon as you're doing that, you're trying to shave seconds. So for example, traders, they don't simulate the transactions when they send it because they want to shave every single millisecond they can. So in that case, like the trust is very important. So it might depend on what you're doing. If you are trying to, snipe an ARB, then you're going to need trust because you're going to need to shave as much time as possible, or I guess run your own validator, which you also could do.
Yeah, and to play off of that for sure, that's probably the ultimate mitigation here, is to trust yourself and run your own RPC node. Many of the apps do that actually. So many of the DeFi apps will have their own server fleet that they have some control over. Even if they outsource to a provider, that's still a dedicated, discrete pool of servers. And so trust yourself first is probably the best mitigation always.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like just if there's one thing you have control over is how do you go about your own like security setup, and like for sure that probably just doesn't make sense for every single retail user. So maybe there's this trade-off between how many resources do you want to like invest into this yourself. We've been talking about the angle of having like a malicious RPC provider. What about perhaps risks that like an honest RPC provider is facing in terms of infrastructure security? Like what is a concern maybe from like just people in the market like trying to like game the system somehow, maybe leeching resources? Can you maybe speak a little bit about what's currently happening, maybe even have some real life examples of problems that you're dealing with and how you are mitigating those?
That's certainly the biggest risk that we deal with continuously, to be honest. It's constantly happening where we've got people that are trying to leech resources from the RPC service. And there's actually one group that's out there, we don't know who they are, but they go to incredible lengths to steal RPC. They go to such great lengths to steal RPC that we wonder why they don't just get their own RPC, because it would be a lot easier. And we see it coming in the form of rotating IP addresses through a proxy network. It appears that they are also crawling through GitHub, looking for tokens, access tokens that may have been leaked. They're also crawling through front ends, again, trying to find tokens that may have been leaked. And then they'll load those endpoints into their bots, and then the bots will just start kind of rotating through IPs and rotating through endpoints. We're able to recognize them based on the traffic pattern that they have, but it's still a game of whack-a-mole. The consequence for the application that's running those particular servers is that it can result in degraded performance. So it's more of a resource theft issue, where they're stealing resources from that application, and the consequence is just a worse user experience. You guys have probably seen something like that too.
Yeah, we've seen stuff like that. We also, it's outside the scope of RPCs, it's the same sort of problem. We've seen it with other like APIs that we run and stuff where people will try to go, and one time actually we've had someone try to even like ransom us essentially indirectly. They were DDoSing us and saying like, oh, I found a security vulnerability, and we're like, you're just DDoSing us. Like this is fully illegal. Like just go away. Like all right, but they wanted I think 7 ETH. Like no.
What?
Yeah. And they tried to do it as a security consultant front, and like it was really weird.
And you immediately agreed and paid them?
Yeah, we paid them 14 as the nice tip.
Okay, all right, good. Yeah, nice guys, thanks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know what the real answer was. It's not safe for work, right?
Yeah. But another thing too, because like when we're talking about a lot of resource consumption, right? What happens with the RPC nodes is basically they are receiving all the data from the network, and if they're under a lot of stress from serving out requests for customers, then they can fall behind that processing, and then the data gets stale. And that is, we talked about basically serving malicious data, but also late data kind of can have the same impact to customers, right? Whether it's someone intentionally returning bad data or just your node is, say, a minute behind, that will have really bad impact for some customers. So that's also something we have to be very aware of. And even in normal traffic patterns, you get people come in, all of a sudden want to hit really spiky workloads, or people have accidentally turned on jobs and had strategies or bugs where all of a sudden they're going to be hitting super hard. So it's really important that we have the right limits in place, and also really important too that what we do is we are always keeping track of how up to date the nodes are, and as soon as they fall behind a certain threshold, they get pulled out of rotation immediately. Yep. And then we let them recover and then bring them back in to make sure all the data is always fresh.
Yeah, for sure. And you probably have seen, like we have too, sometimes that spike of traffic isn't external. It was actually a software bug that the developers deployed to their front end. And so they basically end up DDoSing themselves. Yeah. So there's never a boring day in our business. So.
Is there anything interesting being built, perhaps, to frustrate those malicious actors and like at least make either it harder for them to like leech those resources, or make it like possible altogether, even if it can't be 100% bulletproof, perhaps?
Mitigations being built or in process. Are you guys working on anything now to enhance security, like coming in from the front ends? That might be something to collaborate on.
Yeah, maybe. I think like a lot of it is just kind of standard Web 2 tech. Like it's nothing super fancy. It's really just having IP-based rate limits, checking that, monitoring that, having so for our basically you have different ways of running fleets. Like ours is kind of like a global intake system. So wherever you are, it comes in, routes you to the appropriate node, and we use that through Cloudflare. And Cloudflare has a lot of DDoS protection in place. So we kind of leverage their security to kind of give us an extra layer. Then we have our own stuff as well. So we have that double protection, and they really know what they're doing when it comes to DDoS attacks and that stuff. That's basically their bread and butter that they've had to deal with Web 2, of course. So, and their scale is a lot bigger than ours. So that's a good tip as well for anyone actually starting out, is basically like there is a lot of stuff done on the Web 2 side for tremendous scale that you can leverage as well for your tools today.
Yeah, and we'll also use the rate limits to shut off certain RPC methods if they're not required for that application or that endpoint. And so that's a way to, in a way, if the rate limits were a blanket, you would basically just drop the blanket over the app, and then the rate limits would custom fit the application. The idea is to make sure that the user always has a good experience, but the bots have a really bad experience, and they go away. So that it's, I guess it's layers and it's whack-a-mole. I mean, Marco and Chris that are here, these guys are on the front line. There's Daniel too. They're dealing with this literally every day.
Okay. Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on the promises of something like data availability sampling? Is there like a place for that where you can prevent certain types of like malicious behavior, or at least make it less likely?
To me, yeah. I mean, it sounds great. Trust but verify, and certainly if there's if some of the data availability sampling, if that starts to raise warning flags for a user, then by all means they need to switch, right? Anything that resembles an audit tool is a good tool.
Yeah, data availability sampling really serves the purpose of being able to run a node and then be able to, as a minority, detect if there's a malicious majority. which we hope doesn't happen, but for at the current time in Solana, that is a trust it's built around that. There's a super majority agrees on something, it's basically confirmed, and everyone just accepts that. And that's kind of what the Tiny Dancer team is doing right now with their stuff, is basically allowing even things as small as mobile devices to basically be able to verify that with data availability sampling. I think the similar techniques could maybe be used to some extent to help verify RPC data, but it would require changing some things around, and it would add time to basically the RPC provider or the node itself to basically return that data to provide, say, a proof, kind of like how it works with account compression. It would take a bit extra time for that. So again, when I talked about trading and those scenarios, people are just going to skip that because they're going to want it to go super fast. So again, it's kind of, we could add it, but then everyone's going to turn it off because they're going to want the fastest thing possible. So
yeah, for sure. So things like that will need to be optional. And because there are the low latency use cases like trading and gaming, where it would make sense to shut that off. Totally agree.
Yeah. Cool. I'd be curious to hear maybe about some more like real life stories, like from the battlefield, like where you're like, okay, this is something where something could have gone wrong, or maybe did go wrong, like maybe attempts at malicious behavior that we're able to prevent, or we're just like, wow, like what were those guys thinking, like, and yeah.
I kind of already told one story about the guys that are going to such great efforts to steal free RPC. But in the early days, sometimes it was the app developers themselves that they just didn't fully understand how the back end worked. And they were writing the world's most inefficient code. It's like, how could, if they were to design a system that ran as slow as possible, they built it. And so with that, it's important for software devs to really understand the back end and how it works, because you might be your own worst enemy.
Yeah, similar thing, and something that I think anyone who's served kind of like a larger scale API that other developers are communicating with, as soon as you have a genuine error, or say you have like even 10 seconds of a blip or something, everyone's going to start retrying. And so it just, all of a sudden you have a flood, everyone just hammering you more, which creates like a cascading effect. So you have to basically design your system in a way so that if you do have a genuine problem, you can basically slow things down and then like ramp it back up in the best way possible for like the user experience the whole time, so they're still able to get data they need.
Well, I think that's it for our time. Thank you so much. Highly appreciate it. And if you guys ever have any questions about RPC, like those guys are going to be around, I think, at the conference. You can also find me in the Neodime Lounge for the rest of the conference. And thanks all for being here.
Thank you.
That we're gonna have before the lunch break, gonna run us through basically the checklist on how you can stay on a secure site as a user perspective, but also go over the important parts that a wallet needs to have in order to stay secure for the user. Please welcome on this stage VP Engineering at Ledger, Carl Anderson.
Hello, hello. I've got the very hard and difficult position right now to be the last talk, and I'm the last person standing between you and the food, so I'm going to try to make it interesting and interactive. Who has a ledger, by the way, before I start babbling? All right, most of you actually, so cool. So you should pretty much know what I'm going to be talking about then. Well, we all know, actually I should probably change the slide to blockchain technology is already changing the world, but this revolution won't happen without security. We've been hearing about this the entire day, and we talked with Thomas earlier this morning talking about security on contracts, or the panel right before about security on RPCs. But it's the same with the key storage management. The way if you lose your keys, you lose your crypto essentially. And this defeats the whole purpose of blockchains and digital ownership, which it enables. You all know the story, but I think the key point with that slide is at each generation of the web, it was always powered with both software and hardware. Web 1 was the ability to connect to a remote server, and that couldn't exist without a personal computer. Web 2 is the same with cloud computing and social networks, but I think the thing and the hardware that really powered this revolution was mobile and this ubiquity. There's no Uber without a mobile. And digital ownership, that's Web 3. That's what blockchains allows us to do. But if you can't securely and easily manage your digital assets and store them and manipulate them, then same, it defeats the entire purpose. So I think this is why at Ledger we're working on hardware wallets that's gonna help and secure this digital revolution. So you got it, working at Ledger. I've been coding SysWeb 1 and going through all this, and then really the idea is to share with you guys what we've learned along this way of how to build a wallet, how to manage keys, and I know that because I'm doing that full time at Ledger. So why aren't we using Web 2 technology to store keys? And I think the best example of this is a spyware called Pegasus. Who knows about this one? Do you remember that one? It's actually quite old now. Yeah, minority. So that's a spyware that was developed and released in 2016, so it's pretty old now, by a group named the NSO group. And so essentially that spyware, what it allowed you to do is you could send either a text or an email to a mobile device, and without even the user interacting with the text, it could then harvest all your data. It could read the text, it could read your emails, photos, it could turn on the camera or the phone, the microphone as well. So that was crazy. And Pegasus was actually built initially for counterterrorism, to infiltrate and retrieve data from different groups, but you actually end up being used by governments and dictators to actually spy on journalists, political opposition, all that kind of stuff. And that's actually piggybacked on flaws that exist in current operating systems. So I think what it goes to show is that Web 2 is about publishing information, consuming information, but not so much about storing secrets. That's not what Web 2 technology is made for. And this is where it falls short, actually, to store keys. And it's where it falls short for Web 3. So please do not store your keys in Gmail. Do not store your keys on the cloud. It's probably the worst thing that you could do. It's very easily extractable by technology as Pegasus. And so blockchain technology, obviously all blockchains are actually really secure, using cryptography to secure the chain and proper consensus mechanisms so to ensure that nobody can actually alter the blockchain. So all your transaction, all the data that's in there is immutable and stays immutable. So that actually shifts the security challenges to the endpoints being us, essentially, the users, as well as exchanges. So where are we at from that perspective? Exchanges, we're actually seeing on a monthly basis that they are the victims of attacks, and they are heavily targeted by groups. And we've heard about this the entire day with Thomas this morning talking about security on contracts, or actually the panel before talking about RPCs. So this slide is actually a year old, but this happens over and over every month. And then the other endpoint is the users. And there was a great talk earlier today by Voshi. I don't know if you heard about this one with the greed experiment. Phishing is everywhere. We got scams, airdrops, where you're actually going to end up interacting with a fraudulent contract, going to drain your wallet, or lots of fake customer service are going to trick you into getting your security recovery phrases. So we are under attack, and when I say we, it's exchanges and users, really. So how can we prevent from this? There are two types of securities, really. The security at rest. So that's the idea that if someone finds my wallet, even within an unlimited amount of time, they're not going to be able to extract the secret that it contains. So it needs to protect my secret at all costs. And it's usually a device that is PIN or password protected. And by the way, I just want to talk about one of the questions I get most often is, why don't we use Face ID or Touch ID? Well, that's actually a terrible way, because that's actually a login, it's not a password. And a good property of a password is the ability to rotate that password. You can't change your face, you can't change your fingerprints, or at least not easily, not without a lot of pain. So let's not do that. And then the second part is security at use, which is your key is stored in a secure place, but you need to be, the way your key is used needs to be malware or spyware or virus proof. If it's used by an app that has a fake implementation of an elliptic curve so that it always generates the same address, then you lost and you're going to lose your crypto. And same, when signing a transaction, like, how do you know that what the app is actually saying is actually what you're signing? The same. It's another way to do it in fraudulent apps, what we're seeing on the market. So I think with that in mind, what we're seeing, the most wallets that we're seeing on the market are actually full software wallets, and that's probably the worst that you can do, because they have no security at rest. If you remember, Pegasus is very easy to extract data from an iPhone or an Android phone or a laptop, and there's also no security at use, because it's just you don't know how those cryptographic curves were actually implemented. And here on the slide is Android, but it's the same with iOS. It's just an example. So we got a video here, and I'm just going to try to run it. Yeah, cool. So here's MetaMask Mobile, but it's the same with any software wallet. Just an example. We'll just use MetaMask because it's probably the one that's the most used in the Ethereum ecosystem. And here is just unlocking MetaMask Mobile. It's going to show you the security recovery phrase, so you can see what it is. And MetaMask Mobile, in this, it actually stores the seed and the mnemonic in memory. And so what we've done is our security lab, the Donjon, created a malware application that acts as a crypto ticker, but in reality, it's a malware. So it's actually going to scan, look for MetaMask Mobile, and go into the app container and retrieve the data and send it to the server, which you're seeing right there, which is then going to brute force and decrypt the seed. So it's actually, when you're using a software wallet, it's just as if you were storing your key in Notepad or whatever, because it's just it essentially is as secure as the OS. And so any flaws that you have in the OS can actually be exploited by malware or a virus to actually extract then the data, send it to a server, and then brute force it peacefully. So that's where it falls short. So I think now what we're seeing more and more is in our devices, we're seeing trust zones and TEE, which are used at key stores. And that's the great advance. That's like probably the first thing that you should do, because it provides security at rest. Your key is stored in that zone, which means that if you send the wrong instructions, or you can extract it by just plugging into a server and sending random instructions to it, they are built to protect your secret. That's great. But the thing is that there's no security at use. If the cryptographic functions are actually not built at that layer, they can be tampered with and changed to actually generate a specific address or do things that are not necessarily what you wanted. Which actually leads us to the second part of the slide, the second one, which is the trust zone and the implementation of the cryptography in that zone, which is the next best thing that you can do. The issue with that model, though, is that it doesn't scale. So if you're relying on the cryptographic implementations that are available into the enclave, there's only so many of them. And so if you have, as a blockchain developer, you want to update your cryptography, or as a wallet, you want to support multiple chains that have different elliptic curves, then you're screwed. You can only support the ones that are supported by the secure element or your secure zone. And then last but not least, you need when I was talking about security at use, I was also mentioning the ideally you want to be in a situation where you can actually validate, double check that the transaction that is asking you to sign is actually the one that you're really signing. And so that's the need of a trusted display. So you can double check and say, okay, this is really what I want to confirm or reject. So that's how we built a ledger. And it's really with those three properties in mind that we built it. The first one was security at rest. And so to do that, we're actually using a secure element that's built by STMicro. And they've been building secure elements in smart cards for decades. It's actually the same ones that are credit cards or the chips that we have in our passports, except that instead of storing a government secret or a bank secret, we're actually using it to store your private keys and our private keys. And then it's also security at use, because what we've done then, on that secure element, we built an operating system that runs in there. And then we built an SDK so that anyone in the world can actually build their own applications on top of that secure element. Because actually developing in a secure element is quite tricky and quite hard, because if you send the wrong instructions, it wipes out the memory to protect your secret. That's actually a feature. And then last but not least, the trusted display. So I think the difference with everything else is that then the OS that is in the secure element, and as well as the applications running in the secure element, actually do control the trusted display. So no one else can actually show anything that's uncontrolled on that display. So when you're in your software wallet and you want to sign a specific transaction, it's going to be sent to the wallet. The application running on the wallet is going to parse that transaction and actually show it to you on the screen in a human readable manner, which you'll then be able to either accept or reject. And so that's how it's with those three properties, a secure element that stores your private key securely and protects that secret. It's having an OS running in the secure element that is malware proof and ensures integrity, as well as a trusted display, which ensures that what you see is what you sign. Is with those three properties that we actually are solving for that key management challenge, really. And this is for all blockchains, including the Solana ecosystem. Ledger works with Phantom, and there's a Phantom integration. So for all of you that are using Phantom, please don't leave your key in the software. Put it in a hardware wallet. We also have full support for the Solana stack in Ledger Live. And Ledger Live in the Ledger ecosystem is also available on the Saga. So any of you that are actually using the Saga, that security is available to you guys. I think last but not least, a key thing about scalability and security is that it's not linked to a single blockchain. And there's just too many blockchains, too many dApps for all of it to be done by Ledger. So I think the key thing and what's unique with our ecosystem is that we actually build those SDKs. So we've got a developer portal on developer.ledger.com. And actually, the Solana stack that I was telling you about was actually not built by Ledger. It was built by the Solana Foundation on the Ledger technology. So if you're working on a protocol or layer 2 and you need some new functionalities, or you want to improve the readability on the Ledger wallet, you can actually all do that yourself and self-serve thanks to the developer portal and our technology to make sure that we can actually clear sign what you built. So that's it. This is how we're doing security around keys and key management. If you have any questions, I'll be hanging around over there to continue the discussion. Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Carl.
Hello, Amsterdam. There's not a lot of people here, but if you make your way up front, you can get right into the splash zone. I'm not contagious, I swear. My name is John, and I run the ecosystem engineering team here at the Solana Foundation, and I couldn't be more excited to be introducing every single talk on the main stage for the rest of the afternoon. You're in good hands. I'll be your tour guide. Keep your hands and your arms and your feet and everything inside the vehicle as we are moving along. We have some incredible panels, some incredible talks, and the reason why I'm excited is I know people and have worked with basically every single one of them, so couldn't be more thrilled to be with you all here today. Side note, I grew up in the Bay Area, which is San Francisco, and one of the things as an American Chinese that I love to drink is tapioca and boba. You might know boba. And growing up there, one of the biggest brands that I always looked forward to getting was Boba Guys. They do a great job of having fresh ingredients, just delicious boba. They make their own boba. They're an incredible team, and I have had the honor and privilege to work with them over the last year to help bring their NFT-based loyalty system to life on Solana. I'm here to introduce the Boba Guys, Ben and Andrew, as well as Josh Freed from the Solana Foundation.
Thanks, man. Awesome.
All right, guys, welcome to Breakpoint.
Yeah, thank you. That's awesome.
For having us. So excited that you're here. So, as John said, we've been doing some work together. Back in April, we got together in New York City. We served some boba to the crowd and announced that you guys would be putting together with us a next-gen loyalty customer program on Solana. And I know you have some progress. We're going to share some pretty spectacular stats. But let's start at the beginning. Andrew, why build this on Solana? Why now? Tell us a little bit about your business.
Yeah, Boba Guys had always, when we built it and started this thing, we always wanted to be a leader of innovation and a pioneer. So when we started, we did things with sustainability, like the bamboo straws that we have. We have a factory in the United States, which is really hard to pull off. We made like lookbooks that were kind of fashion driven. So we've always tried to push the envelope on things.
That's awesome. Ben?
Well, I mean, we always wanted to build a loyalty app for the longest time, but it was always really expensive. You know, we got quotes for like $1 million just to build it on iOS, and then you'd have to spend more money on Android, and so it was really cost prohibitive for the longest time. But then something special happened in the past couple of years, this thing called PWAs, Progressive Web Apps.
Yep.
And it was a big deal, you know, if you've used Orca or Tulip Garden like that, like we have, like we were really blown away with what you could do inside of a browser and not have to download something. So, you know, with Solana being so fast and so cheap, like for us, it was like the right time, the right costs, and the right tools for us to build.
And you guys had like a physical punch card.
Oh yeah, you should show them that.
I did have one with me. This is what I use at the airport. Just kidding. This looks like an actual passport. And so it was a physical interpretation of what we've essentially built with you all. We have these things inside like stamps. So you would go to any of our 24 stores across San Francisco, New York, and LA, and you would go to, like in this case, a Burlingame store, which is in California, and you would get a stamp by going to the store. And you would collect the stamps as you go and put it all in your passport.
Which is awesome, but it's not really next gen, right? Yeah, like physical stamp passports, they've been around for hundreds of years. I don't know. So we're going to throw up on the screen what it looks like today, and this is indeed next gen. Yeah. So why don't we talk a little bit about how this works and why the Solana tech stack and ecosystem really gives you this experience that you can't find elsewhere.
I call it the 3 C's. Like the first one is composability. I think that the ecosystem, whether it's in a bear or bull market, like the devs on Solana are always building, and I think that that's what drew us to it. We got us really excited about it, and so they all talk to each other. They're all interoperable, and so that was really, really exciting from the composability standpoint. The second one was community. I think that, again, there's a development community, but there's also a community of users as well. And then for us, how it translates is, we have token-gated access to like secret menu items. We have access to events. And so that was really, really rich. And then the third C is collaboration. I think that, if you've seen what we've done, we've worked with like anyone from like Casey Musgraves to Madewell to Mortal Kombat to Care Bears, like all these brands.
Yeah, you guys love the collabs.
We love the collabs. We're kind of like a lifestyle brand. And so for us, it was awesome to be able to kind of give value from those brands to our guests and vice versa. And so that was a big thing. And, shout out to Hang.xyz. They're the devs that really kind of brought this to life and made this all possible. We really, really love working with them.
Yeah, Hang did an amazing job. And the fact that it's built on, sort of a decentralized infrastructure also gives you some advantages. I don't know if anybody saw the Square outage a couple weeks ago. Centralized services do go down. And you guys are longtime Square customers, right? You were one of the first to partner with Square.
Yeah.
So that can be a little painful, yeah?
Yeah. We dog-fooded a lot of their early products. And, I think that we're always on the cutting edge. Sometimes it works out. And this is one of the ones where we feel like we're really, really early. And, that time has come.
All right. So let's talk about progress. So this new passport program on Solana, we've been piloting at one location in San Francisco, just one, since about mid-September, so like five weeks?
5 weeks, yep.
Let's talk a little bit about the progress. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so this has been really exciting because, our main thing is we're marketers by trade, and so we like to shout from the rooftops and say like, hey, here's what we're building, here's what we've got. This is one of the ones where we kept kind of really quiet because we really needed to test it, before we roll it out to all the stores. And so we really just relied on word of mouth and our cashiers to really talk about the program.
Right.
And despite that, we've already got It's actually 600 now. Just heads up. And during the time that we've been in Amsterdam, it's actually 600 users. Again, without promotion, in one store in 5 weeks. So 600 users already on there. That's basically every three out of 10 people have signed up for the program already.
Okay.
What's also amazing is 31% of orders are now coming in through loyalty at that store.
Wow.
Which is amazing, the adoption. And if you look at loyalty users, pre-loyalty and post-loyalty, what we've seen is there's been an uptick in monthly visits. And so 67% of lift in monthly visits. So someone that came in twice a month is now coming in 3 times a month.
Wow.
And again, same user pre-loyalty and post-loyalty.
Right.
What we've also seen is the spend has also gone up as well. So we've seen 65% increase in spend. So someone that was spending $15 a month is now spending $25 a month,
That's
which
incredible.
is really amazing.
Yeah.
And then the $1 million question is, is this worth it? Is there actually a return on investment? And so thank God, the early stats have really showed us we've seen 800% ROI. So basically, every dollar we spend on rewards, we're getting back $9 in revenue. So
that's incredible. So every dollar spent, every dollar that you guys put into this loyalty program, $9 are coming back from customers.
Yep.
Yeah. Congratulations. So I guess my next question is, one store, or are we going to really expand this thing? It feels like maybe it should roll out.
I guess you're putting us on the spot here. It's exclusive to this. We actually are going to roll it across all 24 of our stores in San Francisco, New York, and LA on Black Friday. So on Friday, November 24th, we're dropping this across all our stores. And again, I think, I hope our team's ready. We haven't really seen anything like this in the marketplace. Again, a lot of you have different apps on your phone. But what we've got, I think, is something special. So can't wait. November 24th.
So we're calling that Big Boba Friday?
Big Boba Friday, Big Boba Energy. That's what we got.
Love it. Yeah, round of applause. I love it. Ben, this is incredible. I wanted you to talk a little bit about, I know you've been diving into the data to see sort of what kind of user behavior you're seeing from these casual fans that are now sort of becoming super fans. Tell us some of the stories that you're seeing on the individual level.
Yeah, well, our app is a little bit different than a lot of loyalty apps. Loyalty apps generally are kind of like glorified punch cards, and so for ours, it's really built around this idea of a mystery box. And so every interaction, every chance you come into the store, you have a chance to interact with that guest. And so what we've seen is really, really interesting. And so some of the user stats that we've been diving into, we've been turning casuals into superfans. So someone that's coming in every 3 weeks or so, now they're coming in 2.5 times a week. 2.5 days.
Wow.
We've seen a woman that, she's a regular, and one of her mystery box rewards was a free pastry. And what we've seen now is that now that's part of her habit now. And so what I love about that anecdote is that it actually gives our guests permission to try new things. I think that we're also, habit-driven, and we kind of order the same strawberry matcha latte. This woman is now trying new things, and we give her permission to do that because we're able to surprise and delight. And then my most favorite story has been what we call the churn and return. And so we've seen someone that came, the last time they came into Bubble Guys was 2021. And they came in a couple times and they never came back.
Right.
And for whatever reason, they came into our Nopa store in September 25th and happened to go into the Nopa store, sign up for the program, the passport program. And since then, they've opened the mystery box and they've redeemed a couple of rewards. But now they're coming in every single day. 22 out of the last 29 days.
So that's almost every single day.
Almost every single day. And now they're gunning for the gold loot box, which is really, really incredible. And so that's really amazing to kind of not only bring people back, but bringing them back in a really compelling way.
I love that. So what kind of features can we look forward to as the program evolves? Blockchain gives you a lot of capabilities to do things that you wouldn't be able to do with another loyalty program. What kind of things are you guys looking to roll out into next year?
I mean, there's so many. The ones that we're really excited about are token gating experiences, secret menu items. That's kind of hard to pull off. You can't whisper to someone that we have a secret menu. You actually have to do it through the app. We've got things we're able to kind of work with other brands on the loyalty platform and kind of give them value and them give us value back.
Oh, I love that.
the ability to give out discounts and badges, turning
customizations.
Customizations, exactly. We're going to be able to have live collectibles and NFTs and being able to show that on your loyalty card. The sky's the limit. We're really, really excited. And then we're also thinking about payments. I think that's a really big one. I don't want to reveal too much on that. Maybe you'll have to invite us back for Singapore. But
I'd love for you guys to be back here on stage in September 24, Singapore, and we'll do a whole payments presentation.
I love it. All
right, you guys heard it. Commitment right here, right? Yeah. All right, super, super cool. We're out of time. Thank you guys so much for being here in Amsterdam. It's been a pleasure getting to know you, and I look forward to more Big Boba energy.
Awesome.
All right, thanks guys.
Josh.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, guys.
I love boba. That was just so exciting to me. I was in the back. Oh, so good. Amazing. For the last couple of years, I've had the kind of weird privilege of living in Washington, D.C. And as an engineer, this didn't mean all that much. And one time I got invited to a Web3 event. And I asked someone, hey, do I got to wear a suit? And they said, you should wear a suit. I'm an engineer. I don't have a suit. I did put on my best collared shirt and then attended this event in Union Station and had a great time. And what I've figured out over the years is that, DC and policy is not just a coin-operated black box. Today, I'm very happy to introduce Arjun, Landon, and Michael, moderated by Amira, the head of policy at the Solana Foundation, to talk about DC crypto policy.
All right, I am so excited for this discussion. My name is Amira, and I'm the head of policy at the Solana Foundation. And I spent the first part of my career actually working in DC in the Obama administration on a range of foreign policy issues. And so engaging with government is something I care deeply about. And I think there's a lot of misconceptions around how DC works, especially in the Web3 community. So with me to discuss this, we have Michael Cameron, who's a professional staff member right now at the U.S. House of Representatives in the Energy and Commerce Committee, and we'll talk about what that means. We have Landon Zinda, who's policy counsel at Coin Center, which is a sort of premier think tank thinking about crypto-related issues in D.C. Before this, he used to be an advisor to Senator Pat Toomey. And has anyone here heard of Congressman Tom Emmer? He was in the news last week. Okay, we got a couple. He used to work for Tom Emmer as well. And then at the very left, we have Arjun Ghosh, who is a tax attorney at Kaplan and Drysdale. He does crypto tax for anyone who's looking for a good tax attorney. And he used to work for Senator Kirsten Gillibrand. You might have heard of the Gillibrand-Lummis bill. Arjun's one of the key authors of that bill. So we got some real pros here to talk about how DC works. And so why don't we start going down the line and address the big question first. Is DC Veep or House of Cards? Michael?
I'm going to say it's a little bit of both, depending the situation. I think Veep, when you're managing like a member, it tends to be a little bit more comedic. There is one scene, though, I think, in House of Cards where they go, he wants like an education bill, and so he says, give me the 4 best people in education, and lock them in a room until they have a product. And I think that is a lot of how the really big 2,000-page bills get made in a crisis.
Landon, Veep or House of Cards?
So it's Veep, 100%. And I can tell one story about why it's kind of like Veep for Tom Emmer. Thankfully, most of this is public and meme. He caught on as a meme. I was working for Tom Emmer on the House Financial Services Committee, and we were preparing for a hearing. It was during COVID, so it was all remote. All the members were on a Zoom. Tom Emmer starts playing around with the backgrounds and puts like a beach coast behind him. And so it's a bunch of members all in their offices or at their homes, and then Tom Emmer's at a beach. And it was funny to look at and felt like he was prepared. He had everything he needed, so I signed off. Once they got to him during the hearing, he appeared. He had rotated his camera twice, so he was upside down. he had put a background behind him, and his shirt kind of was a green screen, so it looked like a detached head upside down. And for some reason, he thought he'd just go through that and just charge through and say his remarks. And at the best comedic timing, the chairwoman of the committee, Maxine Waters, said, "Tom, are you okay?" And everybody started laughing. And it was hilarious, and the only thing you could do at that point is make fun of yourself. So it was the same time during COVID when that one lawyer went to a remote case, and he appeared as a cat, and he had to argue to the judge that he wasn't a cat. So we tweeted, and Tom Emmer posted, "I am not a cat," with this picture of him upside down.
Tom Emmer, not a cat.
Yes.
Arjun, is DC Veep or House of Cards?
I actually wasn't prepared for this question. I thought the question was, is DC Veep or the West Wing? I think we all want to think that it's the West Wing, but in real life, it's like Landon said, it's much more like Veep. It's definitely not House of Cards, though. There is no city on the planet that is more sexless than DC. My Veep story is not a single story, but rather every time I've been with any member, you are preparing them on the way to the podium of where they're about to speak with last-minute notes or maybe even first-minute notes the first time you've talked to them. So all those scenes in Veep where you see the other characters whispering in her ear as she's about to go speak somewhere, that is 100% true. You're really preparing on the fly.
I used to do that all the time. I used to be the note hander and being like, "Hey, make sure you say this thing in the meeting."
Yeah.
And 50% of the time they ignore you anyway.
And sometimes it's grab the notes back, cross something out, change it, and then put it
And then
back
give it
without
back.
immediately
Yeah.
replacing it.
And then they ask for a coffee until they ignore you. So I want to do a little civics 101. Just give us a reminder, let's talk about the different branches of the U.S. government. And when we say what is DC and who is operating, who we're actually talking about here. So who wants to tell us just the overview of the three branches of government and what it actually looks like to engage? Arjun?
Sure, happy to. The three branches. So there's the legislative branch, that's Congress. There's the judicial branch, that's the courts. And then there's the executive branch. We think about the executive branch as the president, but all of the agencies that are under the executive branch are also part of it. So Treasury, the IRS, the Department of Labor, the Department of Agriculture are all also part of the executive branch. And I think, this is a really good question, because what people always forget is that all of those agencies are part of the executive branch, and so much policy is done through those agencies. So I'm not going to say you guys do this, but I feel like people oftentimes when they're trying to influence policy, they focus exclusively on the legislative branch. They go and they talk to members of Congress or they talk to senators. And then if something goes wrong, they go to court, right? They bring a lawsuit and they try to have the courts come and stop it. And they skip what I would say is the biggest area where policy is made, which is in the legislative branch. In the executive branch through agencies. You probably saw earlier this year the Treasury Department put out some proposed regulations on broker reporting requirements. And those rules are way more specific and will have a much bigger effect on the way y'all do your work than any law that Congress passes. And I think remembering that these specific agencies have so much to do with policymaking will be important as we go forward and try to make sure that the rules that come out to regulate this industry are the ones that will help it grow and prosper.
All right, so Congress passes the law, but then there's a lot to interpret because implementing laws is pretty tough. And so the agencies end up writing a lot of the specifics and telling us how things are done. But
and I think to that point, just to the point on the agencies. So for example, like a good example is clean air regulations, right? So in the 70s, they were we have too much smog. We should have cleaner air. But they didn't exactly set exactly what CO2 level, exactly what PM 2.5 level should be considered clean. And so I think they kind of left a lot of those specifics to be implemented by the executive branch. And I think that's where there's a lot of interpretation that goes into that, which can be both helpful in some cases, but also can be pretty harmful when you have a regulator that's trying to harm the industry. So.
I want to dig in a little bit to Congress, because each of you is either a current or former staffer in Congress. What is the role of Congress, and what does it actually look like to engage different members of Congress, Michael?
So I work on a committee. So I'm on the House Energy and Commerce Committee. We can be thought of as like the House Technology Committee. Something that you guys were probably familiar with that we recently did was the TikTok CEO hearing. So I think for us, we really focus on the tech aspects of blockchain, especially when it comes to how the blockchain works, especially when how it's impacting consumers. When I think of how to engage, and I think if there's one thing that you guys should take away, it's if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. This is kind of a pretty common phrase in DC. And basically what that means is if you aren't telling your story, people aren't going to care. And so when someone comes for you, if they don't know who you are, they don't know why they should care, they're not going to defend you. And so I think so much of just the way that all of you can engage is just to try and tell your stories to members of Congress. My boss has a saying that the shortest distance between two people is their story. And I think that it's just important for you guys to kind of be in charge of your own destiny by telling your story, by engaging people, because that'll help you control your own narrative and ensure that you guys have defenders throughout DC and other governments.
So let's dig into that and what it looks like to do that effectively. Arjun, we were backstage and you were saying effective engagement is sort of like the movie Inception. And I'm curious if you could talk about sort of how Inception might have happened with your former boss.
So I watched Inception on the flight over, and they talk about this idea that the strongest ideas are ones that people came up with themselves, or at least think that they came up with themselves, right? If someone convinces you of something, sure, you might believe them, but you believe them, and that's why you believe in that idea. Whereas if you figure out something on your own, you probably think much more strongly about it. And I think that applies to the way political leaders make their decisions. Political leaders all have relatively outsized egos, right? That's why they became politicians to begin with, right? They don't want to be behind the scenes. They want to be the people that have the ideas. And I think one of the best ways to engage well with leaders is by figuring out what they particularly care about and then tailor your story to them. So Mike was just talking about how important it is to be able to tell your story. And while, sure, you want to be able to tell your story, your goal isn't to share your story, right? Your goal is to convince this person that they should believe in your story. So you shouldn't think about it in a selfish way oh, I want to think of my story and tell it in the way that represents me best. You should think, okay, what do these people really care about? And then how can I tailor my story to be something that they care about? So I think this is also something that you all are able to do really, really well because your technology is so broad and able to do so many things. You don't have to just go and talk about Web3 broadly. You can go to a urban Democrat and talk about how Web3 applications can increase access to banking and financial products for people that traditionally have been left out of the financial sector. Or you can go to a rural Republican and talk about how Web3 has capabilities of increasing rural broadband access for people that have had trouble getting big telecommunications organizations to build out broadband in their districts. You could talk to defense hawks about how you can track weapons with blockchains that are not editable, and you can make sure that there's no fraud in where a missile goes after it's sold to another country. So I think just figuring out what the person that you're talking to wants to hear, and then how to tell your story to them so that you're telling them what they want to hear is a way to have them later think that it's their own idea. Actually, a good example, there's a really good Greg Exathalis, I'll just say his name. He was teaching me about blockchain years ago and found out that my boss really cared about rural broadband in upstate New York. And he introduced us to the Helium people who do exactly that. I learned about what they did. I talked about it with Senator Gillibrand. And a few weeks later, she came to me and she said, Arjun, wouldn't it be great if we could figure out a way to have these guys come up to upstate New York and help our constituents that don't have access to broadband? And at that point, it was her idea. It clearly wasn't her idea, but by us pitching it in that way, it became her idea, and she felt passionate about it to really push it forward in the Senate.
One thing that I wanted to, I think, add and just pick up on what you said is that like members of Congress, they really just want to be liked. And I think they just want to be liked by their stakeholders, by their voters, whoever they can get in to behind them. I mean, I think one person like that I first worked for basically was just like, hey, the first member I worked for said that, like, members of Congress, we just want to be liked by people. And I think just showing that there are people out there who are engaged on this issue, who would care or would like them or not like them based on blockchain. I mean, I think just I feel like a lot of people talk about the U.S. government as if it's like a monolith, right? Like they say like, oh, well, Gary Gensler's doing this, therefore rural Indiana Republican like must agree with that. And I think, there are 2 million people that are employed by the U.S. government. And I think they all have totally different incentives. They have totally different things that they want, totally different outcomes. And I think for members of Congress specifically, like just understanding that they want to be liked and they want to have like people like respect them and like be seen as like thought leaders, I think is a great way to just like, you don't have to be scared to go talk to members of Congress, I guess, because I think they are looking for people the people that engage with them, like they're looking to engage back.
And just to try to demystify Congress a little bit more, Michael's with the committee, so he's a committee staffer, specializes on tech and blockchain issues. Arjun was in a personal office for Kirsten Gillibrand. I was in a personal office for Tom Emmer, and then I worked for the Senate Banking Committee. If you reach out to your members of Congress, you're most likely going to meet with a staffer from a personal office, both in the House and the Senate. The House has roughly 15 staffers, far less staffed than a senator. Senate staff, personal office has like 40, maybe.
40 in DC, another 20 back home. They're big.
And then committee staff, your committee staff is the biggest, I'd say. Like,
yeah, I think we have like 90, 95.
Yeah, so you'll meet with personal office, but there are also committee staff. And the personal office folks generally cover something much larger than just blockchain or crypto, covering like energy and healthcare and a whole bunch of other stuff. So their time's limited too. So when you meet with them, and when you go to the Senate, those staffers are a little bit more specialized than the House personal staff. So important to kind of be concise and to the point about what you want changed with it when it comes to crypto, because they're focusing on a bunch of other stuff too.
So let's talk.
And just to add, each one of these levels are different offices. The people there have a different level of expertise in the thing that you're trying to teach them or the story that you're trying to tell them. And it's important to tailor what you're saying to the group that you're talking about, not just in content, but also in depth. So if you're talking to a person in a personal office, their first priority is the constituents in their district. So if it's a senator, it's an entire state. If it's a member of Congress, it's a particular geography. But figure out why the thing you're talking to them about will help the people in their community and talk about that community. In a committee, they're less focused on individual constituencies and more on a subject matter. So if you're talking to the Senate Banking Committee, talk about why this is good for banking regulations broadly, but you can also get much more into the weeds because the people there are banking lawyers or they're regulators. And we talked about agencies before. I think agencies are the place where they really are deep, deep experts in the subject matter and don't have a constituency other than the American people broadly. So that's where you want to bring your real wonky, either technical experts or policy people, because they're going to ask you questions about tech and about law and about regulation. They're not going to care about like, oh, is this going to help people with banking? They're going to care like, oh, does US CFR particular code section need to be changed, to be modified to help, affect this rule that we're trying to get into place?
I want to address a question that I hear a lot from founders in the space, or just people in the space more broadly. Crypto is an industry of people who often, are skeptical of government. I think, there's growing skepticism of government, not just across the United States, but I think around the world. I think people are skeptical of institutions. And so there's a lot of fear, I think, of going and meeting, with a staffer on the Hill and making yourself known and explaining your story. And so I want you to address this concern that by sticking your head out and requesting a meeting and going and telling the story of what your company, your project does, you're going to end up on some kind of hit list. Is there some kind of secret list in Congress of like all the companies that have had meetings?
Don't tell her about the list.
I'll say no. I mean, I think, again, back to just like the size of the government, right? Like what's going on at like the SEC is just like very separate from like what any personal office will, who they're meeting with and what's going on there. I will say, I mean, I think, it's important on the engagement front. I mean, members typically take meetings. Like if you were to go call up, like you figure out who, if you live in the US, you call up your member of Congress, you figure out who that is, call in and like, hey, can I get the scheduler's email? Like I'd like to, have a meeting to talk about my company, talk about what we're building. They will typically try and like schedule that meeting. And if it's not with the member themselves, it'll be with staff, like someone like us. So I mean, I think they very, very rarely turn down meetings. And I think, they're not going and running to someone at the SEC to try and like blow you guys up.
So the way to do this is literally like go to the Google, like who's my member of Congress, figure this out, go to the website, call someone and ask them for a meeting. And should people be offended if they get a meeting with staff as opposed to the member themselves?
No, the members got to focus on every single issue that's out there possibly, and that's why they're staffed to sort of specialize a little bit better on that. And depending on the office, the staff can have a lot of say in what happens and recommends to the member what to do. And to a great extent, the members trust their staff and the staff has kind of proven themselves about their competency in issue or what to recommend the member do. So you're still channeling kind of directly to the member when you're meeting with staff.
And the member's kind of binary. Like the only thing you need from the member is the yes. Like all of the details about what the policy is going to be are going to be worked out at the staff level. Like the member just needs to care about the thing and say like, yes, Arjun, like you can work on crypto regulation. But then once that happens, it becomes largely a committee staff issue where they're working on the technical details because, I mean, members understand that policy has to be very detailed and very technical and are happy with letting the people that have that expertise do it. And since you mentioned going on the member's website, I'll say while you're on the website, there's always a tab called Issues. Click on their Issues tab, see a couple issues that they care about, and then figure out how to tell your story in a way that makes it so that you're doing something good on those issues. I think like the hit list thing is a double-edged sword because I've definitely had people come in, make a pitch, thinking that they're saying one thing, but I hear something else. Like I hear like, oh, this is going to create an even wider gap between the have and the have-nots because it's going to make it easier for certain people to invest in products that others won't. And then you realize like, all right, maybe this isn't something that we want. So I don't think you're automatically going to be on a hit list, but if you go to so for example, we were talking about the broker regulations that Treasury recently put out. A lot of people went into Treasury and said like, oh, one of the reasons these regulations are terrible is because they ruin the anonymity that crypto and blockchain allows. And Treasury doesn't care about anonymity, right? Like, in fact, Treasury wants to know information about people so that they can collect taxes from them. So pitching Treasury about their regulations being bad for anonymity is not the way to convince them.
But it's not going to put them on an audit list, right?
I mean, if I'm a Treasury employee and I learn about a way that a particular protocol is like helping people trade crypto anonymously, then maybe a flag might get raised in my head like, oh no, I need to figure out how I can get information about those people so that I can make sure that I can collect taxes from them.
On this, I think there's a distinction between like Treasury, which is like an agency, and like a member of Congress who just, some people like they're in the details and like their job is to like stop terrorist financing. That's like what their job. So like meeting with them or like if you have a meeting with like an agency, like, bring your experts and be ready to like really get into the details. Member of Congress, like really just it's about the narrative and like getting them to care. Like what's your why, right? So like we have members on our committee who are from like rural Indiana or like rural Idaho or like, some people are from like the Bay Area, but like they're from all across, they care about lots of different things. And so just like really convincing them, like members, it's like, why should I care? And like that's the question you need to be answering. For Treasury, it's like, hey, this is the mission of Treasury. Like, how are you helping or hurting this mission? Like, those are two different conversations. Just like know which you're having before you go in.
Can we talk about money in politics for a second? I think there's a thought that to engage in politics successfully, you need to have money and be willing to spend it. Is that true? What do you think, Arjun?
I think it could help, but I don't think it's necessary. I think it's one of many tools that you have at your disposal to influence members of Congress. I'm going to get the saying wrong, but like there's some saying about shoe leather and I don't know how the saying goes, but it has to do with like the different ways. One way that you can influence members of Congress is by walking the halls of Congress and taking lots and lots of meetings. If you do, like what Mike said, if you go onto the website of every member of Congress and every senator and you request a meeting to talk about your issue, making a connection with their constituents, you will get 90% of those meetings. Maybe higher than that. And then if you go and you take each one of those meetings, they'll be 30 minutes long each, and you make a solid pitch. That'll do work that no amount of money, actually not no amount of money, but that'll do work that insane amounts of money will do. Money will get you in the door, but you don't need money to get in the door. And even if you have money that gets you in the door, once you're in the door, you still have to make a good pitch, right? Like, DC's not, again, another reason that DC's not like House of Cards. DC's not, it may seem that way, but DC's not so corrupt that if you give a member money, they're going to do something against the interest of their constituents or, themselves. They're going to do what's right for them. And they're happy to take your money and then not do the thing that you asked for because they're not supposed to do the thing that you asked for. In fact, that would be the least corrupt way to do this. So I'd say money can get you in the door, but there are other ways to get in the door, and it's not a necessary way. And even if you use money to get you in the door, you still have to do other things to close the deal.
Yeah, I think the way I heard described once was it's sort of like having a 4.0 at a college or high school. Like, it helps you get the job, but it's not necessary, right? There's tons of different ways to get a job. There's tons of different ways to get that kind of access. And so it's like one potential path forward.
And if you have a 4.0 and are an asshole in the interview, you're not going to get the job. If you have a ton of money, but then at the meeting with the member, you make some idiot point, you're not going to get your bill passed.
That's true. There are famously lots of people who have a lot of money and are assholes that people in DC don't want to work with. Okay, so we've talked a lot about how do you engage, how do you get the foot in the door, how does actually this access actually work? Now let's talk about what it means to make a law. And each of you has worked on crypto legislation in different capacities. Take me from the moment where it's like, okay, this issue has been raised. What does it actually look like to craft the bill, and what is happening in sort of the mechanics of that moment, and maybe a little bit of the office politics and who you're working with to put them together. Lynn, I know you had a story here.
Yeah, I can start. So I started in Senate Banking Committee in early 2021. Senators, that was just pre-Lummis Gillibrand, I think. Senators hadn't quite talked about crypto much at all, and on Senate Banking Committee is Elizabeth Warren, and it's funny, she hadn't actually engaged on crypto before 2 years ago. And so we put on a hearing called Cryptocurrency, What is it good for? Honestly asking the question, trying to learn about it. And that was the first time, to my knowledge, that she came out completely hostile and against crypto. And so she's railing on the industry and criticizing them, and Senator Toomey, who I worked for, was the ranking member, the highest ranking Republican on the committee, turned around to me and said something to the effect of, isn't it ironic that the supposed champion of the little guy is railing on this new startup industry that can actually help empower individuals and free them from constraints that put on them by government or by corporations, whereas the Republicans are typically seen as the champion of big business, like the allies of the banks, and they're the ones actually interested in this new innovation and a thing that could kind of upheave everything in financial services. And it's particularly interesting to work on crypto because in so many other issues, the battle lines are already drawn. You know how your member is going. You have to stick to that. In crypto, it's all over the place, and there's both on the Republican side the sense of individual empowerment that the government is not going to have to tell you what to do. On the Democrat side, it's also individual empowerment that corporations are not going to control you. You can have your own data. And so developing policies around this is super interesting, and thoughtful members dive into it and learn about it before making a judgment. In terms of the legislation, it's Senator Toomey worked on a lot of stablecoin legislation. We saw that it was everyone across the aisle could agree there should be some type of additional oversight of stablecoin reserves and to ensure consumer protection and ensure at least people knew what they were buying and what was backing it. And so we started developing that and creating a framework for it, and it's progressed. And Representative McHenry has been working on it in the House now, has passed a version of it out of committee. And so it's a very incremental process. I remember doing a bill related to regulating crypto exchanges like Coinbase 4 years ago, putting out something early on that, and now it's only kind of come to fruition to have a developed package that the leader of the House Financial Services is pushing, and remains to be seen whether it can even get across the finish line these next 2 years, but incrementally over that time, you're making progress and pushing that forward, and I think eventually it's inevitable that there'll be additional consumer protection for crypto exchanges.
Michael, I know you're working on some blockchain legislation right now in the Energy and Commerce Committee. Like, help me take the journey of like where that's at right now and how that incremental process works. Like, how are you shaping the legislation over time, and what do those mechanics look like?
Yeah, so I mean, just kind of like at a top line, right? Like, what's the actual process of like a bill becoming law, right? So you have like introduction, then it gets referred to a committee. Then the committee will hold a hearing on it. That's where they bring in witnesses who are like academics or industry leaders, and then they'll talk about why this bill is needed or changes that should be made. You have the markup. So a markup is where you go through and you actually make like different amendments. You change this sentence to mean this, and make adjustments to the bill based on the feedback you receive. Then there's a vote where you pass it out of committee. You send it to the floor. Then there's like a full big vote on the floor, and then you send it over to the Senate. Same process in the Senate, committee, markup, vote, and then to the president. So I think just kind of like understanding that that's like the process of how something becomes law, I think is helpful to just kind of understand like where things are at in the process and when things are different, how they're different. And I think that'll help you understand. So for me, I sit on a committee. So the committee hearing and committee markup, that's what I really focus on. We've had 2 hearings on blockchain this year. So specifically, we had one in June that focused on blockchain and Web3 that Ryan Wyatt of Polygon testified at, that you may have seen on crypto Twitter. And then we had one in September that focused on the Department of Commerce. And so I think a lot of the challenge I think we're seeing in the U.S. is that you kind of have 2 agencies they're hammers, right? Like they're law enforcement agencies. They have a definition of what a nail is, and so they're just swinging at anything that meets that definition. And I think kind of one challenge is that we don't have anyone offsetting that. There's no like positive force for like promoting development, promoting deployment of blockchains, promoting I mean there's like the Electric Capital report on how like the U.S. developer share has fallen from like 40% of developers to like 29% of blockchain devs. And I think that's something that the U.S. government should be concerned about. We have some of the best technical talent in the world in Silicon Valley and throughout the United States, and yet we're losing market share in devs for blockchain. So we have a bill that would require the Department of Commerce to promote blockchains, and we've had so it's through the hearing process and is moving to the markup stage tomorrow. Amazing.
I want to comment on like how human a process this is. And so Arjun, I would love to talk about just, what the process of helping draft the Lummis-Gillibrand crypto bill was like for you, and, anything surprising that happened through that with just like being able to partner with folks across the aisle.
It was great. Like I was trying to think of a better word, but the way this came to us was Senator Lummis had been interested in blockchain and crypto for a long time.
And Senator Lummis was a Republican, right?
Yep, Senator Lummis is a Republican. Senator Lummis is a Republican from Wyoming, and Senator Gillibrand is a Democrat from New York. Like those states have very little in common. One's a Democrat, one's a Republican, which are obviously opposites. But Senator Lummis was a person that was very good at doing exactly what we were talking about. She knew how to describe the potential here in a way that would resonate with Senator Gillibrand, which was Senator Gillibrand really cares about helping people that are underbanked. You'd be surprised at how many people in America don't have access to traditional banking products, which makes it hard to do things like save money and pay bills and buy things. Especially in a city like New York, where you think like the financial capital of the world is, that there would be so many people that have trouble accessing basic banking products. So she made this pitch, and Senator Gillibrand asked me to look into it. And I met with Chris Land, who is Senator Lummis's crypto expert. And honestly, like, if there is a person that you want to talk to in the Senate or in the House, obviously Michael, but Chris Land is someone that you should talk to also. He may be one of the people that knows more about crypto and has been working on crypto policy for years. Even before the Senate, he was doing it in Wyoming. He's a real expert. He had a huge role in teaching me and in helping me meet with a lot of you. And like Mike said, you learn about the issues, and then you figure out how to solve the perceived problems. And our bill is not marked up. It hasn't had a hearing. So we're really focusing more on building the framework for what a large, broad crypto regulatory framework would look like, and took that in various pieces. Like, what do we do about tax? What do we do about securities? What do we do about commodities? What do we do about preventing money laundering? And there's a section that addresses each one of those. And Chris and I would just, on a weekly basis, meet with each other, meet with stakeholders. Actually, there was a time when I was unable to attend a meeting in New York, and Senator Gillibrand, my boss, took Chris as a staffer to the meeting, which was, I mean, maybe still is, like, relatively unheard of in a town that's famous for, like, not being good at bipartisanship. So I feel like you made a really good point that the lines in the sand of partisanship have not been drawn with respect to crypto and Web3 because people don't really know where they are, and people are approaching it more on an issue-by-issue basis. And I suspect that that's kind of what happened to Senator Warren. She probably got the first introduction to this as, oh, it's used for money laundering, it's used to finance terrorism, it's used for, like, illegal sales of drugs and stuff, or whatever it is, and realized, like, uh-oh, this is an issue, let me learn more about it, and then was inception to understand that, like, this is the kernel at the middle of this industry. And like we know about Inception, like, it's hard to shake an idea that you came up with on your own, and that's kind of where we are now. Whereas people that come at it from the other end, like Senator Gillibrand, really see the potential in helping her constituents and people generally. And I think staffers are less bipartisan than you think. I think, like, the news makes it seem like we hate each other way more than we do.
Less partisan, more bipartisan.
Yeah, sorry. I think, like, staffers generally care about substantive policy issues and are happy to talk with another person that cares about substantive policy issues. Just maybe have a little bit of faith.
Yeah, on the stage we have two people who at least have served for Democrats and two people who have served for Republicans, and so I think it says a lot about the fact that we're all friends. I'll close by sharing a personal story of the last few minutes, and then would invite you all to share any that come to mind. I think it's really important to remember that Washington is a town run by humans, just like everyone here is human, and humans are imperfect creatures, and so policy is naturally the output of an imperfect process. And the first time I really realized this was when I had my first job in government, which was an intern at the White House in the Obama administration. And they do, like, an intern photo every spring. They brought out all the interns, like 100 of us, and President Obama was like, hey, I'll answer a few questions before we take the photo. So he picked up the mic, and it's a beautiful spring day in the Rose Garden, and all of a sudden, like, mid-answer, he, like, lets out a giant sneeze, and there's, like, a huge piece of snot that comes out of his mouth. And he's like, oh no. He takes his handkerchief, he, like, scrubs it off. It's, like, huge loogie. And my friend behind us is like, dude, that's presidential snot. And it was just amazing to think, like, man, I struggle with spring allergies, and so does the President of the United States. Like, we both are humans, right? And I think it's really easy to forget that when we think about all these people on TV and on the news. And so I'd love for anyone to chip in on their own these people are human story.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so one example that I have, so in July, we sent a bipartisan letter through the chair of the subcommittee that I specifically work on. So it was a bipartisan letter with the chair and the ranking member, and we sent this letter to Apple about their App Store policies and the ways that they were potentially prohibiting innovation and the adoption of blockchain in broader society. So we sent the letter and we put out a tweet, and crypto Twitter, like, got on it, and it got, like, 600 likes or 700 likes, right? Like Mert isn't even like, blinking at like this level of likes on a tweet. But like, it was one of his most liked tweets in like years. And he like came back and was like, oh, all right, like let's do more of this, right? Like they are human, and like having something blow up on Twitter, like is a good incentive for them. So in the same way that like you guys should be just like calling people and asking for meetings, like if you see something on Twitter, just like it, retweet it, tell your friends to go like it and retweet it. Because like it's not that hard, but it definitely has an impact because people will notice like, okay, well maybe we do another tweet like that. Maybe we send another letter. Because it's just like a human incentive that people want to be liked and want to go viral. So
But the trash talk on Twitter, I think, has like a negative impact also.
yeah, I would say it too.
Any other stories we want to share before we close out?
My upside down, disattached head Tom Emmer was my humanizing story. But I would just say, Congress has a thing called recess where Congress concludes and everyone goes home to their districts, and we get criticisms of like, why does Congress have recess? Like that's for kids. They go home and do nothing. If you saw the schedules of these members, like I worked for Tom Emmer on the campaign prior to him being elected, and it was Minnesota, pretty big state. I would get up at 3:30 a.m. to drive to him, to get there by 4:15, to drive him to the Twin Cities, to get there for an early breakfast. I would take naps in the middle of the day while he's like having a lunch somewhere, and then I would take him to like a dinner or a reception, and then bring him home at like 10, and then get to my place at like 11 and go to sleep. They're exhausting schedules, and the good ones work all the time for their constituents, and so appreciate them to the extent you can.
Arjun, any last stories?
Not a story, but I think like an example of everybody is people is that as people, everybody is good at some things and not as good at other things, and you can't be good at everything. And in the way that you guys are really good at blockchain and Web3 and tech, we're good at drafting policy or whatever it might be. Maybe it's good at politics. And there's so many subjects so for example, I worked at a committee before I worked for Senator Gillibrand, and I was doing tax policy for a broad range of industries, from international compliance to renewable energy to blockchain to childcare, and I was not good at any one of those things as a person that just did childcare or just did blockchain or just did whatever it is. And it's your responsibility. I mean, I guess it's not your responsibility, but like if you want policy to be good, we need to hear about it from you. We're not going to be able to learn it ourselves. I mean, like, if you put the onus on us to learn it from ourselves, we'll learn it from wherever it's easiest to learn from. Like Mike said, if you're not at the table, you're on the table.
Menu.
Yeah, so
on
like,
the menu, yeah.
You're on the menu. If you're not the one that's teaching us about it, then the person that is teaching us about it are the ones that are going to have the say. And there are just as many people that are anti-crypto and anti-blockchain as there are that are pro-crypto and pro-blockchain. And trust me, they're doing work to teach us about why this is just for money laundering. So if you're not there to like make these points, we're only going to hear a one-sided story, and you'll only have yourselves to blame. So I like this guy.
Yeah, I love the spirit of the front row. All right, that's a great note to wrap it up on. Everybody, please give a big round of applause to our three panelists. They put a lot of effort to get in here. Thank you guys so much.
Hey, everybody. I'll ask everyone to come on in and sit a little bit closer. I have been to a lot of conferences. This is one of the biggest ones. There are 3,000 attendees here at Breakpoint. The best way to get the most value out of every experience here is to look around you and see all of the other people that are here. Take the opportunity to get dinner with them, go get snacks, see what they're working on. That's ultimately the best use of your time, as well as watching some of these talks. As a few reminders, there's a Neodyme Security Day happening on the Innovator stage. If you are here without a raincoat and you want to weather the storms, if you haven't gotten your merch bag yet, you can also get that at the ground floor of the Innovator stage. There's a nice raincoat, there's a nice bag, there's some beanies, all that sort of stuff. Another reminder, there is a workshop from Kevin effing Bowers at 4:15 in the lab. and that's a great opportunity to learn it from the master himself. I have the pleasure at this current moment to introduce the next panel, which is a very long panel, so you're going to bear with me on this one. The real-world asset, tokenization world is soon blossoming on Solana. Actually, it's already blossoming on Solana. We are going to be listening to a panel with Credix, Parcel, Homebase, Baxis, BridgeSplit, Rockaway, X, and it's going to be moderated by Ben Sprango. Enjoy.
All right. I love the energy out here. Thanks for keeping it up for everybody here on day 2. I love it. Thanks, everybody. I am Ben Sprango. I am the head of strategic BD at the Solana Foundation. I'm here joined with an awesome, very large panel today. Looking forward to talking about off-chain assets, otherwise known as RWAs. First, I'm going to go down the line and have everybody introduce themselves and the projects that they're working on, starting with Max.
Perfect. So Maxime Piece, you can call me Max, CTO and one of the co-founders of Credix. And what we are doing is really reinventing how debt capital markets and private credit work, and we leverage Solana for that, but more on that later.
I'm Zvi Wiesel. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Baxis, and we are focused on the wine and spirits industry and how we can bring that on-chain for increased liquidity.
Woo. Thanks for being everyone. I'm Trevor Bacon, the co-founder and CEO of Parcel, which is a decentralized exchange focused on perpetual futures contracts in real estate.
Hi, everyone. I'm Mary. I'm one of the co-founders of BridgeSplit, and we provide the technology, compliance, and capital for other platforms to offer collateralized financing to their users.
Hey, my name is Adam. I'm part of the Rockaway team. We are investors in the space through our VC fund and credit fund, but we are also builders. We are behind projects like Observatory Zone and Stake Bar and Smart Delegation Program.
Hey everyone, I'm Domingo, one of the co-founders and CEO of Homebase. We let people invest in fractionalized residential real estate for as little as $100.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. All right, so I'm going to start with the most niche or newest products up here on the stage. When people think of RWAs, a lot of talk about credit, things that already exist in the current financial system. Todd, I'm going to kick it over to you first to talk about Baxis, just because you guys recently launched. So can you give the crowd a little idea about what you're doing with Baxis?
Sure. So when you look at the total global wine and spirits market, it's somewhere between $800 billion and $1.3 trillion. Most people don't even know that. The number seems really crazy, but you think about the amount of wine, the amount of alcohol that sits in a liquor store, the amount of stuff that's sitting in a vineyard, sitting in a distillery. Of that, $56 billion is sitting in people's basements right now. Collectible wine, collectible spirits. And the issue with all of these assets is they're highly valuable, they increase in price, they move opposite in the direction of the economy, they're known as safe havens of wealth, but they're illiquid. You have to find the right buyer, you have to find the right seller, and more importantly than anything else, you can't just pack it up into a little cardboard box and ship it to someone across the country like you could necessarily a baseball card. You have liquor laws, you have international tariffs about alcohol regulation, and most importantly, you have risk. The bottles themselves. Is this a real authentic bottle of whiskey that I'm buying? Is this the real bottle of wine that I'm buying? So when you take kind of all of those factors, you take the price discovery issues, and you take this merging of buyers and sellers, I mean, we look at crypto and we look at what crypto has done for all types of markets around the world, and we say, okay, how do we take that same technology, provide the custodial services, the tokenization, and then open up $56 billion of liquidity just for the stuff that's already sitting in people's homes? So really, that's what we're doing at Baxis. We actually vault people's bottles, we authenticate them, we scan them, we tokenize them, we give them all the information, pricing history, so that people get a better understanding of how much is my collection worth, how much can I sell it for, and just bringing that marriage between those buyers and sellers into one place.
Specifically on that, what other things does that enable thereafter? So one of the things that we have talked at length about is capital efficiency of these assets, and that's why I'm particularly interested in what you're doing with Baxis. Is previously you have no way to account for these types of assets. They just sit in a vault or they sit somewhere, and that's what they are. They're a collector's item. But what can you do now with the technology that you're building?
Yeah, and I mean, this is the reason that we built this out on blockchain to begin with, is the composability element. So it's the fact that you now have these bottles that are verified, you know where they are. We're working with Helium to actually put the trackers on them, so not only do you know the GPS location, but you know the temperature, the humidity. You can actually monitor the actual life cycle of the barrel of whiskey, the bottle of wine. And what you're able to do on top of that is actually build out more efficient capital markets. You're able to build out lending products. And that's actually something that we're working on with Mary at BridgeSplit, is rolling out a really cool kind of capital and efficiency way for a distillery, let's say, which has all of their upfront costs making the whiskey, putting it into the barrels and letting it sit for 6 years, 20 years, 30 years. They have no access to capital while that stuff is sitting there. So what they traditionally have ended up doing is selling off the barrels to private equity firms who sell it back to them in 60 years at a 400% markup. So it's great for the private equity guys. It's pretty bad terms for the distilleries, but hey, they take the money where they can get it. What Baxis does with these kind of more capital-efficient markets and that transparency is it allows for a platform like BridgeSplit to come in, for us to tokenize the assets, for BridgeSplit to bring in their lenders and their capital, and to start to say, hey, we'll lend you money for 15% interest, so you're paying a lot less money to be able to actually physically own and store, and hold those assets. And then when they're ready to bottle, there's a lot more profit in it for the distilleries, which means more distillers are able to open, more brands are able to get quicker access to capital. It basically takes this, trillion-dollar global market, which has been around for thousands of years on the wine side and hundreds of years on the whiskey side, and it brings it into, the 21st century.
Perfect segue over to Mary to talk about the infrastructure you guys are building to support some of this stuff.
Yeah, that was a great segue. So like Todd mentioned, we're focused on the financing infrastructure that kind of manages and escrows the collateral and the capital to let those end users borrow against those assets. And what we're excited about is the emergence of platforms like Baxis focused on these new, what we call primitive asset classes. So these are asset classes that are relatively unfinancialized compared to some other asset class. And so you're not asking them to change their behavior or change the product they're using to access financing, but rather you're giving them a brand new thing that they weren't able to access before. So like Todd said, with these distilleries who before didn't even have the ability to account for that collateral and access affordable financing are suddenly able to do so as a function of these assets existing on chain in a trusted way. And so that's what we've been focusing on, is working with these different platforms that serve not only as a distribution channel for borrowers and folks that have these assets, but also as a liquidation venue. And so you're now able to price this collateral and manage this collateral in a way that banks and traditional finance can only do for one type of asset, for real estate effectively. And so you're able to serve a much broader group of businesses and customers and give them access to affordable financing with the value that they have.
Can you give the audience an idea of what other types of projects that you guys are working with in addition to Baxis?
Yeah, so there's a wide variety. It includes both tangible assets like spirits and intangible assets like intellectual property. A new company that we've started to work with, XP, who I think was on the stage a few days ago, they're working on tokenizing sports tickets, which is also surprisingly an analogous use case to spirits and spirits brokers. You'll have folks that are buying season tickets that are $100,000 at the start of the year and need to finance them and make money over the course of the year to pay that off. And so you have these different financial participants in these markets with assets that have clear value in secondary markets, and just no way to recognize that value in a traditional financial system.
Yeah, awesome. All right, well, I'm going to shift gears over to a topic that is very near and dear to my heart, and also to my father, who I hope is watching at home. Dad. That would be real estate. I'm going to start with you, Domingo, down there. Give us an idea of what Homebase is doing and the progress that you guys have made, specifically over the last 6 months, and what you guys are looking forward to in the fractionalized real estate space, and how you're giving access to an asset class that has been traditionally guarded from a lot of the population.
Yeah, I mean, a big motivation for even wanting to launch a company like Homebase, and I think it's a sad future of where the state of the world's going, where you have to fractionalize real estate to make it affordable for people. But a big thesis behind this was just real estate's gotten way too dang affordable, not only in the US, but even across worldwide. And like my parents came to the US, literally came with nothing, were able to buy property. I worked at Google for 5 years, could not afford anything in the Bay Area, and I was like, this is nuts. What can we do to make this more affordable for people? And so that was a big piece of why we even launched Homebase, just giving people access to residential real estate, an asset class that gives dividends, is stable. If you look at just US housing prices, they've gone up like over 3x over the last 30 years. And it's just something that not that many people can access, especially now where interest rates are around 8%. And so a big piece of Homebase is just giving people access to residential real estate in the US. Right now, it's limited to just US investors, but we're planning on broadening it up to LATAM investors as well, potentially working with an exchange and giving a lot more liquidity to residential real estate. But a big piece of how that works in the US, there's a lot of US regulation around securities law. Is this Reg D? Is this Reg A? And that's all just jargon for US securities regulation. I'm sure everyone's seen Gary Gensler and the SEC around that, but just making sure you're complying with what they consider securities or not. So for us, it's really just like 70% of our user base is new to real estate investing and got access to that through Homebase. So that's something we're really proud of. Over the last 6 months, we've tokenized 2 houses, getting ready for our next, looking at making it more scalable. But a big piece of it is just adding liquidity to something that is quite illiquid. Takes about, like, where we have properties, takes about 70 days to sell a house. You can imagine if these shares were in a public blockchain, there could be a lot more liquidity. Working with Bridgesplit and Mary to provide collateralized loans on these assets, I think the opportunities really open up once these assets are on chain.
Awesome. Trevor, I'm going to kick it to you. I think that you're working on a particularly interesting tangent to the real estate market, where it allows you to get some kind of exposure to the real estate market without the specific ownership stuff that Diego has been talking about. So can you give a little bit more about Parcel and the progress you guys have had?
Yeah, so Parcel is not touching the physical layer of real estate. What we've done is created price indexes that track the price per square foot based on sales and listings. So basically, that is the pricing information or the spot price of real estate. If you think about the price points that are being offered to view to users. So every day, a subsidiary of Parcel called Parcel Labs takes in all this information, aggregates to a median price per square foot. That price per square foot is stamped through an oracle and into the trading platform where users can go long and short with leverage in a perpetual futures contract.
Awesome. So given that you guys have been around about, I think we met in 2021.
Yep.
It's been a long while, long path to get here, a lot of progress that's been made. What have you seen from a user perspective over that period of time versus how you originally viewed your user and how the user is actually using the platform today?
Yeah, so it took a while. The data here is quite an undertaking, and we've made tremendous progress on that. Think of it like a next generation Case-Shiller index, and we're in the US today and in the UK as well, and parts of France in terms of price indexes. So that took about a year to get up, and we've had a couple versions of the product. We just finished up the second version and saw a pretty big uptick over the last 3 months in terms of notional dollars traded versus the prior 3 months. So doing about $1 million in notional volume a month. What we've learned is the market wants spot real estate prices, which don't exist except for what we offer. They also want more liquidity and dynamic fee structures. So what we've been working on over the last, call it 3 months, is creating a more scalable architecture to allow larger tickets, more sophisticated traders and institutions to come in and get exposure to either speculate or create products to retail or to hedge for people that are long real estate. When you think about the vast majority, there's really no way to short a specific market in real estate. except for through like mortgage securities. So this does offer a localized a product for people to mitigate risk and diversify risk.
Awesome. All right, let's shift gears over to the credit side. Max, I'm going to kick it over to you. Would love to hear a little bit about the credits thesis and also the progress that you guys have had. I know the receivables pool, as of late, was your most recent product. But tell us a little bit more about the impetus around creating the company and where you guys are today.
No, I have to do so. So Anita, what our mission is to connect institutional investors with credit opportunities. It's one thing. Second thing is that we also want to give them their money back. So we want to have risk-adjusted returns achieved by robust underwriting, how we call it. And then lastly, we want to do that in a scalable way by really using the most advanced technologies, like Solana, for example. So those are three things, and that's also where we started. So at the first one, connecting those institutional investors. Institutional investors, they also have institutional regulations. So we focused a lot on building a legal infrastructure. And we have investors mainly from the US. We have investments, so credit fintechs in Brazil. So we set up this whole legal infrastructure to make that very sound. Then second thing is, at the robust underwriting, you need to have a local team as well in Brazil. You cannot just build the technology and expect that everything will go well, because every local market has our local problems and local people understand those and can solve those. So we set that up as well. And then lastly, using very advanced technologies like Solana to achieve scale, that was really where we made a difference. Not where we improved how it currently works by 1.5 times, but really by hundreds of times. So may I give an example how traditional credit investments work? Let's say you have several investors, institutional investors in the US. They want to invest in a credit product. They would have to go through a trust. They all invest. Then they issue notes. They have to go to a depository to deposit the notes, etc. So that already takes a very long time. Then the funds have to move to Brazil. That's through the very famous and fun SWIFT network. Takes a lot of time, costs a lot of money, can go wrong. And then there you have to do the FX transaction, then you have to off-ramp it, and then your borrower can start using the funds. Now, with Credix, what we actually do is that we tokenize this securitized asset. So it's really a structured product that we put on chain. So it's not just issuing tokens, but there's also a lot of data on chain. Then investors invest using USDC. At the same time, they get their tokens. Then we actually off-ramp the USDC straight into Brazil. So our fintechs, our borrowers don't even need a dollar bank account. They can go through an exchange and get it in real in their bank account. So that's already super efficient. Then every month, of course, there needs to be a repayment to go back to the investors. And that is really funny if you look at the traditional world. There you have like a calculation agent that has their very sophisticated Excels, do all the calculations. Then they call with a paying agent to say how much should be transferred to every investor depending on the risk clause they're in. Then the investors have to say that they agree to those amounts. Then the paying agent actually makes the transfers. Then oftentimes that goes wrong. So then you have to reconcile, you have to correct all of those things. And that is what we now do in 300 milliseconds, only possible on Solana, I would say.
That was a fantastic overview of the disintermediation of Credix here.
Exactly.
To drive the point home for the audience, since I am most familiar with the receivables pool, give an idea of the market dynamics for that product. So you have customers who need access to capital in Latin America who are getting quoted what APR from their banks?
It's between 30 and 200%.
And what is the APR that they're getting by using Credix?
So there we provide that 15%.
There you go. I think that's all that needs to be said on that. I'm going to kick it over to Adam. Adam, backstage we were talking a little bit about rather than bringing RWAs to blockchain, let's bring blockchains to RWAs. Can you talk a little bit more about that and what you guys are focusing on over at Rockaway?
Sure. I think like lately what we have, or what we see a lot of it, with the real-world assets, is basically we have this front page infrastructure where you're moving funds kind of out of blockchain. But what I would like to see more is, for example, are we able to use native tokens or stake native tokens, something which can solve problems in the real world. I think, for example, a very good use case is the insurance and reinsurance business. So the idea is basically if you are able to solve the hedging problems, which I think you are able for really liquid tokens, you can use derivatives, and for less liquid tokens you could use, for example, tranches. If you are able to solve this problem, then you could use actually stake native tokens and double the yield and solve the problem for insurance companies, because insurance companies, to issue insurance policies, they need additional money. And the money are usually just like somewhere lying idle. Usually the insurance companies invest them into treasuries, they generate additional yield, but usually these money are not used, or only portion of those money is used. So if you were able to actually structure the product the way that you could use native tokens, or even better, stake native tokens, as a collateral for insurance companies, I think this is some use case which would finally, which blockchain and the native tokens could actually bring to the real world. So this is something we are looking at right now. We are already talking to insurance company which is interested in it, and they are able to accept native tokens as a collateral. So if somebody wants to talk about it or participate in it, I'll be happy to discuss.
I think that's a really good segue into what I want to talk about for the second half of the talk here. Is everyone here is working on something really interesting that I think is providing immediate value, which is apparent from the conversation. There are issues that everyone is running into, and I would say that probably 75% of them have to do with the government from that panel that we just all experienced. I would love to hear a little bit from you guys. What kind of processes have you had to go through to build these products, and what roadblocks, what things need to change in order for you to really proliferate the businesses that you're working on? So maybe, Adam, I could start with you on like the insurance side. What kind of stuff goes into insurance regulation when it comes to launching a product like that?
I mean, first you need to have the insurance company to be comfortable with native token as a collateral, because if you think about it, native tokens are super volatile, and they need something what is like dollar equivalent. Then you need to pursue the regulator that basically you can manage the risk and that the money will stay on chain and that the money will not go anywhere. So like most of the insurance companies, they are in Bermuda. So like the regulator there is quite open and you can actually talk to them, but they apply LTV to each token. They look how the token is liquid, how big is the token. Of course, the most LTV you have for Bitcoin, and then when you go down the chain, then it's like lower and lower and lower. So I think this is the most important issue you deal with. Then it's up to the insurance company to have all the insurance licenses, which they usually have. So, but if you want to build a reinsurance company from scratch, then you're just going through 1 year talking to lawyers and establish to get license and everything. So yeah. I mean, it's much more easier to partner already with somebody who has that, and then just basically scale it.
Domingo, I'm going to go back to you and then to Trevor, since I feel like you guys have two sides of a similar coin here. When it comes to fractionalizing real estate and offering that to retail,
I don't know about you guys, but I think I just became a white hat hacker after seeing that number on the screen. Really thrilled to have the next speaker up, talking a little bit about open sourcing the ecosystem. Very excited to bring up the co-founder and chief engineer from Magic Eden. Welcome.
Keep an eye on the clock.
All right, everyone. My name is Rex from Magic Eden. Everyone enjoyed last night's yard party. Woo! So today, we're going to talk a very serious topic, open source. We are here because of open source. Raise your hand if you have ever interacted with any open protocols on Solana. A really simple hint, if you ever interact with any DeFi or NFT tradings, you're probably one of them. I see a lot of hands going up. So I am really a big fan of open source. 2 years ago, I was struggling really hard because I knew nothing about Solana programming. And it's like a dark forest. I stood there, eager yet unsure what to do, because I really, really want to build an NFT marketplace that brings the joy of NFT trading. And there's just a lot of concept to digest. Token accounts, processing instructions. And there emerged a beacon of light, a torchbearer. His name is Paul. Paul has this superpower of explaining the really complicated concept into digestible, relatable nuggets of information. I'm really happy that he wrote a blog, he open sourced the very first implementation of a really basic escrow program. As you can see from this chart here, it's just so complicated. Like even transferring from your NFT from token account A to token account B, it actually is quite a journey for create the instructions to do that. So I actually read this blog many times. I went through Paul's GitHub repo, and actually it was a kind of privilege to see all the source code implementation. Then that became the foundation of the very first smart contract for Magic Eden's NFT marketplace. So thanks for Paul's contribution. So, and then I was wondering, hey, this is token, right? The token under the hood for the implementation of the escrow program. So what exactly is a token? And then I realized, hey, there's a really, really nice library called Solana Program Library. And then it's also open source, of course. And then if I need to understand what is a token, I can go to this SPL library to check it out. If I need to look at the early days of Solana domains, how do you implement the domain names? I can also go to SPL to check out the domain registry implementation. And also if I need to understand, I don't know, how a freeze authority can actually interact with the transfer functionalities of a token, I can also go to SPL to check it out. I think the uniqueness of Solana Program Library is that it actually, you can think of like really similar to what STD, the standard library to C++. It's like it's a very unique thing that you cannot find in many other chains like EVM. You have to rely on third-party libraries like OpenZeppelin, whereas on Solana, there's open source libraries that you can just trust, you can build on top of without any doubt. So another example of open source kind of implementation I really want to highlight is Metaplex open source programmable PNFT. And I think it's a miracle that the ecosystem like just join forces and quickly extend the adoption of this new royalty enforcement so quickly that you can see a lot of marketplaces, a lot of like trading protocols, long lending protocols, aligned super quickly within a few days of the initial launch, because we get to access the implementation, the code, before PNFT is public. In fact, Magic Eden is one of the really early days kind of like adopters. We get to access the feature branch of Metaplex PNFT, and we file so many kind of like security issues. So we work them together and then contributing to this great effort. And I think it's incredible because that's actually the Web3 ethos. Like you opening up your source code so that everyone can contribute and everyone can come together and form a really strong force for the adoption of Web3 technologies. I also want to highlight another example, is Anchor. I really want to thank Armani for creating this amazing libraries and framework, whatever you call it. I don't think it's just code. It's more like a mentor, like a guide towards the greater good of the whole Solana ecosystem. I would really want to compare it with maybe it's like a solidity of Solana, that you can actually write your Solana program in a really easy to digest, easy understandable way. And it's also, of course, it's open source. And then you get to learn all the details of how you can construct the constraints, and then you tie those constraints with all the security concerns, and they form this opinion that's super convenient for programs to tie those constraints together so that it's kind of security by default. But of course, you need to learn the gut chops. But I think Anchor did a great job elevating the security practice of many, many programs that's written in a security way. However, I think many of you probably also know that even though there are many, many open source projects, open source repos, and open source protocols out there, but still there are programs that are not open sourced. They're not, even though they're open source, they're not verified. And then also some of the open source protocols, they are not known to be open sourced. And I think the community have pretty loud about it, has spoken, basically echoed the chamber about, hey, totally said, hey, be an open source maxi if you need to be one. I really like that. Jordan wrote a super long kind of tweet about, hey, let's make no mistake, Solana has a real problem because many, many programs, on-chain programs, are not open sourced. And Noor said, hey, and it's kind of like staying really firm against closed source DeFi protocols. I think that's a really good argument. I think we must listen. There's a huge demand for open source programs, and let's see if we can come up with some solutions. So this is a comparison. I wanted to compare with the sort of like the popular open source like chains like Ethereum or EVMs. I did a quick GitHub search. So I found out that EVM has 4.3 millions of code occurrences for the search string. I call it pragma solidity because that's a signal that the code actually has an open source on GitHub that contains a smart contract on EVM. Whereas on Solana, we only have 6.4 thousand open source programs. I basically use the declare ID macro for it to signal that. I know there's just so, I mean, this number might be really rough because there are so many duplicated that I didn't rule them out. However, I think that speaks on the scale of openness. There's absolute scale of openness. We are kind of behind of EVM. Same kind of stats coming out from the developer report. There are 38,000 Ethereum repos, amassing like 31 million of commits compared to Solana, 21,000 of repos and 8 million commits. This is not to be disheartened about the stats about the open sourceness of Solana, but I think there's a consensus, there's a huge demand that we're not lacking of effort, we're not lacking of talents. I think what's probably lacking is a cultural movement that we should be more open. And maybe the first step to the cultural movement is actually tooling, right? We see that on Etherscan, I'm not a big fan of the UI. You can see like it's a lot of buttons, a lot of information that condensed together. But I really want one tab. It's called contract. You can see the code of that smart contract. You can. I think none of the. Sorry for the audience here. None of the Solana explorers actually renders the source code of the programs. I think that's a big gap, and I wish us to close that. So imagine that a lot of explorers can do more things like, hey, verifiable executable data accounts, because the data accounts actually means the actual bytes of the programs that's executed on. There are some tools to do that. For example, Anchor Verify. Or recently, Jerry Shell built Solana Verify build. These two tools are really, really awesome. I wish more people are using it. And then I really wish the Explorer can kind of surface more information about security.txt and security audit reports right inside the Explorer, so that more and more developers of smart contracts will go to the direction of surfacing more information. And last but not the least, actually this most important one is, hey, can we actually move the source code, make it rendering that, make sure line by line into the Solana, any kind of Explorer, and then make it available to everyone. So that's basically my personal wish. I wish this like open source norm to be transparent, trust, collaboration, innovation. I know it sounds like really fancy, but I also want to call out that we need to step aside the entitlement of demanding open source. I know it might sound like demanding, but really we are here to be supportive. Like we encourage developers to open source their protocols. We're building a supported platform, and we want their programs to be released in an open source license instead of just like source available license. But I think we need to avoid entitlement. Like we are here to be supportive, encourage, not demanding as a requirement for protocols. So here's what we did. As Magic Eden, we're actually starting to verify our marketplace contract. In this case, you can see that we use Solana Verify to verify our MMM tools called MMM. I can expand later. So this tool is actually really useful. I used the Solana Verifier build to build a verifiable open source code for Magic Eden's marketplace. But you can see there are a lot of challenges. I asked ChatGPT about this. It's because the build environment, it's so volatile that you have to contain and isolate the build environments into a Docker environment. And this is additional steps that other chains doesn't need to. And I think this additional friction probably contributed towards why verifiable build is so hard in Solana, because you need to handle all kinds of dependencies and doing kind of like the Docker way instead of the native Solana way. Cool. So this is where I want to highlight the Magic Eden way to open source. Personally, I'm not a stranger to open source projects. I'm a creator of an open source project of creators, a Flagger, and I'm also a maintainer of Facebook AI's PyTorch in the past. It's kind of flagship of AI libraries that you can use to build neural nets. But I really want open source on Solana is not only valued, but also celebrated. So we actually celebrated with our own way of doing open source. So Magic Eden, we created 2 years ago. And at the first anniversary, we actually created a GitHub organization called Magic OSS, or Magic Open Source. So we started this culture of collaborative innovation that's fundamental to advance what we believe is the open source future of our protocols. In fact, since the inception of Magic OSS, we open sourced 14 projects, including the marketplace contract M2, and then the MMM protocol called MMM, and of course, we are a multi-chain company. We also open source our EVM contracts, and as well as the Bitcoin ordinals like trading libraries called mSigner. So a little bit about that. M2 is our marketplace contract. It was open source. And anyone can kind of interact with the M2 smart contract, getting the IDL so they can parse the transactions. And also the MMN is the open source AMM protocols on Solana. And I think it's just like so many features that you can actually take a look at it and understand exactly what you are signing for. And I think that's the ultimate trust we want to bring to our customers. And I think it's a great opportunity to also highlight some of the why it's popular if you are becoming an open protocol. It's because, like M2 alone, it generates monthly transactions of 87 million of successful transactions. It's actually 20x more than all our. The total transactions amassing like 92 million monthly transactions. If you calculating those transactions into TPS, Magic Eden's M2 alone is also just part of Magic Eden. It's like 35 TPS. So if you don't know the scale of 35 TPS, it's actually greater than the number of all the transactions of top 4 EVM combined, which means like Ethereum is only like a third of Magic Eden's M2 TPS. So I think that's a pretty good achievement as an open protocol. Last but not least, I want to think that the OSS wave is here. I really want to encourage like people to try and open source their protocols and join this effort. And yesterday I was chatting with Jerry, and I also sent an open kind of invitation on Twitter says, hey, we wanted to build something like a GitHub action to surface the information even more for the verified build for open source protocols. And there's a simple yet powerful belief that I have is like in the act of giving, we receive. So let's ride the wave together. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Hey, everyone. So right now at Cube, start not to be doing NFTs. If you asked me a year ago if I would be doing an exchange before Breakpoint, I would say no, I'm not stupid. Because exchanges are kind of tricky. And I really didn't want to do it. Even though before Solana, I worked in traditional finance for like 10 years. Citadel, and a bunch of investment banks. And I had fun with NFTs. But then during the Breakpoint last year, this thing called FTX happened, and things kind of changed, and I was pretty sad during the conference that something like that happened. And I wanted to do something about it. So we sat down with the co-founder, Larry, he's the CTO, and started thinking, what can we do to prevent things like that from happening in the future? So first we started thinking, okay, what was wrong with FTX? Why did it happen? And the main kind of answer at the beginning is we shouldn't trust people on the inside. But that's already answered by the decentralized exchanges, and everyone could be using them. So then we went to the next question, is like, why people are not using decentralized exchanges in the wider sense. And I think there's a couple of reasons for that. One is self-custody is really hard. In one aspect, it's pretty easy. You just grab the ledger or grab Phantom Wallet or Backpack and start using it. But on the other hand, it's pretty tricky because you need to make sure that you are doing the right things. And if you are from outside of crypto, it's kind of scary. Where I think I have all my tokens on Ledger, and then kid at my house grabbed the Ledger. That's like real story. And actually threw it in the washing machine. And the next day I'm like, oh, what happened? The Ledger is in the washing machine. Doesn't work. Pretty sad. And that's like real story. And so the first thing that we did was we need to solve that problem somehow, where people are afraid of using self-custody, and that's why they are not going to the DEXs, and the DEXs are also maybe expensive and whatnot, but there's I think that's the main reason. People like onboarding to centralized exchanges. I have the email, and I know I can call someone and they can do something with things. So we built this vault, MPC vault for people. When they are onboarding, they go through standard KYC process, like centralized exchange, but then the whole custody is delegated to the MPC infrastructure, which stands for multi-party computation, where your tokens are actually secured by the wider network. And then the other thing where I think is missing from the centralized exchanges is liquidity. So we started, and both me and Larry, we come from traditional finance, and started asking ourselves, okay, why market makers prefer trading on centralized exchanges rather than decentralized exchanges? And I think there's a couple reasons for that. Maybe the interface, how they interact with it, but also the guarantees in terms of how they can cancel their orders when they are actually making markets. And when you are a market maker, the main thing you are thinking about is not when you are placing the order and you are trying to trade. The main thing that you are worrying about is when something happens in the market, how do I get out? You want to guarantee those cancellations as quickly as possible so you don't get run over. And at that moment in time, even the milliseconds or the microseconds are especially important. So this is why we decided to tackle both of those things together. And the way we did it was by effectively creating both on-chain component and off-chain component. So similar kind of to do IDX, the off-chain component runs in a fully centralized way where we build from scratch matching engine in Rust, the traditional API that you would get for market makers with fixed connectivity and WebSocket, and REST, which is what the crypto market makers are interested about. And then we added on-chain component with this MPC infrastructure, where you actually store all your tokens. And to ensure that you actually have this super fast performance when you are trading with the constellations, we created this netting system where if you trade on the matching engine, we go to this layer 2 effectively that is using Solana validator client, similar to PIFNet, where all the gross trades are recorded, and then they are netted to different layer 1s. And I think that aspect is pretty interesting. Because when we started also asking about why not DEXs, a lot of people actually want to trade Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and maybe tokens on Avalanche in Cosmos. And when you go to DEXs, most of the DEXs force you to trade wrapped assets. So maybe you trade assets on Ethereum, but then you need to wrap Bitcoin. And a lot of like trading firms and traders in general, they are not comfortable with that. Because you have this like unknown risk of who wrapped the asset. Is it the bridge? Is it some entity that's managing directly the minting process? So we wanted to avoid all of that. So the MPC layer that we built with this like the layer 2 that we have, it actually nets all the trades between the traders and the MPC wallets to different layer 1s. So when you deposit Bitcoin and trade Bitcoin on Cube, you actually trade Bitcoin. It's not some wrapped asset. And it's the same with Solana. So you could actually go to the exchange today and buy Bitcoin with USDC that's traded on Solana. Right. So a little diagram, how it works. It's pretty complicated. So you have these 2 layers. The one on the right-hand side behind me is Cube Exchange, where you have all the client accounts, the matching engine, the market data feed. This is all familiar to the traders. Like they connect to it just like they would to Bybit or Binance, any of the traditional crypto exchanges. And then on the other hand, you have the settlement layer, which I think like the settlement was really the problem with FTX, because once they were settling the trades, some of the assets would disappear into some other entity. And then the settlement layer, it could be decentralized in terms of you could have the MPC wallet and you could have all of that. But if that's all controlled by the Cube exchange, it wouldn't matter. It would be just like intellectual dishonesty. So what we decided to do is to onboard a bunch of guardians. They are similar to validators of like Solana network, where they run actually Solana validator client for the CubeNet, but they also run the MPC infrastructure. So when you want to sign a trade, like you want to withdraw assets or deposit assets, they actually manage that wallet for you on the layer 1. So each account and sub-account that you have on Cube ends up with a dedicated MPC wallet on each layer 1. So you'll have like Bitcoin address and like Solana address, for example. And Cube doesn't actually run all the guardians themselves. We are using people from outside of the company to run that. And usually those are fairly well-established entities that are running it. So when the trade happens, you basically go to the exchange that goes through the matching engine. The matching engine then publishes that information to CubeNet, where all the gross trades are happening, and then does the settlement part is independent. And one way to think about it is like clearing risk. The trade already happened, and in traditional finance, if some of you come from there, you have the settlement period. Sometimes it's like very quick, sometimes it's like T-2. And on CubeNet, it actually depends on how quickly the blocks are produced by each layer 1. So Bitcoin will be slower, Solana will be faster. So you could actually settle portion of the trade faster than the other. So if you are buying with USDC, the guardians will settle that really quickly on Solana, and then you'll like receive or lose control of the Bitcoin that you have on the other network. And we are integrating multiple blockchains directly, and everything for the MPC wallet was built from scratch. So in terms of the lesson learned, I would say it's harder than I expected. If you ask me, like when we started in like December, like really coding it, I thought we would be done with spot trading probably in like May, and we are finishing it like right now and onboarding users right now. So definitely a bit more complex than I thought. And I think for spot, the long tail of assets is integrating individual blockchains. So for example, integrating Bitcoin was much harder than I expected. So then, why am I talking about this on Solana conference? So one, we are using Solana Validator Client. But two, we are allowing you to, one, buy with USDC, Bitcoin, ETH natively on like using Solana technology. We integrated with this thing called Banksa, where you can actually take your credit card, buy USDC on Solana, and buy Bitcoin immediately with it, which I think is pretty unique. Because if you asked me a couple of months ago, how would you buy Bitcoin if you are on Solana without going through a bridge or a centralized exchange? There's really not a good answer to that. And I wanted to make sure that people that actually have money on Solana can do that. And first, free MPC storage wallets for Sol and SPL tokens. So there's plenty of MPC solutions out there, like Fireblocks and others, but they all charge you money for using it. And I didn't invent it. You can actually go read the papers, GG18, GG20, and I believe the MPC wallet, you shouldn't charge for it. Like, the cryptography should be free, and people that want to just use it to secure their assets, they shouldn't be paying for it. So everyone on Cube will get an MPC wallet for free on every blockchain. All right, and I can do a little demo of how it looks like. All right. So there's a couple of cool things that we did. So this is actual production. Those are actual trades. And you can create an account and start trading with it. This view that you see in front of you is equalizer view. And the reason I'm excited about it is no other exchange is showing you this level of granularity of data. What we are showing you here at every price level is how your trades are lined up in the queue at that price level. So you can actually know if someone is trying to spoof you. If you have a bigger order in front of you and someone pulls it to try to trick you into executing, you can actually see it.
Our bots will battle.
Yes. And then something that some traditional traders from finance would know, the depth trader allows you to do one-click trading. So we added it here. Most of the crypto exchanges don't have it. And you can start placing orders right here. So this in production, each arrow represents the order that I placed. I think I'm running out of money. All right. So you can see this is all the servers are running in Tokyo. And I'm connecting on the Wi-Fi here. You can see it's pretty snappy. And you can see on the equalizer how the trades have been created. So then you can ask, OK, why do I have gaps here? And see price levels at every cent. And this is a pretty unique view because it allows you to actually see the exact view of the market. And you can place the trade or orders in between the levels. So most of the crypto exchanges, they don't show you that. They would show you this traditional view that collapses the levels. So if you wanted to place the order between 7 and 5, like at 6, you would need to type it manually. And from this view, you can actually start submitting those without doing really anything. Wow. All right. Yeah. Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Hey, welcome back, everybody. If you just came in or you're new to this afternoon, my name is Stephen Lucier. I work at Solana Labs as a JavaScript engineer. And one of the things that I have the great privilege of working on at Labs is the Solana Explorer, the blockchain explorer that you folks may use to interpret transactions and things like that. But let me tell you, the only thing better than the privilege of working on the Explorer is not having to work on the Explorer because someone else is doing a better job. And that someone today, I want to welcome Nicholas Chen, co-founder of Solana FM, to talk to you about the new Solana FM, a quantum leap forward in Explorers. Nicholas. Cool.
All right. Hi, guys. So kicking off, hope everyone's having a great time. So without further ado, I want to review what the word quantum means for us. So since the start of Solana FM's Explorer, we've always wanted to put more focus and emphasis on speed and power. But that's a huge problem that we couldn't solve immediately, and we're happy that we've achieved that recently. And we've got to start things off with just the interface, right? You've seen the bare-bone interface of Solana FM today. It might be a bit too purple, so here goes. So what's up for interface in the Explorer are these couple of things. We've taken a much bigger step forward to say, okay, if it's dark, it's dark. If it's light, it's light. So that's the first change we made. And we want to cover a couple of other features that the ecosystem requires an Explorer to have. So things like a validator page, better live block updates, and even a new way to view any patch. So let's start with home. So right out of the bat, you can see that the home is the same as before, but we've cleaned things up. There's no more coming soon. There's nothing that's a bit wonky and whatnot. But yeah, we want to put more emphasis on simplifying the homepage because it's one of the places where you probably would access the least. Then we have blocks, right? We've seen how blocks show in various block explorers. They don't tend to give you enough information, so we want to take things further in that step. And what you'll see here is that you'll not only be able to view the block's information without viewing the block, you can also see how much transactions are well packed inside a block. So we call it efficiency, but we've recently gotten feedback that that's not the best term for that, so we'll probably change that. But yeah, so expect to see a full list of all blocks right after this presentation. So next, we have validators. So a huge problem that Solana FM has is that we don't have a validators page. You have validators.app, you have Solana Compass, you also have Shinobi, you also have Cogent Crypto having their own custom list of like a validator list, right? And what we want to do here is that we also want to support that as well, because as an explorer, you have significantly more coverage and exposure in the entire space, whereas compared to validator providers, right? So this is the newly developed validators page. What you'll notice here against the other lists is that we have fully indexed all the delegators for a specific validator, and you also have tooling at the back from our APIs where you can view and retrieve rewards for a specific validator. So there you have it. So that's interface, right? You have a whole new Explorer with a whole new cleaner, minimalist look. And you have this couple of updates for the general interfaces inside Solana FM. Next, transactions. Transactions is actually one of the most viewed pages in an Explorer. It's about 75%, or probably a bit more or less from there. And we want to put more emphasis there because that's what you use what you use Explorers most for, right? So we have 3 focuses, maybe 4, and these focuses are: we have a whole new transaction flow. We have a whole new way of interpreting instructions for you, devs specifically, because this is a dev stage. And logs, you will notice that it's a bit more better defined now. So I want to talk about this weird term. So the thing about Solana FM is that the initial transaction flow diagram is actually a directed graph. But now we want to introduce bidirected graphs. And the scientific, I don't know what term this is, but people call it symmetric directed graphs. So In yesteryear's terms in Solana FM, this is what you'll generally see, right? It's quite a mess. Like, you have graphs that are like connected here and there, and they kind of don't connect as well. Like, how does that make sense, right? That's just a transaction. Why not just combine everything and find a way to bind everything together, right? Like, accounts and accounts inside a transaction should probably have a relationship together because it's, I mean, after all, within the same transaction. So that's the old one. But the new one, you'll see that almost all of the edges that were like predefined independently are now merged together as one. So because of that, an extremely sophisticated transaction flow view will be flattened out into a much more cleaner, shorter transaction flow view. So that's transaction flow. Next up, this is that one thing that we didn't put inside the overview box, but it's the biggest feature we want to build next, and we call it transaction headers. So in a transaction, it doesn't really seem to present as much summarization for you, right? And yeah, this is exactly what we thought of. So if you just paste a transaction in the new Explorer in Quantum, you'll be able to see a header of you performing a Jupiter swap transaction, and you have an entire summary in just one upper part of the screen. So within less than 25% or 35% of your screen, your vertical space, you have almost all of the information you need. Slippage tolerance, in the future it will be the number of hops that you've done, and even the platform fees that the platform or the provider is receiving from Jupyter's protocol. Next, we have instructions. So instructions are basically one of the core foundations of a transaction in Solana, and it's one of the most important things devs look out for. And boy, we have a huge change here. So when you take a scroll downwards and you take a look at all of the instructions, you'll notice that we now parse events in instructions. Apart from that, we have a whole new way of interpreting all instructions in Solana FM. All types of programs are parsed with IDLs, including native programs. Next up, we have actions in an instruction. So instructions are kind of dumb, right? Like, they don't really tell you much, but as an explorer, actually, we can do much more. Like, an instruction sometimes has like 10, 15 different types of inner instructions. Maybe we can find a way to bind them and bundle them together, right? Like the main instruction, we should summarize that for the dev. The dev wouldn't need to look at all of the instructions to understand what the instruction is talking about. So taking a scroll down again, you'll notice that if you compress all of the instructions, you have a sub-sentence saying what each of these instructions are telling you about. So that's actions. So you can see that the main instruction in the program is at the top, the instruction name, and you have a summary at the bottom. You don't have to read the accounts involved, you don't have to read the instruction data, you can just have it in a simple summary. And this is how the logs are. Not a big change, but we've taken a step forward to see how we can build a better experience for viewing logs, make it a bit closer and more similar towards how Visual Studio Code exposes, lines of code and indents. So that's transactions. We have transaction header that simplifies transactions for you, a brand new transaction flow that flattens out as much edges as possible to make it even more compact. You have a whole new way of viewing instructions. You can view events, you can view anchor-based events basically, and then you can view instructions, and you also can view them in summaries via actions. So next, we have accounts. So accounts is also another big thing in an Explorer, right? And so we have a couple of things we've made. We've started from the ground up again. We've rewritten everything from scratch. We believe that categorizing accounts is the right way to go. And without doing that, we wouldn't be able to implement and scale quickly with the various types of programs devs like you guys build. So looking up here, you will notice that a couple of things are introduced. We have very distinctively categorized them in the respective categories here, and there'll be more soon, and that they'll be much more readable for each context. So Sorry, give the video a bit of time. Okay, so when you view an account, this is the general overview and look of what you're going to see and expect. There is one big feature though. There are many people here that would like to view a specific tab by default. There will be a settings option for you to set a default tab. And that way it will save you so much more time when you're working on your own workflows. But in general, for a wallet account, we've now taken the liberty to cover stake accounts, domains, transfers, NFTs, tokens, and of course, transactions. So that's basically how an overview wallet is. Next up, we have a new feature called Quick View. It works like magic. And how it works is that when you're viewing an account, you'll notice that if you just hover over the hashes, you'll be able to view a quick summary of what the transaction is trying to say, right? So that reduces the amount of time you need to evaluate what that transaction is telling you it's doing. So we've currently implemented a couple of support for a couple of protocols like Tensor, Jupyter, and much more, but it's only about 10, but we'll cover more over time. So this is how you'll be able to see a transaction without viewing the transaction. So that's generally accounts. And of course, I'm missing one more thing. At the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, you'll notice that we now support CNFTs and SFTs. So SFTs stand for semi-fungible tokens. Next up, we have the very last thing. We have performance and coverage. Performance and coverage has been one of the worst things in the entire ecosystem for explorers in Solana, and that's what we set out to do first. That's our core focus, and that's what we want to cover first. So, these are the highlights of the things you expect from the new Quantum Explorer. You have about up to 10 times faster in loading performance. You have a multiplexer that multiplexes across multiple RPC providers like Triton, Helios, and more. And of course, you have extensive coverage to a shit ton of amount of parsers that we have in our infrastructure, and IDLs as well. And of course, parsing is always done on the fly. You'll be able to view events. You'll be able to view as many types that are defined by the public IDLs available for us today. So, how does it look like? It's crazy fast. And next up is 10 times faster. So here's how it looks like. So if you look at this snippet, I'm just simply loading a transaction from the account's view. Take a look at how long it takes. Done. So what we did is that we've done a lot of like layering in the entire infrastructure and layering of our project, our entire product, to make things even more performant. So I want to talk about something that a lot of people have been talking about, even the panel discussion that I was in earlier about as well, which is transfers. There's a huge problem in the ecosystem. It's very hard for you to do tax. How do I file for taxes? How many transfers did I send? How many token transfers did I send? I don't know. Like creating an account, that costs rent as well, right? Like how do I track rent? So we now have a new way of interpreting transfers. And for our transfers for accounts, we now support date time ranging. This is never seen before in the ecosystem, and we would like to be the first to take a step forward to allow you to view transfers in a time range format. So next up, we have one more micro feature within transfers. You can also filter by token mints. So you not only can filter a range time, you can also filter mints, the tokens that you want to see instead, rather than viewing the entire thing. So how it looks like is as follows. So it shows you a small snippet of all the transfers for this month. And if you want to choose the calendar, look at the loading speed again. So we'll go back in time a couple of months, select the date range, and let go, and it's done. So that's the real-time speed that you'll get for the new Explorer. And when you do a filter, it's the same thing. Everything is API-driven. It's that fast. So in general, that's what you have for performance and coverage for the new Explorer. You have twice or up to 10 times faster in performance for loading things in the Explorer. You can now search much more faster. There's also predictive search. I don't know how useful this is, but if let's say you forgot your domain name and you probably remember your vanity address, try searching your vanity address. We will catch that. And next up, you also have multiplexing right behind. You don't have to select an RPC provider anymore. Everything will be multiplexed for you so that you can gain better reliability for loading your transactions, accounts, and blocks. And last but not least, all of our parsers in our Explorer is IDL based. So if you expose your IDL on-chain, you'll probably get support on Solana FM immediately. All right, so that's about it. We are doing an exclusive launch today, and if you do scan the QR code and just put your email in, you expect to receive an email invite to Quantum. And later this year, we'll launch Quantum, and we can't wait for you guys to try it out because it is so much better than the previous few Explorers that we have in the ecosystem. Thank you.
All right, Nick. I did it. Thank you so much. You did. Oh my God, I learned so much from that. A, they just did a better job than me. B, I can live inside my transactions now. That Explorer is beautiful, both visually and functionally. And Nick promised it's going to do my taxes. So finally, we have something to do our taxes at the end of the year, next year, right? All right, so.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back from the break. Hope you got some coffee, some Red Bull. Hope you paid with Solana Pay, all the good stuff. Please, if you're in the back and you're just kind of talking, come on in. I won't bite yet. So I am very, very happy to be sharing a new panel with you all. So it's not quite summer, but DeFi on Solana is roaring right now on chain. We have a wonderful panel of folks talking about the entire DeFi stack. We have market makers, token launch pads, we got liquidity, we got derivatives, we got exchanges. They're all here in one jam-packed talk. We have folks from Keyrock, Sci-Fi and Armada, Orca, Zeta, and Swissborg, and this panel will be moderated by Kel Eleje. Enjoy.
All right. Welcome. Glad to see all of you all here. If you guys don't mind, let's do a little quick lightning round intro. Let's go down the line and we'll go from there.
I'm Tommy. I'm from Sci-Fi and Armada. I've been in the Solana ecosystem for over 3 years. We were the first hackathon winner of the Solana Serum DeFi hackathon with Sci Options. We did the first acquisition in Solana with Tap Finance. We had the most successful IEO in FTX history, which I guess now has to be locked in stone, for better or worse, I don't know. And we're focused on derivatives, borrow lending, and options with Sci-Fi, and then check out Armada, which is a new platform that helps teams with everything from token launching, tokenomics mechanism, so teams just focus on core products.
Hey everyone, I'm Ori, one of the co-founders of Orca. You may know us as one of the earliest apps in Solana. I think we were actually the third, don't quote me, but tell me if I'm wrong, third app to launch after Serum and Radium way back in the day. Today, Orca is actually now the leading trading protocol on Solana. We drive as much trading volume as all other trading protocols combined, and actually generate over 70% of all liquidity provider fees as well. So it's been a long journey. Been very humbled to see things go up and down since then. It's still very proud to be a part of the ecosystem. I've done a little bit of everything, but mainly I think people know me for design, and still really proud to also champion human-centered design in crypto.
Great. Thanks for having me. I'm Tristan from Zeta Markets. Funnily enough, this is my third breakpoint at this point. We also started a little over 2 years ago, I guess. We actually won the second kind of Solana hackathon that was out right after these guys, so we've been around the block for a while. We are a kind of perps exchange. We're kind of been around the derivative space for a number of years. That's our bread and butter. We just launched our V2 a couple of months ago, which has been super successful, and we've just about crossed like $1 billion in cumulative volume at this point. So very excited for the future of Solana over the next kind of coming years.
Hi, my name is Cyrus Fazel, the proud founder and CEO of Swissborg. Swissborg, 7 years ago, we had a big dream, which was to offer financial freedom to everyone. We did a great ICO. Since then, we developed an app in Europe, been rocking the scene of crypto for some time, and very excited about how we're doing OPUS with Swissborg.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kevin. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Keyrock. So it's my first time at Breakpoint, so very happy to be here. Keyrock, we're a digital asset market maker. We've been around for 6 years now. We provide liquidity basically both on exchanges and OTC, on spot markets, options markets. We're making markets on more than 500 of them actually today, and looking forward to discuss how, when, and why DeFi will change everything again.
Well, that's a perfect lead into the main question that we're all here for today. We want to know exactly why and exactly how DeFi is going to change everything. So, Tristan, you're in the middle. I want to know from your perspective at a sort of high level why you think DeFi specifically on Solana, you guys are all building on Solana, why you think it'll change everything, and then we'll kind of get into the nuances as they appear.
Yeah, I think it's a totally new paradigm, what we're building, and especially on Solana, the design space, or I guess the technical limitations or lack of limitations compared to what's out there, we can really open up the design space and start to actually build highly performant applications on chain. For context, we used to do kind of options, and we built some crazy stuff like first ever like Black-Scholes calculation on chain. It was kind of cool, and we were building funky stuff like that. We're doing a bit less of that now. We're really focusing on perps and trying to build something that is actually competitive with centralized exchanges, but still has the merits of actual decentralization, transparency, self-custody. We think that's definitely possible in Solana. So currently our V2, I would go out there and say it's like an on-chain central limit order book. It's something you can't do anywhere else. We are basically like the fastest on-chain central limit order book. It's pretty impressive. In our V2, we're starting to build our V3 as well. We're trying to go bring it an order of magnitude faster and actually compete with the big dogs in kind of Binance and some of these centralized exchanges. And I'm incredibly excited for some of the technical innovation that's happening with Fired Answer. If we're able to get to millions of transactions per second, like there's no reason why we can't build some absolutely killer apps there.
Those are really great points. And I guess, Kevin, I'll pass it to you. Tristan, one of the things that you brought up was being able to compete with some of these bigger centralized players, be it Binance or otherwise. And we can get more into the sort of technical reasons why Solana would be able to do that. But another big reason is the liquidity side, which is less technical and more incentive-based. And Kevin, given your background as a market maker, curious to hear your thoughts on this aspect.
Sure. I mean, I think exactly one of the points that you made, Tristan, that is very interesting is that what matters is being able to match the performance of what you see that is centralized, right? Because at the end of the day, like we're not building an application ourselves, we're users, right? We're users, we're traders, depending on what application we interact with. But you guys are competing with centralized exchanges as well, right? And when we discuss why or how would DeFi change everything, I think it will change everything if it actually makes more sense than CeFi and then TradFi. And that concept of utility and value add that is actually brought to users is what is the most important. And sometimes decentralization in and out of itself is part of that. But I think that it's supposed to be a mean to an end and not, an end in and out of itself. And so matching the performance of others that you're actually competing with for the end, which is providing a high quality marketplace, I think that focusing on that is really how we get to more and more adoption. And so we're discussing liquidity, also before, like backstage. And I think that unless you're building a marketplace, liquidity is the second or third thing that you should be thinking about. The first being utility. Like what I'm building, the token that I'm going to be issuing, what purpose does it serve? And if it actually serves a purpose, then you might have liquidity as a problem down the line because people are actually using it, and that's, at the end of the day, a very good problem to have. It's still a problem, which we're working very hard to solve with as many partners as we can. But unless you're building a marketplace, the first thing that should be your focus is not liquidity, it's the utility. If that utility is high, you'll get many users, it will be traded, liquidity will be required, and that's when that component actually comes into play. And I think that, that focus of utility is really a very important part of it, or at least should be.
So speaking of utility, we have the world's leading expert on bringing utility tokens to Solana over here. So
yeah, I mean, if you want to learn more, you should definitely come to my talk tomorrow at 11:35 a.m. on the developer stage about how you can use our programs to get utility. But the high-level gist is there's a lot. Once you launch a token, there's a lot of things to consider, right? Getting liquidity on that token, adding utility, where does governance play, staking, how do you get people into governance? And so we started Armada about 9 months ago trying to scratch our own itch of solving all these problems because you have to focus on DeFi, but then once you launch a token, you get diverted to figuring out how do you create governance-driven tokenomics and things of that nature. And so, I don't want to give too much away because I promise it's an unveiling tomorrow, but that is a core focus, and I think where DeFi really needs to be is actually giving true ownership of these protocols and these financial instruments to these token holders instead of just some gimmick, right?
Yeah, it totally makes a lot of sense. And I guess kind of passing it on to you, Ori, and also you, Cyrus, once we have these tokens, which we'll learn about more from tomorrow, we need places to actually use them, and those applications need to be designed in a certain way and they need to be user-friendly. So I feel like you two are both great options for the crowd to learn a little bit more on how we can design things well. So Ori, I'll start with you. What are your thoughts on design and DeFi on Solana?
Yeah, design for DeFi in general until now has in many ways been really just a trade-off, I would say, or like a series of trade-offs, I think, between what we know we want to do and like the lessons we've already learned from Web 2 and what we really want to be able to deliver people in Web 3. Like, we talk a lot about innovation, but in some ways we're not necessarily like pushing the envelope for UX as a whole, because in Web 2 for the longest time, we've been able to deliver like split-second reactions, and people are used to that, right? And so I think it's not like controversial to say that the UX has not been anywhere close to what like the average person expects. But we're finally, I think, getting to this turning point where finally the performance is actually on Solana, like built in, right? To Tristan's point, like with Fire Dancer, I think we're going to start seeing a really like impressive level that people will actually be able to use the same way that they use in Web 2. And so no longer, I think, will design be as much about, okay, like, let me talk to the engineers and figure out of the million technical constraints, what is like the one thing out of the design that I can actually accomplish, but thinking about things holistically to how do we actually deliver an experience that is fresh, that is something that is not actually possible in Web 2 and is still very desirable by users. So I think, this is also where Solana will start to differentiate itself, because more and more I've seen the narrative start to shift where so much of the energy in other ecosystems is still figuring out how to scale, right? And that's something, if we have it built in, will really unlock a lot of creativity for both designers and developers. So I'd say, yeah, just draw on what we've already learned from Web 2 and take advantage of the fact that for the first time in crypto, we can actually apply those lessons.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that is that, things like, I was not a big Solana fan. And this ecosystem, I didn't know it very well, and there's different reasons for that. I didn't really take the time for it. But when I got to talk to our tech team that's been developing in the back for some time and going to the hackathons and meeting the community, I started realizing there's probably more than I should know about it. And I think that more importantly, the technology that was built on Solana was really for that scalable mass market. And when we started our business in 2016 and 2017, our goal was always to do how to mix the off-chain and on-chain world, right? So how do you get the best of the FX, SEX worlds, stocks eventually, and how you bring DeFi. And essentially, Solana was the only way that we were able to aggregate order books, right? Because all other chains today is EVM. The EVMs is all about AMMs, right? And the central limit order books that you have today on Orca, for example, on Phoenix, was only possible on Solana. So for us, we had to go through Solana, and obviously today we're very proud that we finally got to our meta exchange, that we bring those two different worlds. So for us, that's where I got to be a maxi on Solana and love it. And I think so. The end game, with what we want to do for users is just the ability where someone could place a trade. He won't figure out it's going to be eventually on this exchange or that exchange, but you're going to have a seamless experience. And I think so right now, just showing it backstage just earlier is like now with Swissborg today, anyone could create an account in Europe, fund your account with their credit card or their local currency, send it with Swift within few seconds to few minutes. And then exchange, get your best token, Helium or Solana or different other tokens, and you will pass through Orca or through Phoenix, but not necessarily even knowing it. Some people will be very happy about it, and some people just don't really care about where you're going, the route you're going. You're just getting the best price and the best service and the best experience. And I think so that's exactly what we've been working really hard for now over 7 years, and thanks to Solana, we're making it. So I'm super excited.
That's awesome. It's always good to hear stories of people who, like you said, you didn't like Solana in the beginning, and now, here you are speaking in a panel full of people who like Solana. And I think that's something that I'd like to zero in on a little bit more, because when we talk about users in crypto, there's obviously a huge component of people who are EVM loyalists or Ethereum loyalists or L2 loyalists. And whether we like it or not, this is going to be a big user cohort of people that myself and all of you through all of your products and maybe even everyone here, in this building today, will have to convince those people that not only are the products in Solana maybe better or faster or have this technical advantage or that technical advantage, but that there has to be some kind of forcing function. So I guess we could just go down the line and hear some thoughts on how we're going to get users from the EVM ecosystem into the SVM ecosystem.
I think it starts with like getting trading mostly on chain. Like there's no reason for Solana DeFi to not be the best place to execute a trade. I think there shouldn't be so much of a focus, especially in the early days of a token. Like you should not worry about centralized exchange listings. I mean, they can help with marketing and to some degree, but if we can get liquidity on chain and for other users to have to participate in that ecosystem, they are forced to make a swap on Solana. You know, the onboarding process to the wallet is a little bit painful, but as soon as they make that swap, people are like, holy cow, this just, you know, settled instantaneously. And that's eye-opening for a lot of people. And so I think the more conversations like I've had with people in those other ecosystems, they just haven't had that experience because they've never been forced to use Solana. And so I think that's a key factor.
Yeah. I think it's all of that, but also just building experiences that don't yet exist, right, in EVM. And I think that's something where, well, I guess, should I spoil? Well, we'll be announcing a new product in probably like an hour on stage from Orca, but I think people will be really excited about this because, frankly, just like LPing is so expensive if you have to pay actual gas fees. And I think this is why we're starting to be able to unlock like an experience that feels not only fluid and seamless and fast, but actually is going to make people more money on Solana, right, in the long term. Because when you're constantly sending transactions, opening and closing positions and rebalancing, as you should be as a really savvy, active LP, that cuts into your bottom line, right? And yes, like DeFi, it is for this group about making money. Like this is people's jobs. And so ultimately, if their goal is to come here and make money, we need to give them tools that allow them the possibility to do that more effectively, that empower them with the insights, with the data, and with the convenience that they need. And like finally, I believe like this is becoming possible in a way that personally I'm really excited about.
Yeah, really great points, and I totally agree on building kind of differentiated products on Solana. You know, everyone talks about only possible on Solana, and that's kind of become the kind of rally. But it is really true, like, who cares about building the same kind of Uniswap fork on like a new chain? That's kind of a, you know, it's been done to death at this point, and it's not super interesting. People are building actually like super innovative, cutting edge stuff on Solana, like order books, you know, which is what we're obviously big into, provide really great price discovery versus, you know, looking at Uniswap profitability and some of the questions around that for LPs. You get incredible price discovery on order books. It's something that you can only build on Solana, and I think there's a real reason for once people have actually made that hop, jumped onto the chain, they start using it, and they're like, wow, this is actually works really well. We've also spent a lot of time on UX and trying to make that, you know, a pleasurable experience. If you come on there, transactions are failing, you know, the chain's going down or things like that, you can't withdraw your money. That's kind of a scarring experience. But, you know, with network stability being a lot higher, I think people are more willing to kind of bridge and park their funds on, you know, chains like Solana. And once you start using the dApps and see the kind of rich ecosystem that they have there, you know, it's pretty hard to get away from that. Like a kind of personal story from me is I really don't use like centralized exchanges much anymore, mostly because they've just shut down in a lot of the countries that, you know, I'm KYC'd in. But, you know, I just use Jupiter now because it's like I want to buy some Solana. I just don't want to go through logging into, you know, centralized exchange, mucking around, setting up an account. It's just super easy. Go there, plug in your ledger, swap. You get really good, you know, prices. It's super seamless. The UX is incredible. I just like don't want to go back at that point.
I mean, if I'm able to take that question and not necessarily just look at EVM people, but the entire population, right? We have, let's say, 250 million people that are in crypto, probably have less than 1% of those people that are actually into DeFi. So that means we still have 99% of people just buying tokens and just, you know, figuring out on centralized exchanges. And that's probably the real stats. So I think what we see here is that there's been a lot of sexes that have their own political agendas on which chains and what things, tokens to list, and how these cartels essentially manage to do their things. Some of them are very open-minded and are very cool. Some of them have really pushed their own products, obviously, because it still is a war between blockchains, still a war against essentially stable coins, and many of that that thing. So I think so. What we need as well is these big platforms is ability to have listing of tokens that is more transparent and to make sure that there's volume on sexes and indexes as well. And I think so Swissborg for sure, I mean, we really want to because we had the problem of getting listed on sexes and all that. We went through that. We did all these ICOs. So we think that we need to recalibrate a bit, fight these type of cartels, and make sure that communities of different platforms could just list their tokens on these different platforms. And this is exactly what we're doing with Swissborg and how we're going to be using different, Camino and different other amazing dexes like Orca in order to bootstrap this liquidity and then get listed on Swissborg by the community and not because just one king or queen decided to make a favor or get a $5 million supply tokens for that listing. So, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that on this, the starting point is who are you trying to bring over? And as Sarah said, like, there's 250 million people in crypto, 1% in DeFi, but what about the rest? There's still 20x more that are not even in crypto yet. And so who are you trying to convince? Of course, there's always going to be loyalists to certain techs. To be honest, like I'm not an engineer. I'm the most tech pragmatic people you can imagine. As long as it does what it needs it to do, I don't care. And I think that many people think like that. There are still some steam engine fanatics, right? You're not going to get them in a Tesla, but you don't care. Because yes, you have a very small core that will never change their mind, so be it. But what matters is how do you attract the rest, and they're definitely to a point made both by Tristan and Ori, like building things that can only be done on Solana. This is why you choose Solana, not because it is Solana. It's just that I'm doing something that makes sense, that can only be done here. I know it's not often you would see me on stage, hyping some work done by Jump, but clearly FireDancer is something that is very interesting to make it even more so only possible on Solana. So it is something that is positive for the ecosystem as a whole, but also positive to bring people that don't even look at the ecosystem, that don't care about the ecosystem. The only thing they care about is what value do I get by using this product. And I think definitely that is where I would focus it. And some of them you will never convince. Fair enough, because you shouldn't even try to convince them in the first place.
So the maxis are condemned, is what I'm hearing.
I mean, if they're happy, that's great, right? It's not condemned, but they're just doing their thing, and that's it.
Sure. So, Tristan, I want to come back to you in terms of, we've talked about various things that can get users of all kinds, be it the ETH users, total crypto users, or just everyone in general. And I know that Zeta has recently done like the points program. And so the question I have for you is just maybe a little bit more details on how you're thinking about that in general and what kind of user you think that will bring in. And if you think that's different from the user that you might be trying to target a year, 3 years, 5 years down the line, and then we'll kind of hear from everyone.
Yeah, it's a great question. So yeah, I would say there's a lot to building an exchange outside of just writing smart contracts. People think, you can just fork whatever and suddenly you can build the next Uniswap. It's not really how it works. Liquidity is pretty sticky and the user base obviously as well. Where we're at, I guess, in our current iteration of our product, we've got a bunch of great kind of market makers on our platform that are kind of native to the Solana ecosystem that are really strong. So you can trade in, pretty decent size and do stuff like that. Now it's really about, we are kind of in a bear market or at least coming out of one, who knows. So bringing in users on the kind of taker side was top of mind for us to kind of fulfill that other side of the kind of demand curve. And it's really this chicken and egg problem. Like, do you want to come in there if there's no liquidity and the order books are super empty, which everything kind of was in the super early days? We've kind of fixed that problem. Now it's like waiting for the users to come in, and they've been slowly lining up and coming in, and then you kind of bootstrap from there. So what we call Z-Score is kind of our points program. It's a way for people to come in, trade on the exchange, and a way for us to kind of reward the top traders on our exchange. It's based on scoring system that takes into account both the volume on the taker side that you've traded on our exchange, as well as your kind of P&L and profitability. So we want to go out there and say, hey, these are our top, couple of thousand users who have been super loyal to the exchange. They've been using it, for the last year or two, say. They've been putting heaps of volume through the platform, and we want to reward them, obviously for coming in and providing the service. And hopefully over that period of bootstrapping, I guess, up until kind of token distribution, we're going to, rally a bunch of people around that and kind of really grow the exchange from there. It's definitely worked on like the ETH side. I think a lot of these kind of DEXs have really managed to do amazing things with tokens and some of their kind of incentive programs and the ways that they gamify it and get creative. So hopefully we can kind of take some of that inspiration and kind of rally people around the DeFi apps on Solana and get a bunch of really good adoption there.
Can I ask a question?
Be my guest.
Do we think points is the right step, a step in the right direction for DeFi, or do we think it's a step backwards? Like if we're promoting transparency and democratization and stuff like that, points, if we're talking about it's for a future token, then like there's not a lot of transparency about like what they actually mean and how they work together in these systems.
Yeah, I think it's a tough question to answer off the bat. I mean, I think it's really down to the project and how transparent they are with tokenomics. Like, we are working on that actively right now and hoping to ideally put a white paper out on our tokenomics to kind of explain, I guess, distribution mechanisms, what the actual token does, some more details around that. So to the extent that we can involve the community and be really kind of community-driven around that and build something that actually provides value, I think that's like a good step.
Yeah, I think we've seen them working on the incentivization piece. I know it's a new topic, and we see a lot of Solana teams doing that, so it was just a controversial, interesting discussion we had over lunch today. So sorry to put you on the spot, Tristan.
All good.
Sometimes you need a little degen action to get the things going, Yeah, he knows.
Maybe just, if I can say one thing, because for once, I've been talking mainly about utility and not liquidity, whereas, we're a market maker. And I think that on the incentives, at the end of the day, if you're looking at real market makers, so real delta-neutral market makers, what do they want? What we want to trade. We want volume, we want flow, right? So ironically, the markets that have the easiest time attracting market makers are the ones that need it the less, because, there's already liquidity. But that's just how it is. If you are actually delta-neutral and you don't have anything else on your agenda that is, even more shady than just incentivation, but an actual delta-neutral market maker, you want flow. When you don't have it, you need the market makers the most, but how do you get them there? And I think that there's no way, having been doing this for 6 years in crypto now, it never comes to a point where you don't need market makers anymore because liquidity just happens. It doesn't. Even on the bigger markets, that need is still there. The difference is that you need more incentives at the beginning because you actually don't have what the market makers want the most and need the most to be able to do their job. So I do think that there is a place for incentives to kickstart markets because liquidity doesn't just happen organically. But I agree with you that this should be done very transparently and making sure that the incentives are clear and that they are open to everyone. Like this, market making incentives don't need to be some, closed doors deal with, a specific assignment. This can be a program that is open to everyone. Anybody can be a market maker. You're just open to orders. There you go, you're a market maker. So anybody can. It's just that if the incentives are transparent and big enough, you have people who actually start to do it professionally, and that actually brings value to everyone on the market. So I think that the main debate is not so much on whether incentives are needed or not, because I think there will always be. But the question is how they are actually provided and how transparent they are. And I think that if you can get the right balance, that's where you have something that actually benefits the entire market.
Do you feel like having the incentives be maybe overly transparent, just to steelman the other side, can be a weakness in terms of the gameability of the incentive structure? So if I know for sure, if I take a losing trade on Zeta, like Tristan's going to pay me a lot of money, I'll lose every trade. I mean, I might lose every trade anyways, but, having very transparent incentives means that the system is perfectly gameable. And I'm just wondering from your perspective, does that alter, is there some advantage to maybe obfuscating some portion of how the incentives work?
I think that all systems are potentially gameable. The problem becomes if it's only gameable to some of the actors, because there's too big of an asymmetry of information. So yes, having something that is fully transparent means that you're going to have more people potentially, working on gaming the system, but that's how you get to something efficient. So I would take that paradigm every day of the week versus one where you have 4 players that have a completely different setup that nobody knows about, and these guys are always winning. So I do think that having something that is gameable by the greater mass of people is better, because this is how you get to an efficient market, because everybody has the same information. Of course, markets are never efficient, but it's as close to that as you can get.
But if I may jump in this one, I think so, from the early DeFis to the summer DeFi until right now, what we've seen is predators, right? They come, they farm the token, then they go to the next city, they burn it again, they take your token, they burn it again. I think so what we really have to, as DeFi, whether it's in Solana or in other different ecosystems, is you really have to create a community that's loyal. And that loyal should be done through a game theory, and of course, I think it should be transparent. But what you want is as well to look on the long run, right? And how you could really make sure that these guys are not predators and are not just feeding predators that just want to dump on the next guy after. Because that game, if we continue to do it, I'm pretty sure DeFi will never get to its real mission, right? I think so. That's the thing that you need to do, and how you play it out is definitely not easy because we're still in the money game. But that's how you have to really protect the people and make sure that in all these different cycles that we go through, you really reward those that have been with you for a long time. And again, this is what I really fell in love with Solana when I saw the token going down to $10. I was like, okay, it's finished. This thing is going. And on the opposite, like people were here and still like now we're building on, and we'll continue to bring this ecosystem to where it deserves to be.
I think it's like hard to guarantee that like community's loyal though, right? Like you can't vet every person in the community, and like with an open global state machine like Solana, like you have to always, as a builder, you have to always account for there's going to be bad actors and adversaries always trying to like bring your community down, you know, trade against you, whatever it is, right? So for everyone making a buck, someone's losing a buck to some degree. So I think it's also about not just building a great community, but building a sustainable ecosystem and sustainable products, like first and foremost.
I think it's worth drawing a line in the sand too, between really the pure like protocol level and then all the applications that are built on top of these protocols, right? I think for people who are really moving at the protocol level, so for something like Orca, you know, like liquidity providers or these more you know, degen traders, sometimes we say it, like what really matters to them and all that matters to them is the bottom line. And for something like that, I think generally, at least personally, I lean to a more like pure approach. You know, complicated tokenomics, all of that. It just gets things very, well, unnecessarily complicated, right? I think it makes, it does lead to this unsustainable types of like incentives when people start like mucking around with that. And that's really more like marketing spend in my mind, you know, like bootstrapping liquidity, that sort of thing. But then when it comes to actually like providing, again, these like end user experiences where the protocols are packaged in something more than just the base layer, often I think people are willing to pay for a little bit of extra convenience. And also, like, this is also where you can start building a little bit more loyalty. So let's say, like, you know, in a game, there's definitely some value to being able to like trade the game tokens directly within the game. And then maybe also some value to the protocol, then actually providing some type of like reward system for trading within that game's marketplace. And all that makes sense, right? Like I personally, even if something is available cheaper elsewhere, like I'll buy a product on Amazon because I just trust it. I know it'll be delivered to my door in 2 days, like, etc. Right? So I think for me, often I think on the protocol level, more pure makes sense. And then when it comes to these, you know, more packaged and polished experiences, it makes more sense to think about something like a points or a loyalty program.
A lot of interesting different perspectives here. I like the flow of the conversation. Got my friend right here. He's doing a good job. Round of applause for this guy right here.
Get him up on stage.
Yeah, next panel, you're up, man. So we're coming up a little bit on time. I wanted to give everyone at least like a minute just to give a little closing remark, if you will. I know there's some different announcements that you got to reserve, so maybe don't talk on those. I don't want to spill all of your alpha. But Tommy, why don't you go ahead and...
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm just really excited for this like next wave of Solana DeFi. We have like a bunch of incredible projects like Zeta that have been building for over 2 years now, but haven't really taken the next step in, you know, building a transparent tokenomics ecosystem and true community with like ownership over everything that they're building in that community. And which, I mean, it's a great. There's reason for that. It takes a lot. And so that's kind of why we jumped into Armada 9 to 12 months ago. And we really just want to help everyone in this new wave of Solana DeFi take care of everything token related and governance related so they can just focus on their core product. And we can make DeFi change everything again. Join the fleet.
Join the fleet.
Join the fleet.
So I'll take my minute to really kind of push for, I think, all of us to still be really aware of like the changing narrative around Solana and crypto in general. I remember thinking a year ago at Breakpoint, like how lucky we would be if we would start to see that narrative shift around Solana actually being a viable option. I think for everyone here, it's very obvious that Solana is not only a viable, but actually a very proven option. But I think so often we see things like on Twitter, people are just like still ranting and raving about Solana in a way that looks like, frankly, kind of cultish and kind of terrifying. Like, that's probably not the way to get people to come over. I think, being really rational about it is a better way. Like, make the technical argument. The technical argument actually holds water and is not based on this kind of cult methodology. And yesterday I was joking with someone that they're not a Solana maxi, they're a Solana realist. And I think we're starting to see more people take that path. So I'd encourage you to extend an olive branch in all your discussions.
Yeah, I really like that take. Yeah, I think for me, it's just incredible the amount of progress we've made in the last 2 years. I mean, I guess from a non-crypto perspective, it doesn't feel like a lot of time, but for all of us, at least as protocol builders, like that's a hell of a lot of time to just like hunker down and build good stuff. And I still remember getting started in 2021, our product was pretty flaky and rushed and the market was going crazy and people were kind of throwing all this like money around and trying all these different products and they would break all the time and the network would go down. And you see where we're at now, and things are just completely like polar opposite. The chain's been up for 6 months with absolutely zero kind of downtime. We've got these local fee markets that have really helped in terms of some of the performance there. In terms of some of the apps that they've come a long way, they're much better, at least from our exchange. It's really, really snappy. We've used a lot of the cutting edge technology like Geyser to be able to actually like update our order books within like the same block and stuff like that. So it almost feels like a centralized exchange now. And I'm like, I wouldn't have thought this was even possible 2 years ago. So it's really cool how much we've innovated on that. And obviously with a bunch of new improvements, like the new kind of runtime and FireDancer and all these other things, like I'm super psyched to just dig into the code there, build super cool stuff that's on the cutting edge. And then further than that, there's obviously great, teams innovating on token stuff such as Armada. So I'm keen to kind of dig into more of that and see kind of more of that ecosystem flourish.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super thrilled. I mean, today we have 800,000 users here in Europe, and in the next cycle, we're probably going to at least triple or quadruple that, right? And we really have embraced the Solana ecosystem and letting it being our trading backbone through Orca and others. And right now, it looks like Armada is about the token economics. Here you see the spot trading, the perp trading, the market making. So I think what maybe Swissquote would bring within at least this group is how to have maybe a potential launchpad for new projects that want to work and be on Swissborg, or as well mature projects that want to be listed in the most fair way possible. So I think I'm really excited about that, to be honest. And as well, how it could fuel the new awesome projects. I still believe that ICOs is something that could grow, that could really make amazing community. That's how we started, and many cool projects have done that. And looking forward to bring the best projects to a loyal community and make them super users on these next decentralized applications on Solana.
Yeah, on my end, I think to share a thought on also the title of the panel. Like, I look at it more as something to aspire to rather than an actual statement. If you look at what we're building, like all together, being Solana or others, but everything that is decentralized is what is the point? Like, why are we doing all this, right? And so I think that on one end you have a very centralized system that is extremely easy, extremely convenient, but that comes with a lot of constraints, because you always depend on somebody else to do what you actually want to do, right? There's always a third party there, and you depend on their constraints to actually use the product. On the other hand, you have fully decentralized systems that are extremely hard to build, sometimes still extremely hard to use, but that come with a lot of freedom, right? And I think that the point of investing our time in ecosystems such as Solana is that when you see that the technology allows you to get as close as possible from the best of both worlds, so keeping the freedom that you have that comes inherently with decentralization, while keeping as much as possible of the conveniency and the ease of use that you have with centralized system. And I think that when you have tech that allows you to do that, and all the things that are only possible of Solana is part of that, I think that definitely it's when this, the statement, the title of the panel becomes more and more of a reality rather than just wishful thinking, and that's what Kirok is quite excited about. Yeah.
Woo! Well, to this guy, Kevin, Cyrus, Tristan, Ori, and my boy Tommy right here, thank you guys for coming.
Hello. Thank you for listening so intently. That wave is not happening soon, it is happening now. So instead of chewing glass, maybe you're surfing glass instead. Some notes on logistics and things like that. If you're planning out your evening activities, head to solana.com/breakpoint. In the little hamburger menu on your phone, you can see there's a list of all the community side events that are being run. Make sure you go ahead and apply. Also, don't forget that tomorrow it's going to be a little bit windy, so make sure that you dress for the weather. Up next, so one of the things that happened in the wake of the FTX collapse, amongst many other things, is that it wiped out a very crucial component of the DeFi ecosystem on Solana, in particular, Bitcoin. Our next talk is going to be the next talk is with TBTC coming to Solana with Robinson from Wormhole, Brian from Thesis, and it will be moderated by Ben from the Solana Foundation. Enjoy.
Oh, God. Hello, everyone. I am Ben, not Brian. Thank you for hanging out late in the afternoon to come and talk with us. Really exciting chat today. First, going to kick it off and allow the panelists to introduce themselves.
My name is Brian. I'm Brian from Thesis, head of business development. Thesis is a freedom tech venture builder in the space. We build Bitcoin and Bitcoin adjacent products. We're one of the founders and authors of TBTC, which is a decentralized and permissionless Bitcoin. Happy to be here today.
Hey everyone, my name is Robinson, and I'm the head of strategy at the Wormhole Foundation. For those of you who aren't familiar, Wormhole is an interoperability platform, so we enable chains to communicate with one another and send data back and forth. Most people know data today as sending tokens or NFTs, but you can send, for instance, instructions and things like that. So as Brian mentioned, super happy to be here as well.
So John alluded to this a little bit in his introduction, but almost a year ago to the day, we had a pretty substantial event in the Solana ecosystem that specifically affected Bitcoin. When it comes to Bitcoin in Solana DeFi, it was supported via a centralized exchange that held the Bitcoin on the back end and then issued a token representation of that on Solana to allow you to put that into DeFi protocols. When that event occurred, suddenly all of those coins were not collateralized because you didn't have access to the underlying. So specifically, what I want to ask you, Brian, is how does TBTC remove that risk from the system?
It's a great question. So the architecture behind TBTC, just quickly for those who are not familiar, TBTC is part of the Threshold Network or Threshold DAO. That's the T in TBTC. It is a decentralized Bitcoin equivalent or a tokenized Bitcoin equivalent that's one-to-one. It is fully operated by the Threshold network of nodes, where your underlying Bitcoin, the spot Bitcoin asset, is custodied by this network of nodes. It's secured through Threshold cryptography, and then you're able to mint a TBTC or one-to-one equivalent on Ethereum and bridge it to places like Solana and other chains in DeFi for use. So one of the key things that we solved for, we did not sacrifice on decentralization. First and foremost, everything we do is open source and permissionless. So we're very much committed to building in public and making sure that if there is certain bugs or issues that are found in the system, they're addressed very transparently off the bat, and you can follow everything that's being done through our GitHub accounts and other company content in terms of to address that. So for us, we are looking to scale beyond and just double down on Solana because it's we're super excited to be here in the community.
And just to draw a clear distinction between other Bitcoins that exist, obviously you have native Bitcoin and you also have WBTC, which is wrapped Bitcoin supported by BitGo.
That's right.
So can you talk a little bit about BitGo's model and how that works with this?
It's a great question. So effectively, one of the TLDR on TBTC is a decentralized WBTC. So the key thing is that when you're depositing your Bitcoin or minting WBTC, all of that is custodied by BitGo, and which is a black box. They're testing it, and we're big fans of the BitGo organization. They've done a lot for crypto, but to be used in DeFi, it's sort of a hybrid solution for bridging Bitcoin, one of the oldest assets out there, right? So for us, we wanted to make sure we stayed true to the original Bitcoin vision and kept a decentralized network behind that. So the underlying Bitcoin custody is deposited in the wallets on the threshold side. So when you deposit your Bitcoin in on the threshold dApp, it takes about an hour to deposit and secure it in the network of nodes, which is about 300 right now on the system. And then once that's secured, it pings the other side of the bridge, which is on the Ethereum side. And those guys say, okay, that's this Bitcoin is secure, we're good to mint, and they mint that one-to-one equivalent, which is in the form of TBTC. And then the user has it in their wallet, and they can do with whatever they please, other DeFi, degen activities, that sort of thing. And then when you come back to Bitcoin, it takes about 1 to 3 hours to process. We're working on getting that down as much as possible. And there's a small spread that's taken. It's about 20 bips, but generally speaking, it's pretty quick.
It's a good segue, Robinson. Let's talk about how Wormhole supports TBTC getting to Solana.
Yeah, the Threshold partnership, when it originally started, was great because I think it was a partnership in the truest sense of the word. There was a lot of ethos alignment. So Brian's mentioned, it's completely open source, so is Wormhole. We wanted to support an asset. There was almost a vacuum for BTC within Solana, and we wanted to support what we thought was, a ethos aligned, just to use a term that's popular right now, BTC that could proliferate within the Solana ecosystem. So we approached them, and they originally we went to some L2s, et cetera, but ultimately we wanted to get to Solana as quickly and securely as possible. But the way you can think about it at a high level is you have TBTC, which Brian just explained, and then Wormhole is essentially the rails in which a token, let's say, in this instance, can travel from chain to chain. So, from Ethereum to Solana or Solana to Ethereum, which is oftentimes a pretty popular corridor, or to L2s, et cetera. So I guess, looking under the hood a little bit and the way that's done, Wormhole, like I mentioned, is an interoperability protocol. So at the base layer, we're just sending data between chains. But what you can build on top of that are things like token bridges. And I say that because that's the thing that most of us are familiar with and the thing that most of us use. Portal, if you're familiar with Portal, is a very popular UI that utilizes token bridge contracts that are built on top of Wormhole. So with TBTC, we're able to use kind of this existing infrastructure using the token bridge, but natively minting it on Solana. Yep. So that's at a high level how it works.
So I do want to make a slight tangent from TBTC really quick and just double in on Wormhole. So we have seen just countless security vulnerabilities in some bridges over the last 12 to 18 months. And I think that has prevented a lot of users from being confident in using bridges. So maybe if you could just quickly touch on the strides that the Wormhole team has made to improve security in the bridge.
Yeah, of course. I think I can sit here and say that security is, well, taking a step back, when we think about Wormhole, there's 3 things we're focused on, largely. To be as secure as possible, to connect everything, and to be as easy to use as possible. Like if a developer wants to build something like a token bridge, they can easily do that. So, I can sit here and say those things are important, but to Ben's point, security truly is like the biggest value we provide. So when we take a step back and think about the things that Wormhole's done on the security front, number one, I think being open source can't be understated. Wormhole, we build in the open. Anyone can see the code that we put out there. We've had 15 plus public audits. I think audits are definitely extremely important, but some of the things that I think I'm really excited about that Wormhole's been working on and actually has already shipped, it's been in production for some time now, are two kind of critical security features. So I don't know if anyone saw Felix, works on the security team contributing to FireDancer, also contributes to Wormhole, but talked a lot about this concept of defense in depth. When we think about bridging in Web3, we can actually use a lot of like best practices within Web2, and that's kind of what defense in depth is. What that essentially means is you're just adding layers to any sort of attack vector. So layers in which like any, a malicious actor, if they wanted to drain the bridge, let's say, like we're all familiar with, they would have to get through, let's say, 3 things in order to even have a chance at a vulnerability. So what that looks like for us, we have a product called the Global Accountant. So I don't know if a lot of people know this, but we actually have a chain. We launched a blockchain within the Cosmos ecosystem. One of the main reasons we did that is because it gives us a ledger. So Wormhole itself is secured by 19 validators. We call them guardians. It's a proof of authority consensus. So they come to consensus on every message that goes through Wormhole. But what that blockchain enables us to do is those guardians can also share state to the blockchain. So when we think about a token bridge, let's say we're sending something from Ethereum to Solana, that is recorded on Gateway, Wormhole Gateway, and we can essentially use an accounting mechanism. So we can say, make sure that what's on Gateway equals what's happening on the Solana token bridge contract. If it doesn't equal, they're not one-to-one, we immediately cut the connection with that chain to make sure any sort of contagion is contained. So that's one. The second one is the governor. The governor essentially will limit notional flow between 2 chains. So let's say in a 24-hour period, you can only send 10 million across, from chain to chain, or there's a 1 transaction limit amount. Now, this is completely governed and controlled by the guardians, the 19 validators that we have on the network. But the goal with this is that, let's say we launch a lot of chains, we connect to a lot of new chains, and for Solana, that could put them at risk. So when we launch a new chain, what we can do is we can say, hey, we want the governor limit, so the limit so how much, let's say tokens can go back and forth, to be super low. And as that chain matures, as that chain gets more battle tested, that chain can then propose to the Guardian network to say, hey, we'd like to raise that limit slowly but surely until they get a limit that's 50, 60, 70 million, like I believe is the limit between ETH and Solana. So not to be too long-winded about security, but I think it's important for me to just drive home how much we're doing. And the last thing I'll say is that we're kind of going through this evolution of bridging where a lot of the bridges that we have today are what most people could boil down to like a multi-sig bridge. But the future of bridging, not to sound cliche, is here. And that's like kind of going down this trustless spectrum to ZK bridging. So replacing maybe these actors that we trust on the multi-sig with ZK proofs, which is kind of the gold standard we're working towards. We're planning on having kind of our first ZK verified message going from one chain to another before the end of the year, and we'll follow on with additional chains after that in 2024.
Awesome. Brian, going back to you.
Yep. Back to Bitcoin.
Back to Bitcoin. There's a lot of blockchains out there now. Why bring TBTC to Solana next?
It's a great question. Simply put it, the demand was there. This is the strongest community that I've seen. Over the summer. So TBTC, this is V2, by the way. So we launched V2 in about 3 months ago. And since that time, we've scaled on, outside of just the Bitcoin blockchain, 6 other chains, Solana being the most recent one. So it's also available on other L2s as well as Base. And by far and away, the Solana community has been the most receptive to our launch in terms of not only just momentum and excitement, but also adoption from a liquidity perspective. We're extremely bullish on this community and really just the products and services and the future of Solana. So for us, it's we recognize that right off the bat, and the fact that also the Solana ecosystem's battle tested, as you were kind of touching on earlier. And so for a product like TBTC, it made a ton of sense given the diversified sort of counterparty risk element with the Bitcoin custody side. So. And then in addition to the community excitement, we also had quite a few partners that were pretty excited, like our partners here at Wormhole as well. So it made a lot of sense. And for us, we were looking, we kind of had conquered the EVM side of things for launches. So we were looking into what makes the most sense from a non-EVM perspective, and Solana was top of the list.
So on a previous panel, someone that was on the panel had mentioned that one of the biggest things for new asset issuance on Solana was like demand and getting those partners off the bat. Can you speak a little bit to like your processes around bringing TBTC and stimulating that demand? Who are you engaging with? What types of people? Are these funds? Are these projects?
Yep, great question. So when we come to a new ecosystem or a new chain, usually we like to pick a couple partners to launch with, ideally a liquidity pool or two, and we'll bring incentives and flow with us. So for us, we were able to sort of filter down to a couple launch partners. One was Orca, and the other was Meteora. So we picked those two places as sort of the first launches for TBTC. And usually we can't launch with a lending market or derivatives off the bat. You have to launch on a sort of a pool, like a DEX ideally, to get going. And then usually launch with native asset of the ecosystem and maybe a stable coin or something like that. So usually two pairs. And then we introduced incentives on top as well from the threshold DAO or the T token as well, which helps sort of galvanize community support. So we launched with those two partners off the bat, and then over time have been working to build up the volume and liquidity to secure things like an Oracle, which actually, as of today, we are excited to announce that Pith is now supporting TBTC as an Oracle. So next up from a growth perspective for us, thank you, is growing into the lending markets. So yeah. So we're pretty excited about working with the Pith team, and they have a number of publishers now for TBTC, which is a big unlock for us because we've only been growing really on spot markets for TBTC itself, and now we can get into sort of the more fun stuff, derivatives and lending.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's a good segue. I want to talk a little bit more about the infrastructure around a tokenization project like this. So you mentioned Pith. Oracles are super important.
Yep.
Obviously, you have the wormhole bridge. What other components are necessary for launching something like a TBTC on Solana? And how did you guys go about approaching those?
Well, we usually like to validate the demand. So just speaking with the ecosystem and just making sure that, hey, there's demand for an asset like this. And given the fact that there was not a native Bitcoin on Solana, it made a ton of sense for us to go all in. We had our development team had to learn a little bit of Rust and get up to speed on that front. But the system is fully audited, and so we did end up deploying a native contract on Solana directly, and then have enabled you can bridge directly through the L2 contract on Wormhole. So it is not a double wrapped version, which is kind of what WBTC has been historically. The beauty of the TBTC asset is that it's fungible with the rest of the chain ecosystems that we're natively deployed on. So all the L2s, ETH L1 as well. So there's a big liquidity unlock there. Yes, you still have to go through the ETH settlement layer, but as part of our phase 2 efforts to grow deeper into Solana, we're looking to abstract away all of that. So ideally, let's say a few months from now, you can mint directly on Solana from Bitcoin. And that'll just reduce the friction even further and bring more liquidity flow into the ecosystem, which is something the community wants, and we've validated that demand. So we're working on that as we speak. And then, as you kind of grow the volume, which is a big requirement for getting the Oracle, which, depending on the Oracle provider, they require, a few million a day in daily active volume cross-chain, or sort of like an aggregate number. So for us, we've been working really hard, making sure that we have the right partners helping support TBTC growth, and then just thinking about other ways to add utility. And then, of course, the incentives are also pretty nice too, because that makes it pretty juicy for folks to come in and get that ROI on the different pools. So
that's actually something that I'd love to talk with you both about. I think that's something that's super important, obviously, in a bear market, especially when treasury yields are 6%.
Yeah.
You need to be competitive, and if there's going to be demand for an asset like TBTC on Solana DeFi, there needs to be partnerships, there needs to be some sort of incentive, there needs to be something built up there. So Robinson, if you have anything to opine on that as it relates to Wormhole and how you guys have done this for the Solana ecosystem or otherwise, and then Brian, we can kick it over to you.
Sure.
Yeah, so Again, just to reiterate, Wormhole's like very much so the base layer, but when it comes to the token bridge that can be built on top, and anyone can build a token bridge, but we have our own token bridge contracts. We tend to work with a lot of different, let's say, asset issuers. So TBTC in this instance is an asset issuer, and when we look at kind of like the main assets or the main tokens that a lot of us use, there's really kind of a small list. Bitcoin is obviously up there. The different flavors of USDs, USDC, USDT, et cetera. You have Ethereum, you have Solana, maybe you have Bonk in there. But there's kind of these core assets, and when it comes to Wormhole, we do have to be kind of this neutral party, right? We are the rails in which these assets get to wherever they want to go. So for TBTC, obviously getting to Solana, but we do try and work with them to get penetration within the ecosystem. And we have to be, I think what we're seeing is just being a little bit more selective on what assets, especially DEXs, will incentivize. Like when it comes to their incentives, there's a finite amount. So they're probably going to put incentives on the more popular assets, build deep liquidity because there's not as much, and make sure that like when the user is, let's say, coming in and out of the ecosystem, they're going to experience like as little slippage as possible. So I think we're just seeing incentives being focused on, and especially for us, when it comes to like partners, asset issuers, we're focusing on kind of that smaller amount of assets at the top. And unfortunately, the long tail isn't getting as much focus, but I think it's important for us to build liquidity and deep liquidity for the major assets that people are holding and using.
And I mean, it's typically something that comes with the changing winds of a market. So good that the infrastructure is there and available. But yeah, go ahead, Brian.
Well, I'm just going to comment on, so one of the things that the Threshold DAO has been really good at, which is the DAO behind, or the network behind TBTC, is the way it's structured is, so I like to say there's no decentralization theater at the Threshold DAO. First of all, like everything about this DAO, it's got a lot of cypherpunk DNA, first and foremost. I mean, we put the Wormhole guys through the ringer on the governance forum as an example. And they were good sports about that. So everything that we do in terms of involving TBTC, things like changing the fees or launching on new chains or partnering with bridging providers, launching and even like incentives with T has to be approved by the DAO. And we have a treasury guild that operates this, and there's a good portion of the T supply that's dedicated for liquidity mining or liquidity growth initiatives. And so we are in Solana ecosystem on a rolling kind of monthly, weekly basis. In some instances, we're incentivizing those pools. And that helps galvanize short-term sort of shot in the arm growth and adoption of the asset. But where ideally you look to drive and grow into new areas that are real use cases that, you're not just sort of farming and moving on, right? So for us, one of the things that we recognize from the Solana ecosystem, and we actually have a proposal in with Mango DAO right now. The folks at Mango DAO are actually moving all of their WBTC to TBTC. It's about 100 Bitcoin or so in the works here over the next couple months, which is pretty exciting. So we are seeing more and more TBTC kind of being this treasury asset of choice on the Solana ecosystem and other chains as well, but in particular Solana, because folks recognize the importance of having an underlying, decentralized spot asset that is a representative of Bitcoin. And so we're not doing actually really incentivizing for any of that at all, because there's a real use case there. But having the incentives on the pools also makes it a little more fun, right? Because you can kind of play the liquidity game as well. So we're kind of going after both prongs, and then, the incentives offer and open up a lot of organic growth activations for us off the bat.
And just to comment on this, I think that it's the kind of the age-old thing, like the crypto term of liquidity begets liquidity. Yeah. I think even when we were planning out go-to-market, I think the DEXs are focused on the top assets, right? Yep. So the BTCs, the ETH, the Sols, the USDC flavors. But it's the same like with asset issuers go to market. It's like, where's the deepest liquidity? Yep. And then you put incentives on where the deepest liquidity is, and then it gets more liquidity. And there's a consolidation around like, a few of the core DeFi primitives. Right. It's I just think it's even more magnified in a market like this.
Totally. And then building utility on top, spot, lending, and then derivatives, that full sort of stack of yield generation and structured products, which is critical for launching a new asset. You want to make sure you have the full life cycle of the asset available for users to do whatever it is they want to do.
Yep. So with the few minutes that we have left here, I want to give you guys both an opportunity to talk about what's the future of TBTC on Solana? What are you guys focusing on moving forward? Also, if you'd like to independently speak to the future of wormhole integrations and some of the stuff that you guys have in the work, Robinson. But happy to give it to you first, Brian.
You want to go?
Or
go ahead.
Pass it down the line.
All right. So for us, I mean, as I kind of touched on a little bit earlier, but I can get into it in more detail. Phase one was just getting Bitcoin on Solana and filling the void or the vacuum there that was left, sort of in this post-FTX world. And you're making sure that we're sort of solid there from a risk and bridging perspective and growing organically with our partners. And now that we've arrived and we've had sort of our first crop of partners alive, we're looking to grow more deeper into the ecosystem, building out utilities, as I mentioned. So, starting with the spot, growing into lending and derivatives as part of like the Mango partnership, for example. And then beyond that, also, we see a lot of opportunities for establishing TBTC as a treasury asset at the DAO level. So, if folks are interested in that, please get in touch. I would love to chat more about some of your treasury needs and how we can maybe help answer them, especially if you're looking to get some exposure to Bitcoin. And then in terms of the way we think about bringing more capital into the Solana ecosystem, which is a very important thing, and for us, we're growing within the ecosystem, but I think ultimately you want to grow the TVL of the overall pie for all of our partners. And Bitcoin is a great vehicle to do that, given it's the largest market, and we've established this flow and value chain. But it's a little clunky in the process, right? I think there's some aspects of you got to go from Bitcoin to ETH to Wormhole to pick your partner, bridge it to Solana, and then deposit it in that pool, and then come all the way back, right? So the more simplified we can make that process, the better it is for the user experience, and overall just reduces a lot of the friction in the capital deposit process and brings more inflows to the ecosystem. So our development team's been working on a TBTC SDK, software development kit that allows for easy minting on the Solana ecosystem, and that's part of what we're looking to do. So you can actually bring Bitcoin to Solana directly, and ideally we would partner with a few folks in the ecosystem to help make that a reality. And reduce a lot of that friction for bringing Bitcoin to Solana and growing the TVL as an ecosystem overall. So that's something that we're working on as we speak.
Go ahead, Rob. Well, when it comes to Wormhole and Solana, first and foremost, we want to make it the best place to trade BTC. We've got the asset. We've got the low fees. We've got the speed. Now we're working on the liquidity. So that's definitely the goal. But I think with Wormhole and Solana, we obviously have a long-standing relationship. Again, to use a term that's popular, we're very Solana aligned. For us, we kind of view it as a responsibility to make this kind of Solana. We want Solana to connect to all these chains in the best way possible, and in the most liquid way possible, I should say. So for us, obviously, we're working closely with Circle and CCTP. For those who aren't familiar, CCTP is Circle's essentially burn and mint protocol in order to get native USDC from one chain to another. They're here, testnet's live, mainnet's coming. We're working closely with them to bring USDC from any CCTP-enabled chain to Solana, and we kind of add additional functionality. So you could, let's say, send USDC from ETH to Solana and deposit into an LP position all in a transaction. But I say all that because what we're doing is we have Wormhole Connect SDK. The way to think about our SDK is that it just aggregates all Wormhole routes, so all of the 27 chains we're connected to, and then the applications that build cross-chain swaps on top of that. And what we're rolling out, a little bit of alpha, we're working on a few different liquidity-related initiatives, but we want to make any route for Solana as liquid as possible. I think we're kind of going through this progression of, let's just continue to use the ETH and Solana corridor, where we enabled there to be assets being transferred back and forth to Solana. Along the way, we ran into some not bumps, but things that we can improve upon. One of those is slippage, right? If a lot of these assets are Wormhole assets, if there isn't liquidity or enough liquidity in some of them, you could run into a lot of slippage. Now, with this kind of liquidity design, CCTP, and the Wormhole Connect SDK, you'll be able to give this SDK to projects like Jupiter, for instance. They can aggregate it, and all of a sudden, you can compose native token to native token swaps. USDC will no longer have, 3-4% slippage. So I think the most exciting thing for us when it comes to that is there's a lot of initiatives that kind of go into this SDK, but soon every route from Solana to these other chains will be as liquid as possible. So that's really exciting for us, and I think will be amazing for the users of Solana and also the builders of Solana.
Love to hear that.
So with the last 2 minutes that we have here, one, would love for you guys to tell the audience where they can get in touch with you guys, find you on social or otherwise, and also if you guys have any resources that you'd like to point them to, website, docs, or otherwise.
For sure. So you can mint TBTC on threshold.network. Also docs.threshold.network is a lot of good info there. But if you really want to dig in, our GitHub is the best place to go. There's much more detail there than any place else. Deep code dives, as well as a lot of great explainers. So yeah, you can get in touch with me. I'm Blockchain Bry on Telegram, and I'll share it all with you. There's also some good Dune dashboard trackers out there. I think we hit something like we're closing in on 100 Bitcoin on Solana right now as of today. So yeah, it's going to be that's going to be a good one to keep tabs on.
Yeah, for us, if you are a builder and looking to build something cross-chain, you can just go to docs.wormhole.com. If you want to send tokens cross-chain, there's many different UIs and front ends, carrier.so, portal bridge, etc. But yeah, same with Brian. You can get in touch with me on Telegram pretty easily, Robinson Berkey. Yeah, thank you for having us.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you for sticking with us late in the day.
Appreciate
it. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you to the Thesis and Wormhole teams for bringing such a critical component of the DeFi ecosystem back to Solana. So a few friendly reminders. So if you are looking for anything like the shuttle schedule or the ferry schedule or the agenda, you should take a look at the installed Breakpoint app. And I'll make a small shill. Yours truly, me, myself, John Wong, will be here on the main stage tomorrow morning to kick everything off. So start that in your agenda, and I will see you in the morning. We have 2 more incredible talks right here on the main stage. This is my 3rd Breakpoint. It's been a wonderful journey here in the Solana ecosystem. My first Breakpoint, I did not work at the Solana Foundation. I was working with a scrappy little team called Orca to launch their NFT collections. I couldn't be more excited and privileged and humbled to introduce Ori and Yutaro from the Orca ecosystem to talk about the newest addition to Orca. Enjoy.
What up?
It's a beautiful sunny day in Amsterdam, much like this one, and you decide to go fishing in the canal. And like any good degen fisherman, what you care about is yield. You want to catch a lot of fish. So, how might you do that? Well, you could just, sidle up to a canal, cast in your fishing line, and hope for the best. And after doing this for a while, you probably start to get a good sense of which places in the river are good places to fish. Where can you get a lot of volume, right? Where can you catch actually valuable fish? All these things are good things that you can start to figure out. But that's probably not a very efficient way to start fishing, right? It'd be a lot better if you actually had that data up front. If you could actually look at historically where people have caught a lot of fish and where people have actually caught the really good ones. But that's actually not the whole story, right? I think there's also a competition aspect here. Like fishing is a very PvP sport. So it'd be really nice if you'd be able to see also where everybody else is fishing and make your determination based on that. And where are we going with all of this? Well, you've probably guessed through my thinly veiled analogy by now. But if liquidity provision were fishing, a surprising number of liquidity providers today would really fall in that first category. Essentially, they're going up, casting in the line somewhat at random, maybe slightly informed, and doing a bit of trial and error to figure out how and where to LP. This is not a very efficient state of things, right? And we love efficiency here. So
That's why today I'm very excited to be here with you announcing the liquidity terminal.
Okay, so the liquidity terminal is a one-stop shop for LPs to analyze their pools and manage their positions. My name is Yutaro.
I'm Ori.
And we're the co-founders of Orca. Thank you.
We love you guys too.
So our goal at Orca is to be the best liquidity protocol on Solana. And we want to do this. We want to be one of the best, or we want to be the best liquidity protocol for the Solana community. And thanks to you all, we've been driving more trading volume than all the other DEXs combined for the past year. But we want to do better. And one of the things that we've been focusing on is the experience for liquidity providers. Because at the end of the day, LPs are the lifeblood for our protocol. We need a healthy and competitive community of LPs so that whenever traders are trading, that they get the best price possible. So we built a brand new interface from the ground up, and we're calling it the liquidity terminal. So when we say liquidity terminal, it's not just a buzzword. When we were designing and implementing this interface, we were inspired by computer terminals and how for users, it's the interface through which they can view information, execute commands, and get real-time updates. In the same way, we want the liquidity terminal to be a place where LPs can see and analyze pools, execute their transactions, and manage their positions in real time. So the first thing you might notice is the thing in the middle, which is a price chart. And for LPs, of course, being able to see the price history is critical for being able to make smart decisions. Because in some sense, the game for LPs is figuring out how long they can stay or how long they can keep the price in range so that they can maximize their yield. But we think a price chart is really just table stakes at this point. And in addition, we're going to talk about 2 additional features that we think will allow LPs to make smarter decisions.
So the first of those features is what we call the yield finder. Cool name, right? But what is that actually? So as I mentioned earlier, right, whether it's fishermen or liquidity providers, there are a lot of different factors you have to consider when it comes to whether or not a position is actually going to be profitable. So there's volume, there's fees, there's liquidity depth, information about the token itself. I see you yawning in the audience. I'll try to be even more interesting. But right now, the way most liquidity providers actually approach this is by having like a lot of different tabs open, right? You might have one where you're looking at volume, another one where you're looking at liquidity depth, and there's just a lot of things to juggle, and it becomes so cumbersome that for a lot of liquidity providers, it becomes just not really that worth it, right? Like this is a time is money situation as well. And so the easier it is and the faster it is to actually put all those factors together and make these informed decisions, the more appealing and the more effective liquidity provision will become. And that is what we've created with the yield finder. So if we zoom back out, you see the price chart at the top, right, with that blue selected area, that's the price range. You can simply click and drag on the edges of that area to adjust it, and immediately under that, directly in the trading view chart, you see the yield finder, which shows the actual APR, annual percentage yield essentially, that you would have earned as a liquidity provider with that particular price range at any candle in the past. So this is essentially backtesting and something that we've made super easy to do simply in this UI. So I think people a lot of the time have this image of all these like very advanced traders and liquidity providers being people who like essentially only write their own scripts. And there are folks like that, but a surprising number of very effective LPs do so through the UI. And this will allow them to even up-level that one level further and start making these really intentional decisions about how to LP.
Yeah, that's right. So going into the technical implementation a bit, what we're doing is we're using the same mechanisms that are used by the smart contract itself to account for the fees and rewards that are distributed to each and every single position. What we're doing on our backend servers is we're tracking all the transactions and we're tracking the changes in, well, if you're familiar with the smart contract, fee growth and reward emissions and how that changes over time so that we can reconstruct the change and we can use that to take any arbitrary position and then use the same logic that's being used by the smart contract to figure out how much fees and rewards will be earned by any given position. So this allows us to have pinpoint accuracy whenever we're calculating yield for our users, and we're also able to calculate yield for arbitrary points in time. So a user can really drill down to candles that are 1 second long, but they can also zoom out and look at yield earned over, let's say, an entire year. Okay, so great. Now LPs can measure how much yield a position could have earned historically. But what LPs really care about is whether or not they can be profitable. And when it comes to profitability, it's about the relationship between yield and divergence loss, right? Because even if the yield is high, if the divergence loss is equally high, then the position can't be profitable. So we created this widget within the liquidity terminal, and we're calling it the time to profit estimator. So how does it work? And why do we call it that? Well, let's imagine how an LP thinks about profitability. Like Ori mentioned, the user can select a price range in the price chart itself. So here you can see that in the light blue area. And it's kind of hovering around the current price. So the way an LP can naturally think about profitability is they can think, how long does the price have to stay within that range before the yield that's earned is greater than the divergence loss from hitting the upper price or the lower price? In other words, what's the time to profit? And so for this example position, we can see that the average yield is around 350% annualized over the past few days. So of course, we're not claiming that historical yield guarantees future yield in the same way that historical price doesn't guarantee future price. But this is critical information that allows users to create a mental model for what they think future yield might be. And in this example, let's just say that LP wants to know what it looks like if future yield is 350%. They can input it into the time to profit estimator, and then we see a few numbers. So in the top it says 2.3 days to profit, and the bottom it says 1.5 days to profit. So what that means, if we go back to the price chart, is that given an annualized yield of 350%, the price needs to stay within the price range for 2.5 days on the upper end or 1.5 days on the bottom end before the yield earned equals the divergence loss and the position starts making money. So immediately we start to get this mental model of whether or not a position can earn money.
Wow, that's fast.
Thank you.
So all of these features that we showed today are based on months of user research with actual LPs, both on Orca and on other concentrated liquidity AMMs. So we're confident that they represent a large step forward in terms of the liquidity provider experience for DeFi in general. But at the same time, they're also just the tip of the iceberg. And so we're excited to announce that this is really just an MVP. There are many more features coming to really fulfill this vision of a liquidity terminal that anyone would be proud to throw on their giant monitor and makes use of every inch of available space. So 2 features that are coming down the line. One is either easier repositioning, which is already in the works on the design side as well as the end side. We'll make it super seamless to be able to move your position from one price range to another, as well as adjust the amounts of your position. Something that currently in most CLAMMs is really a cumbersome multi-step process. That's on the convenience side. Another one that I think most LPs would be even more excited for is actually P&L. So not only in the past how much a theoretical position could have made, but actually how much is my position earning now? Because I bet a lot of you in the crowd have tried LPing at some point on an AMM, and that's what you really want to know, right? Am I making money? That's why a lot of people are in DeFi, right? And so I think with these improvements, we'll continue to advance towards this vision again of making it as power user of an experience as possible for those users who really want to dive deep and make LPing something that they're very serious about. If you count yourself in that crowd, I welcome you today to apply to join the closed beta for the Liquidity Terminal, which is launching right now. So all you need to do is scan this QR code, tell us a little bit about yourself, and you'll have the chance to be the first ever group of users who get to use this terminal interface. You'll also have the ability to provide direct feedback to Orca developers in order to continue elevating this experience. Because again, the core of Orca is really about this human-centered design, right? These features that I've told you about today, the ones that we have planned, are based on research, but nothing is more informative than actually hearing the experiences of users in real time. So once again, if you would like to join us in executing with intention, apply for the closed beta. We've been so grateful to have you with us on this Orca journey for the last 3 years, and we're really humbled and honored to continue serving the Solana community as what we hope will be the best place to bootstrap liquidity for any new project that you hope to build. Thank you so much. Again, we're Ori and Yutaro, co-founders of Orca. Thank you. Thank you, Solana.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. We got one more wonderful, great talk coming up. But before that, I want to ask a really important question for all the people who are new to Amsterdam. Who has gotten hit by a bike already? I believe that the people here, the locals, do it on purpose to teach you a lesson so that you tell everybody else to watch out for the bike highways. And this is important because in the USA, this is not a thing that we are known to understand. I hope everyone has been enjoying Breakpoint. This is only day 2. There's a lot of stuff coming up in the next couple of days. I mentioned this before, but there are a lot of side events in the Breakpoint app. You can see a long list of community side events that you can apply to. So there's plenty of opportunities to hang out and to see all of your friends, colleagues, and everything in between. I'm super, super excited for this next and last talk for the main stage for a couple reasons. One is our next speaker is a renowned entrepreneur. He's done a lot of really cool stuff, and all of that was well before he came to the Solana ecosystem. I've had a chance to work with him personally. I've really, really enjoyed doing it. And it may be raining outside, but this man makes it rain on chain. Joined by KZ from the Orca Foundation, please help me introduce the Rainmaster himself, Vibhu.
All right, so that was quite an introduction of you, Vibhu. Before we even jump in, so John talked a little bit about your life before crypto. Maybe what did you do before crypto, in case anyone here don't know yet?
Yeah, I used to build retail stores in the real world.
Okay.
And
in the real world?
Yeah, and just before Drip, I founded Solana Spaces, which was kind of the incubator for what we're doing now.
Yeah. So actually, the reason that me and Vibhu knew each other is because Orca was a launch partner for Solana Spaces. And we were just having drinks on Saturday, and we talked about, so you guys are in an intimate conversation, just with an audience, with me and Vibhu. And we talked about the fact that last year you were opening for Breakpoint, and it was about Solana Spaces. But this year you're opening a conference tomorrow, and it's about something completely different. So what happened in the last 12 months?
What didn't happen in the last 12 months? Yeah, I mean, Solana Spaces was a really good idea, but I would kind of say it was kind of a bull market idea. You know, let's go build these like palaces to ourselves around the world. That was and onboard people into crypto. And I think as the market conditions kind of changed, people's sentiments on crypto changed. Obviously, they who shall not be named were like a key, financial partner of ours as well. And yeah, basically in February we made the decision to wind down the stores and focus on Drip, which was at the time a side project that we created to kind of help people onboard into Solana.
And when you decided to wind down Solana Spaces, what made you decide to keep going on Solana itself?
Yeah, honestly, we really felt pulled into it. Like, we had made this promise to people that we were going to deliver them art every single week, every single Wednesday.
Yeah.
And I felt like that promise was important. And by the time we were considering the decision, Drip had already grown to maybe 100,000 or so wallets. So we felt like, there's something here, and we need to explore and kind of dig in a bit more. We knew compression was coming to mainnet, and that there was a lot of possibilities.
And how many wallets does Drip have right now?
I just tweeted a little bit ago. I think we just crossed 800,000.
800,000, wow, so 8x'd.
Yeah.
That's a great investment if there ever was one. So 800,000 users, what made them come to Drip? Because there's a lot of different protocols that are onboarding users in different ways. So what do you think attracted them to your product?
Yeah, well, if you're not familiar with Drip, we basically partner with creators. Those can be artists, they can be prank video YouTubers, they can be musicians, and we help them build a fan base. They do that on-chain, and we help them drop content, media, art to that audience on-chain as well. And, I think Drip is a really dramatically different value prop from almost everything else in crypto because it starts at free. You don't need tokens, you don't need a KYC. You sign up with a Phantom wallet or a Backpack wallet, and you start collecting. And I think we just dramatically lower the barrier to entry to crypto experiences. We kind of changed the value prop a lot from, maybe trading to collecting and just enjoying content the same way you would anywhere else. And that and this promise that we made to keep delivering people art, I think we've done a good job of fulfilling that over and over and over again at quite a big scale now. Yeah. People hang around. Like, we have these incredibly rabid fan base of folks who show up every day to just to enjoy what we're doing.
And you guys just had an announcement for a partnership with Phantom, right? I think I got dropped a little NFT through that announcement. It's like a band or something like that?
We did a Phantom Ghost that's rendered it with water. It was made by Abby Solana. And, Phantom and Drip have pretty similar goals, I would say, especially right now. We went through a period of intense onboarding and then intense offboarding. Maybe now it's coming back just in the last couple of weeks. But what we noticed when we were working with Phantom in the stores, and certainly over the last year, is that most people that come to the chain, they have no idea what to do next.
Yeah.
They download the wallet because someone told them to. They don't fund it. They don't do on-chain transactions. They just kind of sit on it. So Phantom and Drip started working together on ways to start introducing people to some of the easiest things you can do. And of course, I think Phantom's plans are to introduce people progressively to maybe more complex experiences like the things that you guys work on. Drip is, like I mentioned, the most accessible entry point into crypto. So I think it made a lot of sense for both them and us to figure out a way to have that magic moment that people have with Drip happen instantaneously.
Yeah, and that was a partnership that started when you worked on Solana Spaces, right? Because I remember Phantom had the wallet onboarding lounge in the physical locations.
Yeah, they've been an awesome partner. I didn't come here to shill them. I mean, we love Phantom, the team, but yeah, I mean, from very early on when we started working on the Solana stores, we just definitely saw eye to eye on, getting out in front of people in disruptive ways and trying to teach them how to use all this amazing technology.
That's cool. By the way, should we take some questions from the audience later?
I don't know if we really have time, but we can.
Okay. Just randomly, because you guys might be curious about some stuff too. Okay, so Drip, last Saturday when we were talking, you talked about one of the key success unlocks for Drip was finding Degen Poet. But I'm sure there's also other artists and creators that you're excited about. I would love to hear more about how you discover them and how you help them find success through Drip.
So Drip is a product that really can change the lives of creators, not only through finding a fan base, but also through making money. One of my favorite examples is an artist named Designs, who Designs. Okay. And Designs lives in Alabama and lost his job during COVID as a chef and kind of wandered into crypto and had been like a long-time artist but had never done it professionally. And he has this incredible technique, which is he doesn't paint with a brush. He paints with kitchen knives and so cool. Weapons like throwing axes and swords and other interesting things. And his art is a beautiful expression of what's going on in his life and in the inside, but in an extremely abstract way. And I think Drip really helped him find a community of fans. He's really prolific. I mean, he's making, 3 to 5 pieces a day sometimes. And so Drip is kind of his place, his home, I think, these days, where he rewards people with his art. But importantly, he's also found people who are interested in paying for it and supporting him. And we have this patronage model called Say Thanks. And we're really helping him pay for his rent. And that's a beautiful thing we don't talk about that much in crypto. But there's a lot of creators that come to blockchains who don't have a platform in other places. They don't make money from what they create.
Yeah.
And I think we've been able to figure that out.
Yeah, discoverability is really an issue, right? Because in Web3, there's such a saturation of information. A lot of people come here on the promise of ownership over your money, over your content, but it's hard for them to be discovered. So how does Drip do that for the users?
Yeah.
And for creators, I guess.
Yeah, so I think there's a trade that gets made on Drip that's very different from Web2 platforms, right? On Web2 platforms, you have like YouTube, for example, you have a really long tail of creators, which means that, I know Pedro at the foundation has done really good work on this. The top 1% of creators are maybe starting to earn money, and yet almost everyone else that comes there who maybe wants to will be stuck with 1, 5, 100, 1,000 subscribers. And you really have to be at a big scale to tip the economies in your favor there and start to unlock monetization opportunities. I think what we do is, and the trade is that, hey, let the crowd in on some of the early economics of your pieces, and in exchange they'll support you, even when you're very, very small. And what we've observed is that, this is where crypto has this superpower of like kind of community building, but letting the crowd into the fundamental economics of what's happening. It's not a trade that I think every creator is going to want to make. But when you think about the fact that the long tail is the vast majority of the world's creators, I think this solution might be appealing to like millions.
Yeah, so it does seem like in order to be a profitable creator in Web3, not only do you have to express through your art, but you also have to expose a part of yourself, right? We were talking about some of the really prolific artists being more influencers, right? They can hold a crowd. It's not just their artistry.
Yeah, so one of the ways that I think crypto creators are very different is that when you mint a piece on chain and you give it to someone or you sell it to someone, it's actually a direct-to-consumer relationship, right? It's not intermediated by a platform at all. right? I mean, if you're a YouTube creator, you can't get the email addresses of the people that subscribe to your channel. Like everything you do has to run through them. And in crypto, it's like right from the artist to the fan. And so there's a lot more relationship building that happens. And I think because of that, there's also a lot more engagement that you kind of have to do with your audience. And you know, so I think the modern artist that shows up on a blockchain today looks much more like a YouTuber than not in a lot of cases, because they're having to do behind the scenes stuff about their work, and they're having to like talk to their fans a lot. You know, they're not kind of hiding behind a gallery or broker.
Yeah.
And that's a very exciting thing. I think direct-to-consumer as like a business model for the internet has been an amazing and transformative force. Now Solana allows you to kind of think about that at the level of a content creator or an artist.
So if I am a starry-eyed artist trying to like, you know, make something of myself in Web3, what are some advice that you give to the new creators coming into the scene?
Well, apply for DRIP, d.rip/creators, if you're interested. But honestly, I think so much of it comes down to individuals and kind of replying to people, getting into their DMs, sharing what you're doing proactively. Like I mentioned, I think highlighting how you do your work is really important. I mean, one of the big challenges of the next age of humanity is going to be dealing with AI and kind of showcasing that, in fact, you did make this work, and here's how you did it. So, yeah, I think behind the scenes, building relationships, signing up for DRIP, all pretty good starts.
Cool. So, Vibhu, as someone who's been following your career for the past like over a year, I see you also tweeting a lot. So I'm guessing that's a conscious choice of you tweeting a lot. I guess my question is, do you consider yourself an influencer of sorts? And is being an influencer necessary to run a good Web3 company?
Yeah, I think there's some aspect of that. I mean, we didn't prepare this question, but like Web3 is overall a very vocal community, and if you're not proactive, either you're not going to be found, or you're going to let people, run away with a narrative that maybe is not the one that you really wanted.
Yeah.
So I personally, when I came to crypto from Web 2, I felt like I had to be much more present, maybe in ways that make me a little uncomfortable from my background, but I've enjoyed it, and I think it certainly, like you said the word influencer, and I don't think of it that way, because the only thing I want to talk about is what I'm working on most of the time.
Yeah.
So I'm supposed to be influencing DRIP, I guess. So it's not, but I'm not trying to talk about other people's stuff usually.
Sorry about throwing you the curveball question. I was just curious. So you've been building DRIP for over a year now, and you've been iterating quite a bit. What are some interesting learnings that you've discovered in your process of engaging new users?
Yeah, I would say like the thing that we think about the most that isn't super obvious to people who follow us is how much incredible work we've done on Sybil resistance and sort of anti-fraud. We, from the very beginning, our value prop, like I said, is very strong. We're giving people free things that have value on secondary marketplaces, and for that reason, like our growth potential is very large. Like lots of people want free stuff, lots of people like to make free money. So the question really does change to, well, how do you ensure you do it in a fair way, and that people aren't taking advantage of the system? And so for 9 months, really, we've engineered amazing tools that I don't think anyone else really in blockchain is doing to help us understand how people use our products, what is a real human or not a real human. Of course, you can't have it both ways. You can't have the product be free and also free of abuse. It's just very hard. But I think we've done 80-90% of the work that kind of needs to be done there.
That's awesome. Building trust and like detecting fraud is super important in like trustless environment. Maybe final question from me is, there's a few more days of Breakpoint. What are you excited about for the next few days?
I'm only excited about one thing, which is the Drip House presented by Phantom. Tomorrow, doors open 9:30 a.m.
Are you guys going?
Starts at 10 a.m. It's we approved like 1,200 people, and there's only 300 seats, so please come on time.
Please come on time.
It's going to be amazing. We have a lot of breakthroughs to share with people on the product side, and new channels, new experiences, and then you're going to be able to hear from like all these amazing artists that we all fan out about.
That's awesome. So no alpha today.
I can't.
It's all tomorrow. We'll be there. Okay, thank you so much, Vibhu. And thank you all for being here. Please check out Drip. What's the URL again?
You just go to d.rip.
d.rip. And we'll see you in Web3.
Thanks.